shots all straight to my heart. And how am I supposed to move on when you make me stop before I start? Way up now, I'm gonna find my way. I'm gonna find my way, sweet honey. I'm gonna find my way. I'm gonna find my way, sweet darling. I can see myself in the mirror, got me drowning in your tide. Why can't you understand and deliver? Yeah, you know it just ain't right. You're taking one shot, two shots, three shots. You can't get enough, my darling. You keep drinking, drinking from the devil's cup. What's up? I'm gonna find my way. I'm gonna find my way, sweet honey. I'm gonna find my way. I'm gonna find my way, sweet darling.
ein abgefuckter Brit-Popper. Ein Kick-Trip-Rock und Rap mit Doppel-Kick-Locker. Verbreit mehr Clans als Meister Propper. Und wenn ich erstmal loslege, nennt man mich den Never-Stopper. Bin kein Geldzocker und auch kein Weed-Dropper. Strahle Ruhe aus, Mann, weil ich bin halt locker. Hört ihr meinen Sound, haut euch vom Hocker. Andere MCs haben Angst, mich die Schocker. Weil mein Bass fährter kommt als ein Doppelwopper. Mein Doppel-Kick-Style, den ich euch verklick, weil komm mal relax und auch mal scharf wie ein Flex. Frauen nennen mich, wenn's auch nicht stimmt, ihren Ex. Und schade für nix, weil ich lieb als Sex. On Stage geh ich ab wie Kollege Specs. In meine Haare kommen mir nur Deck-Swag. Weil es hat keinen Sinn, damit was anderem dran zu gehen. Weil ohne würden die einfach nicht so geil stehen. Ich mach mein Hobby zu meinem Beruf, weil ich Musik einfach liebe. Und kein Fake-Ass bin, wie so manch billige Cover-Diebe. Und meine Triebe mich einfach zum Rap führen. Es ist für mich eine Pflicht, wie für die Telekom die Gebühr. Ich rocke jede Show, ich bin für euch ein Drang. Ich bin für euch ein guter Fang. So nehmt das S zum T zum E zum V zum E zum O. Ich gebe euch den Flow-Zwang. Steve Oman, ja, ja. Hey, hey, yo. Get your hands down. Let's go. Get your hands down. And that Jason, I'm about to. Yes, yo. Hey, hey, get your hands down. Wir zwei machen die Show. Steve O, and that Jason, I'm rocking the nation. I let the cameras roll, I'm flipping the freak show. Bounce like a 6-4. Flashlight like the Popo. Every time C.O. laying the show. Girls all dressed up, top so see-through. Top dogs got they wrist on freeze. Ooh. We roaming the streets, flipping the club. 1, 2 to the beat. Ooh, good music ain't the hit list. Ooh, can I get a witness? Rattle till you roll, cats under control. Eat from the same bowl, keep the clutch on hold. This is how it's done, how you do it. You're too late to blow the spot, we done do it. Handle your business like you Jewish. Like Leah Conan, he been through it and make an escape in the XJS, Jago Chrome. God bless, see Ty Jason buying a bar out. Unscrewing the 80 proof, no doubt. Living dirty, we call it the max out. Putting nasty tracks out. Yeah, where your hands at? Rock, where your hands at? Hey, hey, yo, wir haben den Flow. C4, and that Jason, Arigato, Expo, I say. Hey, hey, yo, wir zwei machen die Show. C4, and that Jason, I'm rocking the nation. Hey, hey, yo, wir haben den Flow. C4, and that Jason, Arigato, Expo, I say. Hey, hey, yo, wir zwei machen die Show. C4, and that Jason, I'm rocking the nation.
Hey, them country boys pulling up with some big fat wheels on the truck, and a pretty fine thing in the front, with a big 12 gauge for the bus. Hey, them country boys pulling up with some big fat wheels on the truck, and a pretty fine thing in the front, with a big 12 gauge for the bus. Hey, them country boys pulling up with some big fat wheels on the truck, and a pretty fine thing in the front, with a big 12 gauge for the bus. with some big fat wheels on the truck. And a pretty fine thing in the front. With a big 12 gauge for the bucks. Hey, them country boys pulling up. With some big fat wheels on the truck. And a pretty fine thing in the front. With a big 12 gauge for the bucks. Hey, them country boys pulling up. With some big fat wheels on the truck. And a pretty fine thing in the front. With a big 12 gauge for the bucks, for the bucks.
Si entráis, no habléis, si habláis, gritad, si me queréis, muerto y gritad. Y ahora solo queda recordar que yo siempre negaré, saber que debo confesar. Y ahora solo queda recordar que yo jamás confesaré, saber que tengo que negar. Y si alguien espera algo más de mí, junta gasolina y fuego. No lo sé, quizá no vuelva por aquí. Si eso ya nos vemos luego. Si vais, no entréis. Si entráis, gritad. Si me ponéis cuarto y mitad. Y ahora solo queda recordar que yo siempre negaré, saber que debo confesar. Y ahora solo queda recordar que yo jamás confesaré, saber que tengo que negar. Y si alguien espera algo más de mí, junta gasolina y fuego. No lo sé, quizá no vuelva por aquí. Si eso ya nos vemos luego. Falta solo un poco más. Falta solo un poco menos. No sé si frenar o acelerar. No sé si me quedan frenos. No sé si me queda gas. Y si alguien espera algo más de mí, junta gasolina y fuego. No lo sé, quizá no vuelva por aquí. Si eso ya nos vemos luego. Si vais, no entréis. Si entráis, gritad. Si me queréis, cuarto y mitad. Cuarto y mitad. Cuarto y mitad. Cuarto y mitad. Cuarto y mitad.
Yeah, my little diva. She push 100 on the meter. We getting higher than sativa. Captain and the leader. And we only going one way. Yeah, we ain't landing on a runway. Nah, every day ain't Monday. Yeah, we be having fun by the sun rays. And it's 'cause I'm up in the clouds and I ain't coming down. Yeah, we done with that brand new sound that I ain't turning down. Getting louder, do not interfere. Every single thing you need is right here. Every other word just speaks in my ear, so I don't show no fear. You can see me, I'm shining, yeah. Money in the whip, that's all about timing, yeah. You know I've been flying, I've been so high, yeah. Girl, I've been so high. Yeah, my days where you look at that. So would I throw the book at that? Booty so fat, you cook at that. Yeah, hit it from behind, make her look at me. Yeah. Everything feels so infused. Got me feeling like I'm so loose. Baby girl cannot refuse. Yeah, I just need a lighter. Cause I'm up in the clouds and I ain't coming down. No, no. With a brand new sound and we ain't turning down. Getting louder, do not interfere. Every single thing you need is right here. Every other word just speaks in my ear, so I don't show no fear. You can see me, I'm shining, yeah. Money in the whip, that's all about timing, yeah. You know I've been flying, I've been so high, yeah. I've been so high, I've been so high, yeah. I've been so high. Yeah, my little diva. We getting higher than sativa. Yeah, my little diva.
You got the fire. Are you down to play? I won't give the game away. No need to shout. Now the secret's out. I came here to slay. You might not live another day. Now we'll find out. You got the fire in you. You got the fire in you. You better follow it through. I think you know what to do. You got the fire. We've been here before. We have knocked on every door. We never learn, and we won't be turned. Get down on the floor. Just what are you waiting for? Wanna see you burn. F-I-R-E. Come on, give it to me. B-U-R-N. Let's start this up again. F-I-R-E. Come on, give it to me. B-U-R-N. You got the fire. You got the fire in you. You got the fire in you. You better follow it through. I think you know what to do. You got the fire. F-I-R-E. B-U-R-N. You got the fire.
We get to it, let's get right to it. We get to it, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, watch how we do it. We get to it, let's get right to it. We get to it, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, watch how we do it. We keep on moving. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, watch how we do it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, watch how we do it.
keep on moving.
Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, watch how we do it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, watch how we do it.
We keep on moving.
Yeah. When I saw you at the bar, with the tattoos on your arm, you inked yourself into my heart. You said it wouldn't hurt too much. Said the months are passing by, moving together by the time. You made my sorrows run and wine. There's nothing I denied, and all I wanted was to keep it true. Swear these bouquets of flowers were for you. Maybe my kindness seemed like a disgrace. One day I woke up to your breakup, you're alone now. And though my heart wants you to stay, the only thing I've left to say is girl, good luck. I'm wishing my girl good luck, yeah. For all the douchebags in your life, all the jerks calling your wife, I say good luck. I'm wishing my girl good luck. Tears are passing, times are hard. I saw you last night in the bar, and all your tattoo is a scar. I hope it didn't hurt too much. All I wanted was to keep it true. Swear these bouquets of flowers are for you. Honey, my kindness isn't a disgrace. It's just to make up for the breakup. I'm alone now. And though my heart wants you to stay, the only thing I've left to say is girl, good luck. I'm wishing my girl good luck, yeah. For all the douchebags in your life, all the jerks calling your wife, I say good luck. I'm wishing my girl good luck. Girl, I'm wishing you good. I'm wishing you good luck, yeah. La, 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 good luck. Girl, I'm wishing you good luck. And I'm wishing you good luck. I'm wishing you good luck.
It's been a long road with many twists, turns, and frankly, a couple of obstructions along the way. I'm going to call the council about that later, but we're finally here at the TFT Rising Legends Finals. My name is Niberia, and I am joined here by Counterfeit and Makes on my two sides. We're getting ready for some gameplay.
The Idas, but Lux still proves to be a fantastic carry after these buffs. I had a question, I now have an answer. The Lux reroll is definitely viable, and maybe a combo we'll be seeing a whole lot of throughout this tournament. But the instant big gem, Bard instead trying with a Tempered Fate to buy more time, but stops the ult from the Acel. Could have helped with that synergy with the Bartle. Instead, Yone just decimates everything.
His face for now, but it's not going to do him any harm. He's just going to slice through that Shyvana, slice through the Xiaoyu, and
Big
I think
hole.
it will be enough. The Lux goes one
The
more.
healing is so big.
Oh, no! You were the chosen one!
That's the thing about this. Last game, Spanish player did very well, two Spanish players very poorly. Now they rotate around. Lumarpin's the one that wins.
Is that what you told them?
They're sacrificing for each other. You know, this is how strong a community is.
Up and loses here. They've got a way to reconfigure the board. The Hazel is trunking out the damage though. We'll see if the last bit can come through. The knockup is good, and I think this will be the end. The black hole beckons for Zyko, and they are out of there. Lumarpin goes from 8th all the way to 1st.
We're going to be seeing the standings for all of the lobbies coming up now and see where everyone's been at. Of course, Bricks previously was leading all of them, first place 3 times in a row, but now that streak has ended, so I'm interested to see where he's sitting. Second place. That makes sense.
To get those stacks through. Double is, of course, looking to try to rest their descent. So they are the other player who is going with the signer who has gone towards the graves. That cast, this is from an unstacked Deja, and it rips the board apart.
But in the end, I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. Can the theory finish it off?
You shot the wrong way, Deja.
There she goes. Lelouch's final game. 2 Zephyrs coming in onto the backline will not hit the Deja, but will it be enough for that Yasuo to survive? He's just slicing and dicing about getting knocked out by the Yone, and that could just be the fatal end for this Mirage comp. The Deja is still going strong, but she will also find her end, and Potable takes game number 5.
Thank you everyone for coming. Tomorrow's stream will be at 3 p.m. CET here on twitch.tv/Teamfight Tactics for more TFT EMEA action. We'll see you there.
Hello and welcome back to the EMEA Rising Legends Finals. I am here with Impatches Panda and with my name is Makes, and unfortunately something has happened yesterday night. Somebody stole our dearest secret lat chairs, and now I guess we have to open the show standing until we can find some replacement. But before we go there, guys, bring us in. What is Rising Legends?
So Rising Legends is our premier tournament circuit in the EMEA region. So that's going to be the Middle East, Europe, and Africa in a different order. But yes, and we have been, have 3 Golden Spatula Cups, a Superbrawl, and a bunch of TFT regional competitions, and they have all led us now here to the Rising Legends Finals, where we are going to crown our EMEA champion and find our, our participants in the Dragonlance Championship.
Thank you so much for that. And we have a newly crowned TikTok king here on Desk Live for you guys. Panda, please tell us about our socials.
Talk about Twitter, but definitely not TikTok. That is not my area of expertise and will no longer be my area of expertise in the future.
Shame.
But our Twitter, our freshly baked account for this set 7 is going to be TFT Esports EMEA. And of course, for this event and for every event we do, if you want to, tell us who your favorite player is, who your favorite caster is, maybe, you can use the TFT Rising Legends hashtag and let us know.
The self-plug.
Spoiler alert.
Panda just waiting for those ads to come through. It's okay, Panda. We can all.
Gotta hype myself up, Mick. You're not gonna do it, so someone has to do it.
All right. But we have to remind you guys that we did change the format for these regional finals. So it's going to mirror a little bit more of what will happen at the World Championship. Yesterday, we did see 5 games already. No eliminations just yet. But today is going to be another 5 games. And then the big elimination comes in, Panda.
It's not elimination yet, but some players are in a difficult spot. They have to do pretty much the impossible, which is win 5 games of TFT in a row in a stacked roster of players like we have here in this regional final. So it's going to be tough. Not eliminated yet. They have a slight chance we do, but it's kind of like a 1%er maybe.
1%, that's like hitting legendary on level 7, it happens. But
sometimes you just get those Shyvana 2s at 4-1, right? We saw that happen.
That's something we've seen before, definitely, right? Like that is, you need the highest of the high rolls, but that's what it takes to become a good tournament player, right? You need to capitalize on those high rolls.
Yeah, 100%. Now, capitalizing on high rolls is something you need to do when you play ladder. And we have someone here that has played a key in competitive TFT. So, Panda, you've done some grinding. Can you tell us how the ladder looks?
Sure, makes no problem. Oh, hey Max, is it time now for the interview with the Dragonlands EMEA champion, Revan? Oh wait, I leaked that from the script. I'm sorry. I mean the top Spanish player, Revan. Very excited for the interview in Teamfight and Tactics. Hello everyone, it's Impetuous Panda from the Rising Legends broadcast team, and we're back with Teamfight and Tactics. And as a Spanish person myself, this is maybe the interview that I've been looking forward to the most, because we have one of the top Spanish players and definitely the top streamer from Spain as well. Revan is here with us. Revan, how are you feeling today?
Hello, I'm feeling good. I'm a little bit sleepy because I just woke up like 1 hour ago.
It's not so early, Revan, so this is something...
But that's not gonna get told on the interview. We will say
okay,
it's 8 a.m. 7 a.m. actually.
We can see the sun here. Revan, for someone that maybe isn't Spanish, hasn't been following esports and overall the streaming on Twitch, can you give a brief intro to who you are and maybe your journey in TFT?
Yeah, well, I'm Revan, and I've been doing quite a lot of things since I started on the internet. I started as a League pro player, and then I changed into TFT. And I've been playing TFT since it got released, like from season 1 until now. There's been more seasons that I played more because I like it more the game, and there's seasons that I played less. But more or less, I've been playing TFT since it got released until now.
Yeah, we were talking a bit before the interview started about set 3. That's when we were both actually taking it more seriously. That's when I first started playing, trying to play at a high level. And you were one of the players that I started watching. I hadn't heard about you from the league days because I didn't follow it so much. But I used to always watch you playing reroll protectors and caring about economy a lot, as your name indicates in game. And it was just really fun time. So it's great to have this interview with you now in set 6. And I wanted to ask you a bit about this, journey from set 3. You played a lot. Set 4 and 5, not so much. But set 6, you came back. Set 7 especially, you came back with very ambitious goals representing Koi, one of the big new esports org from Ibai. Overall, can you tell us about why you came back to TFT and kind of what was the reason for coming back and streaming and trying to play so much?
I came back because you always come back where you were happy. And I was looking for some content, something to do. And I thought, I want to try back to play TFT because I actually liked a lot TFT. The thing is that on the other seasons, first of all, I didn't like a lot the mechanics, but also I couldn't take TFT seriously because there was so much things going on my life and I couldn't focus on playing TFT like I'm doing right now. So, for example, I had the boxing match, and meanwhile the boxing match, it's impossible to focus on TFT and try to be really good at it because you just cannot focus on those things on your mind, So when I had the time, I just spoke with Ibai and I told him that I wanted to compete on TFT, that I could do it. He trusted me, and here we are.
Your journey has been great. I think when you first got signed by Koi, and there was a lot of, obviously, some criticism in the community saying, are you going to live up to it? Are you, actually going to be competing at the highest level? And then you just pretty much shut everyone up at the start with GSC 1. You had a great performance. I was completely simping all your Nidalee games. I was forcing Nidalee a lot as well at the time, like most Spanish players. So it was really fun seeing you get I believe it was 5th in that first GSC. So hopefully you can do the same in this tournament and really kind of shut everyone up and show that you are definitely one of the best players in EMEA and definitely one of the best players in Spain as well. But talking about Spain, Revan, there's been a huge amount of growth in this set when it comes to the boot camps in Madrid. How have you felt with the Spanish community overall, with players like Snooty and Iguana? Have you felt kind of comfortable with all the top players?
Yeah, I actually like a lot the Spanish TFT scene. I think we are a little big family. We try to help each other because we are learning about the French scene, At least that's how I see it. Because right now in Europe, the country that has more level probably, or more players that are actually getting into walls and everything, it's France. And that's not because in France they are more intelligent than us. It's just because they are doing things way better. And what they are doing better, it's they are helping much more each other. They do what we are doing this season. They did it since season 1, that 3 people in the same call, working on the same game, sharing thoughts, So we are just like replicating what they do a little bit. And I'm sure that with time, that will help the Spanish scene to get better.
Not just that much more time, because already in this set 7, I don't know if you know, Revan, but in set 6, we had 11 French players, I believe, or 12 maybe, in the regional finals. This set, we only have 5. Germany went from having no players to having 5 players in this set, and Spain as well. We only had Aka Wonder, we only had 1 player in the last regional finals, and now we have, I think it's 4 or 5. So already you can see the difference, and as you're mentioning, I think it's very important. This community, this kind of cohesion where everyone's trying to really go towards one similar goal is already showing kind of the fruits of that labor coming in this set. So Revan, thank you so much for the time, for the interview, for your insights, and best of luck in this tournament. As a Spanish person myself, I really wish you or one of the Spanish players can do it.
Thank you.
So good luck, Revan.
Thank you very much, and well, goodbye, guys.
Thank you so much for that lovely insight and the interview, Panda. But now we want to bring it back a little bit to things that excited us from yesterday. Because you guys at home, hi chat, you already saw a video of all of the highlights, but we still want to talk about it. And something happened in one of the off-stream lobbies yesterday that really got me thinking, because you know how we always talk about holding hands and how players usually don't profit from that? There is this situation where one player goes, I would really like to have a Siphon Shio too. What about you, Panda?
Yeah, I'm down.
You'd also like that?
I love Jade.
Okay,
Yeah.
What about you, Wida?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. How about we get first to third place then?
Yeah,
Zolo,
sounds good.
Unid, and Lecoco yesterday came in first to third with Soifin, 2-star dragons on both of them in one of the off-stream lobbies, which is just crazy to me.
I mean, especially because we saw the composition kind of struggle, like on our on-stream lobbies, like struggling to find a first place, for example. Very often we saw some like Dasig bleed to a 4th.
I think it's also common that once you get your 2-star dragon, you don't usually try and go for the 3-star dragon. You maybe go 9 instead to put in a bard to get a different unit in. So you leave those dragons open, whereas other comps like Deja, maybe you want to go for that 3-star Deja if you have a chance. So it is rare to have that happen, but I'm a big Jade Whisper enjoyer, so any mention of Jade, I'm down for.
Okay, fantastic. We're going to have a look at what players are down for in just a second. But in general, there was a lot of stuff going on. You can see behind us the highlights are playing once again. I was very excited to generally see some of the players that we weren't expecting to do Omega Grade come through. We will talk about that in just a little bit. But let's speak about augment choices, because with set 7 and augments and decisions, there's always a trend of specific augments that are very, very good. Now, if you were to give me one augment that you pick 100% of the time, Panda, which one would it be?
Oof. If I have to only choose one that I have to pick just every single time I see it, I'd probably be Celestial Blessing 2 or 3, because it's just such a generically good but also open augment where whatever I'm playing, it's going to benefit it. Well, there's some augments that might be good, but only specific comps. If I get it offered 4-2, I'm playing, AP instead of AD, I got Knife's Edge. Not a good pick, but Celestial Blessing I think works with everything, so that would probably be it, to be honest.
Yeah?
Scope weapons too. It has to be said, right?
Yone enjoyer.
Okay,
I mean,
okay.
Like the entirety of our lobby, right? Like just pure Yone Fiesta all day yesterday.
Are we calling it that officially, the Yone Fiesta?
One of the big differences from NA actually having yesterday as well, NA had pretty much half of the Yone representation in their tournament. So I think definitely EU seems to favor this carry a little bit more than other regions as well.
We have to keep in mind the NA regionals are played on 2020B, whereas we are on 2021. But we have something ready for you guys at home. If you're wondering what you should pick, we have selected the augments from our on-stream lobbies with the highest pick rate and their placement. And I would say good call with the Celestial Blessing coming to...
It's an easy one.
12% pick rate, top 4 average placement. Talk to me a little bit about the Better Together, Wida.
Better Together is the main pillar of the Seraphine Graves composition, really, and that's why it has the top 4%. Because very often when you are picking it, you're either picking it together with Rengar, you're picking it together with Seraphine Graves, 2 comps that excel at finishing in that top 4 slot.
Yeah.
We also have, of course, with Dasik, we saw, especially, I think that's a clip that I hope to see at some point in some highlight video today, because that was his face when we saw that triple Zeeks video. We were both just laughing when we saw that happen.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great moment.
Yeah, the Zeeks are zeeking around for sure. Very attractive item nonetheless still happening here. But that's it for the augments for now. There's something that I'm sure chat wants to know, and I also want to know, because of course I didn't look at the leaderboard 20,000 times yesterday already, as well as this morning. I want to know what the standings look like, Vida, and this time we're going to throw you in for a twist. We're going to go from the bottom to the top.
I'm going to start this off saying that I seem to have the reverse of the golden touch. I made a joke about Revan becoming world champion, and he is currently sitting in a tough spot for him as well. He wanted to be qualified at Worlds. It's looking pretty grim for his chances. Has to win pretty much every game here today. But overall, these are some players that we know from their own perspective as well. They thought they weren't really favorites. They thought they weren't really as prepared or didn't gel really with this set. It is, of course, tough. TFT is something you can come in feeling good, feeling confident, and then all of a sudden you low roll some augments, you have some bad games, that change into a snowball kind of mental effect, and you could end up at the bottom of these standings. So it's still just a journey to even make it here. So it's not really the end of the world if you are currently at the bottom of the standings.
Like, look at this middle of the field, right? Like it is ever so close right now, and today is going to be super important. We're talking about it at the end of the show yesterday about how these players are going to take the energy that they brought into the end of the game. Yes, let's take a player like Potable, for example, right? Ended yesterday on a high, won a game, fantastic play around Salvage Bin with the Yone, for example. If you can, take that momentum and then carry that all the way throughout today, he could find himself in the top 8.
Yeah, and to be honest, there are some surprises in that leaderboard currently on this slide here. Place number 9, Kesman, tweeted that one day before the tournament, I know I'm not a favorite, but I'm going to try my very best. Is currently looking really, really good here in this tournament, and I definitely want to respect that. I know you guys were also having some players in your mind that you wanted to talk about.
My two, essentially, not my picks to win it all, that was Ging, but Lelouch and Dasik, 2 players that I've clearly stated throughout this tournament, I think are the most consistent players in terms of ladder stats, in terms of tournament stats, in terms of GSCs. They're both in the front page, and we're seeing the big names as well. The French have reactivated. They know that now it's a serious tournament, so all of a sudden, Double 61, Lekoko wake up and actually just perform as they did last regionals. Really,
I
it's France taking over.
I can see Wida smile, because that's the one thing he always says. If Casey Double comes to play, he comes to play.
Yeah, absolutely right. And again, we are towards the back end of the set when he has the full idea about how to transition and what to do, because he does play this very technically versatile way of playing TFT, where he will go for spots that you might seem a little bit off to most people. But another player I wanted to highlight quickly was Noel. In I believe setting in 7th place or 9th place, maybe. 7th. After yesterday, as a player that has really been a driver for the in-houses. So again, a player that really wanted to be the best person they could be for this tournament.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really great point that you bring up, because every time a tournament comes around, there is this question of how do you prepare for it most ideally? Do you play on a different server to practice with the Chinese, who have dominated TFT for sure? Do you try to play with other people? Do you get your friends in and get you some coaching from other challenger players? It's all up there. So something that players will be looking forward to is how the meta evolves. And I said it before, 2021, very young patch. So we are seeing it evolve right in front of our eyes. And there's something there that's a little bit scary to anyone who was watching yesterday. So just, hold your blankies up and be ready. He's going to appear behind me in just a second.
Watch out.
Ah, there he is.
It's Yone. Yone has been we saw it in game 5, especially in game 2. Lelouch had that crazy Yone 3 Swiftshot emblem, got the Curse Crown to double down on a board that was already incredibly strong and really take that win pretty easily. And the same with Potable in game 5. It's not in your final board, that's fine, but because the stats we're looking at, it was 14 players that finished with Yone in their board, but also all the players that use Yone as a transitional carry throughout stage 3. It's hard to even count. I don't have the hands. I think all 3 of us together don't have the hands to count the amount of times we saw Yone on the stream.
Absolutely. Again, we just see the versatility, right? Because a lot of the preset for a lot of people is that if I don't have scope weapons too, I do not have a switch emblem, I can't play Yone. Well, seems like it's just been, double RFC, and that's, then the slashing just starts.
I want to mention something that really scared me when I looked at yesterday's comms. You guys know that that's something I like to do on the stat Kremlin here. And there was players who did not have a rapid fire cannon, who did not have a swift shot emblem, who didn't have a scoped weapons augment, and yet still pursued that Yone 3 and placed in the top 4 with it, which is honestly a little bit unethical that that's a possibility. But speaking of ethics, there is something that is just as exciting, and that is our Shimmer scales, because they're back.
They're back, and in what a way. I think they never really left. I think just there was more options. Maybe Astral was as appealing earlier in the set, but right now Shimmer is all over the place. I think we mentioned yesterday so many times, especially with certain items, Gold Lantern Staff being one of those. Works so well on Volibear.
Guido's favorite.
And overall, even just Determined Investor, if you get it very, very early, we saw so many early Idases that was kind of mind-blowing, those late stage 2, early stage 3 Idases that gets you to 5 Shimmer skill even. And because Dragon boards are so strong, because you need so much gold to really perform at a high level and get those cap boards that not just top 4, but win lobbies, it makes it so that Shimmer skill is almost a necessity. I think the game we were casting, game 4, I was looking on the side. I'm like, wait, Shimmer skill, Astral, every single player.
Yeah, they all had econ traits activated in that round. I do want to give you another tidbit of what has happened yesterday, because I believe it was Potable who went 7th with an Idas 3, so maybe not pursued that one.
I mean, it sounds like a Potable moment, right? A player that really does like to go for these big, grandiose game lines. We talked about how he is a very risk-willing player. Like, he will just go for it and you try to really take the win. And again, that's something that's going to be super important today, because he is pretty far down the standings, right? But again, all these players today, they need to be taking risks, they need to be playing, need to guarantee themselves a spot, because we are going to be cutting to just the 8 players for tomorrow.
Yeah, and speaking of grandiose games and grand dragons, there's another one lurking in the shadows. Azul and the Guardians are very, very popular. Guardians in general, I think especially in the first 2 games played by Darkest, they were really looking for those chonky boys. Just such a good comp to splash in at the moment.
The buff was very relevant. Rakan is a unit. I'd call him a trait buff because he has great traits, but he's actually a good unit as well, so it's like doubling down on how good he is. And the fact that Azul is now the king of all the dragons. It used to be Ao Shin, but I think players have now decided over the past few patches that Azul is just a little bit more consistent in the way the black hole does damage. Overall, Ao Shin, if he doesn't get the cast, you wait all this time, all of a sudden he dies to some random Rengar, whatever it is. That's it, your fight's over. You're relying too much on one Ao Shin, whereas Azul casts more often, is able to whittle down the board slowly, and able to get you more consistent results in those late game fights.
Yeah, I feel like Azul is like in a weird spot just in general, like throughout the entirety of like set 7, right? Because he's been like in the shadow for all his life, and then he's like kind of come out to shine.
Really?
I mean, so like there were like patches where he was like, he was like super broken, and then he was nerfed, like they were like hot fixed, and then he just came back and just like stood in the shadow of Ao Shin for like a while, and now it's kind of been like an even playing field where Azul seems to be the more consistent of the two.
Yeah, just Azul lurking around the corner waiting that he can come back into the meta, and apparently we keep letting him do that, so I don't know, that's just where we're going with this. But we also have exciting news for you guys at home, because I know you're always waiting and watching and spamming those commands, even though it doesn't do anything. So now we will tell you a little bit about our giveaways for you guys. Wida, why don't you start us off with LoL Esports?
Yes, we are of course going to be on LoL Esports. So again, if you want to go over there, there is going to be lovely capsules. You can find yourself. Remember to connect your account and watch whichever stream you like on there. And it's going to be obviously you want to watch us. But
yeah,
I hope so. Unless you don't speak English, then
please watch
what
us.
are you doing here? Yeah. But we also have eggs. Mates,
Yeah.
it's not the only thing, and I will do my best now to tell people at home, if you see a whole dump of egg codes, they work. They do work, but you have to be very fast. It's only one-time use, so you have to get that code, put it into your client, and activate it before anyone else does. But if you're not able to do it in time, it will just give you an error, so that is the reason for that. Other than that, it's trivia from just all this set, all the different GSCs from the captures as well. So if you've paid attention, if you've done your homework this entire set, you will for sure get some egg codes today.
Yeah, keep those people know that coming because we have more giveaways for you guys. And there's another one that we need to explain because I saw some confusion about that. So we are partnered with AMD and we love that. We're so happy to have them here and support us in this tournament. And they're so happy to be partnered up with us that they want to give something to you. You can win a gaming laptop. And the way that it works is whenever a treasure dragon rolls around, there will be a command active in chat that's going to be triggered by !AMD, but that's not going to give you an entry to the giveaway. Remember, not an entry to the giveaway. You need to head on over to their Twitter page and participate in the giveaway that they set up there. The command is only an easy way to bring you there. So keep those eyes peeled, take part in the giveaways. There's loads and loads to go around for you. But before we toss to our in-game casters, I want to hear a prediction from both of you guys. Panda, why don't you start us off? Who's gonna end up qualifying for tomorrow? And remember, KC Double is cheating.
I'm not going to talk about Spain.
No, he's not
cheating, but naming him is cheating. Sorry,
Someone
to
check him
clarify.
PC, you know?
I was going to talk about Spain, but I'm not going to say anything. I am no longer Spanish. I am once again Swedish for this day 2. I learned my lesson. And I will say that I think Kezman is in a good position. He's 9th right now. I live in Poland, so there's some Polish bias there as well. And I think Kezman's a nice guy, and he's a good player, so I think he's definitely going to make it today. He has to just be consistent like he was yesterday, and he'll find himself in that top 8.
Sometimes I wonder why Panda doesn't say Dale after every sentence, but he's like acting like Mr.
I'm
Worldwide
containing
over
myself,
there.
Rita.
But I will say that I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say, you know, Potable's risk-willing playstyle is gonna bring him from that 20th spot wherever he's at into the top 8.
Okay, and I'm going to stick with my prediction from yesterday. I'm going to say Lelouch is listening to me. He is doing exactly what I told him to, and that is to win. So he's going to qualify for tomorrow. And with that, I believe our in-game casters are ready because I can see them dancing over here on the other side of the stage. Maybe they continue to do that when we pan over. Maybe they behave. I cannot promise you anything. But here they go. Nibiria and Counterfeit are ready for you guys.
Thank you so much, Makes. And you know, Peter, just like one of our best performing augments, I think we're better together. Let's go. Getting into it. It's knockout day, Peter.
It's a big old knockout day. And of course, it's really about 2 classes of players, just like every good upstairs, downstairs British drama. What are those 2 classes, Nibiria?
All right, so basically, let's break it down. We've got our top 8. They're going to be sitting fairly pretty, but we've got this whole smorgasbord of players in the middle of the pack. Between places 10 and 23, there's only a 3-point difference. Everyone in that range, nearly half of our players, have either 21, 22, 23, 24 points. I don't know why I ended up counting. I'm just that excited today, Peter.
Yeah, it's an absolute shark tank with the way things are set up. We've got the snake seeding, meaning that no longer will the top players be in their rarefied air with each other. No, they have to get down and dirty with everyone who's got every motivation to play out of their mind to climb up that table.
And unlike BBC sitcoms, there's no ivory tower for them to hide in, just like you said. And of course, these players are going to have to playing very risky, just like me trying to complete that sentence in proper grammar. Because you don't get to rely on going for those consistent top 4 compositions. It is feast or famine today. You have to go for gold. And that might cause problems for some of those top 4 players who just want to play consistent because they are so safe.
Yeah, and it's very hard, of course, to play consistent when everybody else is playing ultra explosive. You know, you kick the tempo up of the lobby, people start dying around you, and suddenly your top position doesn't look anywhere near as secure.
So let's start talking about some of those compositions that they're going to be playing as we get into the lobby. Let's actually see who we're going to be looking at. And I suspect we're going to be seeing a familiar face here from yesterday's interview. It is going to be Bricks leading the lobby, currently 3rd place on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and as I said, one of those players who is up at the top, looking to be torn down from their perch. Revan, of course, we had the interview with them as well. They have got an awful long way to go today.
And I do have to shout out one player here. Sinar, of course, has been a very, classical player here for EMEA TFT, but something he did was very avant-garde yesterday. He was playing the Soul Siphon Cannoneer Namzi, a composition near and dear to my heart, mostly because it's absolutely insane.
Absolutely. It's very rare to
Not
get
in the strong
components to bring
way,
it
just
together.
in the actually out of his mind way.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, for our players, they'll be looking to try and find every single avenue they can get through. On the desk, of course, they talked about the conventional picks, which are very strong. We know absolutely that our players know what they can do to get up to the top under normal circumstances, but these are not normal circumstances. This is day 2. We are cutting so much of the field. We've given them 2 days to show exactly what they're made of.
And now we're going to get into it. Game number 1 of day 2. The knockout stage begins now.
Oh boy. So yeah, let's go back and talk about some of the comps that people are going to be running here. Of course, we had that Yone, through some absolute blinders. Makes, of course, point out as well, we've had ourselves a Jade Siphon, which hasn't actually managed to win any lobbies, but there's one comp in particular that I like because, again, it's a little out of this world. It's Lilia reroll with 3 first places across the first day of play.
Eeping it up, baby, and I think that's one of the compositions that I find most interesting, especially on a day like today. You're going to be expecting some players to go for that hyper late game, that level of high risk, but some of them, they're going to be saying, what if I just high roll a reroll composition? What if I just go all in? And Lilia reroll has a really strong cap played that way. You can go for the level 6 reroll for Braum and Lilia. Level 7, you've got Diana, Olaf, you've got the 4 scales going there, and they will provide a ton of damage for you. Got that natural damage reduction, and that gives you a really high cap board for a level 7 board.
And of course, it does take a certain selection of augments to come together to really have that take off. But let's take a quick look at something that is much more generic. Mirage will be Warlords this time around. Of course, we see that be a great general choice for a lot of players.
I'm going to be looking forward in the next couple of rounds, see if anyone's running Shimmer Scale, figure out what that was. Because yesterday, every time we saw Goldmancer staff, every time we saw Warlords, it was Deja time. It wasn't just the Yone focus that we saw for the rest of the day.
So we do see Yone and Leona both there for Solo Gasang. Not going to take them this time around, even though they could be stacking up the Warlords. Going to be sticking towards Jade. As mentioned before, consistency is key when you're up at the top.
Yeah, and of course that Jade composition, we saw that Soifen composition as well. The desk talked about it earlier, so I suspect that's what Solo is going to be going for as we get ready to head into our augment stage. We check out Skarambez's board, nothing too exciting here either.
And Skarambez picking up number 11 as of day number 1. So definitely one of our players who are looking to try and bust into that top 4. They're kind of in a little bit of a no man's land there where, if they do take some risks, they could be overtaken themselves. But if you don't take any risks, they can't penetrate top 8.
Oh, devastating charge. I want to see it.
That would be an amazing Lilia choice.
I know. I'm waiting for it. It's probably going to be Celestial Blessing. They talked about it on the desk, one of the most consistent augments in the game at the moment. So that's what I'm expecting Solo Gasang to go for. But if there's any player I trust to pull out reroll compositions in the EMEA finals, it's Solo Gasang.
Yes!
Oh, even better, baby. Let's
Solo's
go!
built different, and so are we. This is exactly what we wanted to see. So remember again, the recent change to the built different augments means you cannot pick up multiple copies of them. They are going to be on gold for the entire game. But it's stronger than silver. It is a build-around.
We saw it place 3rd place yesterday on stream. Wasn't as strong as I would hope it had been, but it allows you to play multiple flexible carries. You're going to be going into the Graves, who we've already seen be very strong, and allow you to pair him with either Nyla for a secondary carry or Seraphine to set him up even more effectively, which is something you see very traditionally in that Seraphine Graves composition that has been, frankly, haunting competitive.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the reason, of course, that, or at least the major reason why Built Different is seeing so much attention. Of course, there's a few other ways you can take it, but let's get our little flavor as of that first round. As you can see, we've got our early winners coming in. It seems like our players are going to be building up some decent 2-stars to kick us off here. We'll see if this is going to be one of those games that goes longer, as, of course, there we go. Our augments are here.
Yeah, I'm looking here at Sweller Tiger's board, going for the early Olaf. Just going to let him die multiple times. Got potential items for Yone. No, just going to sell him instead and go for Giant Slayer on Ezreal. Not looking for that Olaf Yone composition.
And that's surprising, particularly, we've seen a lot of players doing very well with Yone, but very well with Olaf as well. A very close cousin of that kind of composition, and you can make it work the exact same way. Bricks, of course, currently undefeated with that better together. That's a huge amount of shielding early on.
Looking forward to seeing him go, potentially, as talked about by Wida, that Seraphine Graves composition again. And guys, at home, if you're not used to competitive TFT, get ready for us to say Seraphine Graves as many times as you think humanly possible, then add 2 or 3 more. the two of them have been really dominating the competition, really flexible composition in terms of not needing those 3 stars, but still able to go very late into the game. So I'm expecting that or potentially one of those Zeke's Herald-focused compositions here from Brix.
I do want to pick up on one of the points which they had on the desk as well. You mentioned there were some games, to go back to Yone for a moment, that we saw multiple different players trying to pick up Yone and use it as a transitional carry. It still didn't stop Yone from ultimately still being a super strong unit and a win condition.
Yeah, Potable during that game was saying, all right, I've got a 2-star Yone. That sucks, but don't worry about it. I'm just going to wait, going to bide my time, and survived shockingly long before he was able to roll down after everyone pivoted off, find the Yone 3, and win the lobby.
All right, so let's see. What have we got here? Zyko. So they've committed into the Warriors straight away. They've got themselves an emblem. They've got themselves a Yone with the rapid fire cannon, and we know that means trouble for everybody else.
Double rapid fire cannon also haunted our games yesterday. 2 players on stream able to pull that one out and pull out victories with it. The Warrior Diana, definitely a newer adaptation here coming out from Zyko, fairly unique, but we've also seen him play a lot of Scale Scorn on stream previously, so this is a composition around which he's going to be comfortable.
I mean, Zyko didn't pick up any first places at all yesterday, but they only got 1 bot 4. They're number 6 overall, so again, they're very close to being those upper class upper class of players, because of course it's very important to know exactly where you stand in the standings. But let's get onto our carousel. As we can see, our players have mostly committed their items early on, so we definitely get the impression that business is picking up.
Interested to see where Sweller goes from here. We saw him going for the early Giant Slayer slam and popped that onto an Ezreal, but he's now got the option to go heavily into that AD composition, picked up an Olaf again. Don't suspect that means he's actually going for it, but it means he's going to have a whole lot of punch to whatever carry he puts that on.
And oh, hello, it's our old friend Karma. More recently removed from general contention after the nerfs to her and the Dragon Master making the whole frontline Karma thing, fortunately, mostly a thing of the past. We don't tend to see it so much in tournament play, but for Super here, I mean, they're doing pretty darn well. They're the only undefeated player in the lobby with just a couple of rounds left to keep hold of that streak.
My eyes may deceive me here, Counterfeit, but that's the point of the Mirage trait. I think this is going to be heading towards a Deja. You've got the Shiv already there, which is a fine item on Deja herself, but also helps amplify her damage when put on other units, and you've already got the Warlord stacking on that early Nunu and the Leona.
Let's see how it does here. Up against Solo, of course, we know has got a pretty decent board of their own, and Karma's spending a little bit of time with taking a nap. The Celestial Blessing will keep the front line up for a little bit, but ultimately, Karma's not taking a ton of damage until nearly everybody else on the board is dead. The win streak is going to be over. Nobody makes it out of stage 2 alive.
This is genuinely surprising to me because on average we get 1 or 2 people coming out of these stages uncontested, but now the lobby's going to slow down quite a bit. The free economy you get from fully win streaking into Krugs is absolutely disgusting. Without that, this lobby is going to start pretty low and slow.
We'll see if Super can at least recover themselves, but one player which we'll definitely want to check up on if we can get the chance is Sina in a little bit.
Oh, in the meantime.
Oh, well, I guess that does helpfully bring together another one of the points you brought up before. Shimmer Skill is absolutely everywhere, and this time round, it's not a directly offensive item. It is a good early Shimmer Skill item, the Determined Investor, but it does not give any board strength to start with.
No, but I'm thinking towards the late game, and this is something you can pop on a Yone. If you go for that full Diamond Hands, you can use the Guardian frontline. We saw how effective that has been, especially, Idis paired with Braum. That's one of the strongest frontlines you're going to be able to find. So I'm looking forward to seeing where Zyko goes with this. He's got a lot of options open to him.
But as I said, their board is still a little bit dicey. Yeah. I think Yone is still doing enough work to get through, even though they're the only real offensive option apart from, I suppose, that Diana warrior on the backline who's very slowly taking down the Seraphine.
There we go.
I think it remains in place for now. So Zyko is on the rise, Solo as well. Again, nobody undefeated out of stage 2, but 2 players streaking.
Yeah, I mean, 4 win streak, not too shabby on their end. And now, going to be another quick sell coming in here as the Diamond Hands get swapped around. Looks like pulling out that Scale Scorn.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, we know the scale score can absolutely get the job done. Even if you go, if you go to the warrior route, if you go down the pure scale score route, both of them very strong. With Sina, this is a player we've been looking at up for a little while. Sina ended out 14th overall in day number 1, but the reason why I love Sina so much is because they are one of our 3 players who managed to push through Lilia reroll to first place.
That's right. We're obviously not going to see it this game. The board is setting up, though, towards that Shimmer Scale Lagoon. And now the blue buff slam is going to all but guarantee that fantastic items for a Psalm in the future. And that early econ trait should help out quite a bit, just missing the Nasus for the time being. Never mind. There we go. Solved it.
As we look at the side of the board here, we can see the win streaks being put together. One thing which we really want to point out here, Solo and Zyko, we noticed, of course, they're both on big streaks, but Skarambez and Sana, they're both trying to set up their own win streaks. And of course, we've got 4 players win streaking, 4 players lost streaking. As we talked about yesterday, you can't keep all of those streaks intact. Somebody's going to lose out big by losing a big chunk of their economy.
I don't feel like it's going to be Sinar at this point. You get a Kaisa 2, you get a Rabadon's, and a blue buff. With this composition, that's going to be looking mighty fierce as these early rounds play out. Bricks, on the other hand, one of those players we really want to highlight this game. 3rd place currently in the standings, can play for one of those more consistent top 4 angled compositions, does not need to be going for a desperation play for 1st or 8th.
I mean, that's the unique privilege of being up at the top of the table. We talk about the whole player experience here coming into day 2. This is a pretty unusual situation to not have any eliminations from day 1 to day 2. You get the chance to reconsider as we look to our second augments, and yes, we might be getting a lot more focus.
I want this double trouble. I don't know if it's optimal, and frankly, I don't care. I think it's optimally fun. And that's what I'm about. Oh, reroll coming in.
Zyko's not about fun, though.
Zyko, no fun for us here, just dubs. And frankly, as a fan of the Italian region, it's just a country. All right. For now. But as a fan of the Italian players, I like him going for this more hyper-focused composition, but picking up Jeweled Lotus.
All right, I'm intrigued here. Normally we'll be seeing the Jeweled Lotus being built towards a late-game Dragon Ball, but that's obviously not what we've got on the table here. Maybe we're going to be trying to do something a little bit spicy with our friend Jace, but we'll see. Zyko doesn't have a streak to protect, but they have got a good amount of HP.
Vertical Mirage is an option here. Yone, buddy, there you go. Found his way out of the trap there, sitting in the back. Just wanted to hang out with his friends there, Peter.
Well, a small note as here as we're checking with Skarambez. Again, we noticed that there were players who were trying to win streak, players who were trying to lost streak. Right now, Solo Kazang is the only player managing to keep a significant win streak intact. And I think, again, this is playing back to what we were talking about before. These are very fiercely contested lobbies. I think being able to keep a streak going, or at least a win streak going, is going to be really tough.
And we're watching Zyko struggle a little bit here in this lobby because it is so high tempo. A Yone 1, even with fully stacked Warlords, is not going to do a whole lot of damage. I hate to break it to you, Yone. You're just not cutting it.
No, and I'm really intrigued by where Zyko is going to be going from this one. As I said, the Jewel Lotus, surprising. We have got, of course, that the Terminal Investor going to be paying off. You mentioned the Diamond Hands makes for an enormous amount of extra time for Yone to get the work in. But if Yone's not doing a lot of damage, that's not going to matter.
We've seen this a lot in the recent meta, especially Guardian composition. Last night, a player in the North American Regional Qualifiers, I just want everyone to have this fun fact, went for a full Cannoneer reroll, going for Zeri 3. And the problem there was exactly what we're describing, where it's just you get to the late game and your backline doesn't do enough damage and just gets exploded. Doesn't matter how tanky your frontline is if there's no damage to back it up. Zyko might not actually be running into that this one. Oh. See, I cast her cursed it again. Come on.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about, a safe carry, a relatively safe carry in the Yone who stays towards the back and maybe doesn't have enough damage, Graves kind of hits the opposite end, which is a lot of damage, but almost has like a negative Guardian Angel in that he throws himself into the opposing team, and if you don't play your positioning really well, you lose your big damage carry immediately.
Frankly, if I were running around with a shotgun buffed up by my team, I would also be screaming, charging into the front line. So I kind of feel for Graves on that point. But we're seeing how effective Solo Gasang is being with that win streak he was on was broken recently, but now he's got that Graves. He's got the main carry for his built different composition. I expect him to be sitting pretty for the next couple of rounds.
So let's take a look at our overall standings right now in terms of this game, at least. We can see that for the most part, there's actually a relatively small difference between first place and 7th place, with, of course, the large exception of Bricks.
Yeah, Bricks, unfortunately, not holding too great in this round, but one of the things we were talking about for the other players is that you really want to go for those high-risk, high-reward compositions. Bricks, we were talking to him yesterday during the interview. One of the things that he said that has never been more relevant than this game right now is his plan day one was just to build up a huge block of points so that day two, he could go as hard as he wanted. Going for this strong, very risky composition that he did go for, a bad start here with just the better together, no Graveses, he's going to be feeling fine. He's going to still be calm, and hopefully the econ he got and the upgrades he just picked up will be enough to keep him through.
I mean, certainly the better together combined with now 3 different buff items at least is going to be pretty impressive. The Graves themselves only with the Runan so far, so still a little way to go for Bricks, but again, they are a player who does need to, if not necessarily climb up the standings, arrest their descent before they start getting too far behind anybody else to get a good finish.
Yeah, I mean, just one off of Graves, one off of Zeri. As soon as Bricks hits literally anything in his composition, he's going to be doing fine. The Cybernetic as well, those implants are going to be giving plenty of AD, plenty of health, and going to keep his board as strong as he can get it until he hits those upgrades.
The big concern here, though, of course, we're back to 2 players at the top. Sweller and Sina, they're both win streaking again. And we know, in this situation here, this has been a tough lobby to maintain win streaks in, so our players are not going to be holding anything back. They're going to be pumping gold into keeping those streaks going. As we check in with Zyko again, we can see that we've got ourselves a fully itemized Yone to deal with.
And finally a Yone too as well. Not just a single solitary boy, he's got his 2 friends and they've fusion danced into a Yone 2 carry. And it looks like, however, Bricks' board is still sitting very happy in this matchup, which does not bode well for our Italian player.
No, and I do wonder if maybe the dual Lotus being added onto the Yone board there was an attempt to try and extend the lifespan of the Yone to maybe pitch out a bit higher. But for now, Bricks feeling pretty good. They've managed to get themselves a position where Zyko is, in fact, is on the same HP as them. Skarambez solo, they're starting to drop down as well. So there is light at the end of the tunnel for Bricks and a chance to climb back up.
Let's take a look now at Revan's board. Was going for that Graves composition, but I see 2 Deja floating in the back there. And that, to me, signals a potential pivot with the Warlords. Would be plenty of AP to back up the healing from Death's Dance and the attack speed from the Rageblade.
Well, I mean, certainly for Revan, what we talked to them before, they ended up 30th out of 32 coming out of the first day. They got an 8th with Graves and with Soam as well, so I wouldn't blame them at all for being more inclined to try out some new compositions today and hopefully have the miracle of miracle runs to get through and at least improve their position.
Definitely not having the best of times here in the Rising Legends finals. But on the point you made earlier about the shape of this lobby, we're now at 4-1, we're getting all of our roll downs. And you mentioned those win streaks. But notice that every single win streak has been from a different player. We had Solo Gassan coming in earlier looking really strong, but now he's sitting there in the middle of the pack. Now it's Sweller and Sinar who struggled early, but are now keeping the win streaks, which to me signals that the econ might be pretty even across the board in terms of total strength.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, there's so much gold being pumped into raw combat power. And of course, that exemplifies that very well for Sweller. Instead of a Zaya, for now it's an Ezreal doing a good amount of work, but Sweller's win streak, like all win streaks, like all empires, comes to a close.
And now, potential rebound for a lot of our players as we come up on our final augment round. A lot of them, I assume, are just going to be praying that it's not a prismatic.
Well, your prayers are answered. It's gold all the way across the board, which means our players are at least playing in a relatively comfortable area, augment-wise, even if the lobby itself has been very spicy indeed.
Stand United is really going to help Revan here. I do want to give a shout out for our viewers. Pay attention here. We've got multiple players contesting this Graves position, yes, you only do need a 2-star, but if you really want to go feast or famine, if you want to cap out this composition as hard as possible, you really do need those 3 stars.
Well, this lobby kind of reminds us of what we saw yesterday, which is, we had lobbies where there was tons of gold to go around. I think in this lobby, where the gold is being spent on the units, it's being spent on the board, we do get a lot more mileage out of these lower end boards because everyone's just chucking everything in to try and grab their own win streak.
Back on Zyko's board here. We've been seeing this struggle consistently throughout the latter half of this game. Only sitting on a Yone 2, has a 3rd item, healing item as well, which is going to lower the cap of the board, especially with the Yone 2. But hasn't really found anything more. Just 2 more sitting on his bench, has a duplicator, but the Tiamat is looking like it actually may turn things around. I was getting ready to criticize this board more. Do my man Yone bad. And I apologize to all Yones everywhere, except the ones that show up in my solo queue games. I'm sorry for underestimating you. With the Tiamat, that AoE seems to have turned Zyko's fortunes around.
Well, it's a nice meta call, because if we're dealing with a lot of Seraphine Graves comps, we've got a lot of comps that are clumped together, and the Tiamat gives your Yone the area effect on his attacks. So clumped comps and area effect damage is always going to be a good combination.
Oh, we've got Sinar going for some Dragon Imperialist, an augment we have not seen a whole lot of, not once on stream yesterday, but that is going to give so much damage to his Dragon, of which he has none on the board at the moment.
Don't
Peter.
worry, it's coming. It's coming right now.
Yeah, I mean, I see the bench, but I'm just... Come on, put it in. Let Soam have some time to shine. Finally, her damage has never been very impressive. This is finally a chance for her to show off.
Well, this is the thing. Over in the US regionals, which are going on at the same time, and will of course be happening once our event is done here today, they will definitely be leaning much more towards the Soam side of things, whereas we've been going more towards the Yone side. So I think actually, maybe Soam is onto something here. Maybe this is an avenue that's been underexplored in day 1.
I think similarly we might be seeing some Xayah comps later today. I'm just going to put that bookmark in,
absolutely.
See if it comes back. NA regionals have been just infested with Xayahs. Exterminators haven't come in and cleaned out the nests, so they're just popping up everywhere.
Well, of course, we saw that Ezra from before, with a really good setup for a guild Xayah composition from before. So
yeah,
but people have been really rating Ezra as an item carrier. And again, we are in day 2. This is the last day for our players to try and find their way up the table. I think trying to be the first ones on these comps that have proven themselves in another very relevant and immediate competition is a very smart move.
Rotating over here to Skarambez's board, this is a player that is not going to be very happy with this position. Not that anyone would be. Skarambez sitting right in that crucial area of 11th place, right on the cusp of hitting that top 8 that would guarantee him safety for the final day. However, 30 HP at the moment does not exactly bode well for him.
At least what we do have is something that Dark has certainly brought to our attention in the first couple of games. The Guardians coming out in pretty good force, and we've also got the Mirage emblem as well on our Idis frontline. So that's going to be a very beefy frontline that will hopefully allow time for Deja to scale up.
Carries his Guardians was something that the desk brought up as well. We saw a lot of ASOL yesterday with that Guardian emblem, allowing a lot more tankiness in that backline. A shocking amount. Skarambez picks up a disgusting amount of gold.
Oh boy, yeah. Unfortunately, I think we do have a little bit of a problem when it comes to the Guardians, which is, you get the shield, but you only get it one time. It's not like a continuous effect. You're becoming more tanky. So when you're up against these DPS, just doing damage and damage and damage, once those shields drop, you effectively don't have a trait anymore.
Well, also, the 4 1-star units on the board really is not helping with this position. Rolling down for some more shots, but I'm not too optimistic about Skarambez's position here. Will probably have to use that duplicator on Deja if he wants to stay in it. Only 19 HP as he heads into the Dragon, and he will drop it.
Yeah, we call it, and I think it is. Skarambez acknowledging.
Zyko.
11th coming in. Oh my gosh, Zyko hits a 3-star Yone, but we'll check in with them in a second. Skarambez, I think, they're currently on a 7-loss streak, so they kind of want to lose this round, but just in such a way that they don't take any more damage they can absolutely, possibly allow for. Guardian 6 has come in, so it will be hard to knock down these individual units.
I think either option is something Skarambes is going to be happy with, because think of the position in which he loses here. Yes, he maintains his streak, and that's great to recover his now abysmal economy. But if he loses here, he's one hit from dead for the rest of the game. There is no HP buffer. So I think the win is not as bad as you might expect.
All right, at least we've made it to Treasure Dragon, and our players will be able to pick up a little bit for themselves.
And as will our viewers. Remember, there's a giveaway going in AMD in chat. Type it once. Please, guys, do not spam it. If I see the chat with AMD flying up, I'm not going to do anything because I don't have Twitch chat open at the moment. But our mods are going to be upset with you. Type it once, click the link, enter the giveaway on Twitter, win a laptop. I have one of these things. They're absolutely fantastic.
All right, so we've got ourselves, well, we've got a regular Treasure Dragon. It does mean we're going to be getting a little bit more reinforcement. Let's see what Skarambes has got for. So we've got ourselves a Morello's, and we've got ourselves some more shielding. I mean, we got the first aid kit, so shielding is certainly pretty palatable. And we've got a whole load of Guardians, but we're really relying exclusively on Deja to get the job done, who doesn't even have 3 damage items.
And that's why I'm making all of these non-committal, weird-sounding noises. Deja really doesn't have a lot amplifying her damage, frankly, anything. Hand of Justice's damage amplification, you might as well ignore it. It is so small compared to what an actual damage item would give her. Sure, Guardian keeps her alive for longer, keeps that 6 Guardian synergy going, but Rage Blade is just going to make her attack faster. There's nothing that makes her hurt more in these items. Unlike Raiko's board with that Yone, with the Tiamat, with the Hand of Justice for himself, but importantly, Yone just rips through boards.
Yeah, we had our questions about the Jeweled Lotus, but I think it may not even matter, honestly, in this case. This is an absolute beast of a board and a beast of an entirely different breed than what we're seeing from Skarambes here. I don't think they are going to die.
That shield!
Wait a second, the shield one off. Nah. It's still not good enough, but admittedly, that was a pretty big shield.
Disgusting, to say the least. And this is one of the things that we talked about for Deja very early on in the set. Back when I had no idea how to play her, I was like, that animation, man, I just want her to keep attacking. That's where so much damage comes from. And in that situation, look, I'm not sure if he was going to win anyways, but you see a Deja going into the animation when she's like 20 HP, and my first thought is just, oh.
I mean, it's almost Volley Bear levels of frustration when it comes to...
Stop raising your arms, it's fine, just hit them.
So for Skarambes, they're down to 12. They're going to be up against Solokazang, who, of course, I think you mentioned it specifically yesterday, when we're in the land of the shields, there's one unit that is Queen.
Yeah, Nyla on that board, sitting in the back line. Those shields are going to give her a reset, give her a shield of her own. The problem with this Nyla in particular is all she's got on her back is a Zephyr, so she's not going to be doing a whole lot at 1 star. The Graves, however, in this built different composition, having a much better... Nyla!
You've got infinite shields, you've got infinite cards. It's not doing a ton of damage, but it's doing enough. Skarambes is out of there, and we actually get to see, before our very eyes, adaptation coming for our players. They choose the right tools for the job.
Vindication, finally! I was saying yesterday, I was like, Nyla into these Guardian compositions is going to be absolutely disgusting. And then we never saw once throughout the entire day a Nyla going into a Guardian composition. But finally we see it. Finally we see her with more shields than God himself. Not particularly known for shields, but just let me keep going.
Well, I mean, another comp that is known for shields is Revan's here. And look, this time we've got a Nyla with all the trimmings. This Nyla should absolutely chain through and kill pretty much everybody. While so works their magic from the backline. We'll keep an eye on that Nyla. You can see, there's no way to keep that backline alive, to keep pumping out shields, when Nyla is just being an absolute nightmare.
Seinar, one of those players we highlighted early on as going for this composition, having a great start, and having that win streak early on. Seems like that economy has worked out, as now he's knocked out Revan.
Oh, that is a real heartbreaker, but that's the problem. We've talked about this in a broad sense, that players are generally being pretty rewarded for choosing a path early on and sticking to it. It's so disastrous when you realize that path has led you into the path of an oncoming freight train.
I'm now looking across at these health totals, and we've seen these players ping-ponging across several times. Sweller was previously at the top of the leaderboard with a win streak. Solo Gasang and Sinar both started with win streaks, and they seem to have regained their position. This built different board for Solo still working pretty damn well.
We do know that the Nyla clock is ticking, but of course, in terms of the players overall in the lobby as we start to move towards our endgame, do remember that Bricks came in with 3rd place from day one. They are very well positioned right now with only 6 players remaining to do what we asked of them, which is get your top 4s in.
Consistent top 4s is the name of the game for the top 4 players, fittingly, because if they can just manage that, they're making it all the way to the finals tomorrow.
And Swella Tiger, you called it out, and there we have it, the Guild Zaya, but a well-placed effort keeps her out of play for a while. We have got Jace providing a lot of time for Zaya to build up, even so, and it does look like, the Zaya, you call it, coming in from the Americas, much like yourself, and causing a lot of problems. I'll let you finish that because it's yourself.
No. I've never caused a problem in my entire life, and I have no idea what you're talking about, Peter. But the Zaya composition, I genuinely expected it to go so much worse. A Zaya 1 into a built different composition, running that Graves 2, but this is what we saw yesterday as well. The reason the built different composition stopped in 3rd place wasn't able to find a 3-star carry, and that's what you need to elevate that composition to anything but a top 4 finish.
Well, let's check out Super, who we haven't seen for a little while. Again, this time we're going back to Deja. This is a 3-item Deja who is stacked up. We've also got the newly buffed Nunu in the mix as well to provide a little bit more damage. Super is the lowest place on the scoreboard right now. We'll see who they're going to face up against. Solo is up for a scrap.
We'll see if Solo's board does better against this one, which would be an indicator that he's going to be doing a lot better as he goes into the later rounds and has the potential to roll. But with his economy, not sure a win here is all that he needs. Deja, please, just hit him.
Oh, no! In the middle of a cast, exactly like you said. It's so painful. But I suppose that's the way the cookie crumbles. Again, this is the Nyla with not really the damage items, but still causing an absolute menace.
Super Eagle barely surviving off that loss. 3-loss streak will at least give him a little bit of econ, but he's going to have to turn this one around. Not quite enough gold to go 9 yet, but one more loss sends him to the grave.
And that's a big problem. You kind of caught between the devil and deep blue sea here. You can't get, you've got no way to bring in more damage to your composition, and you're completely reliant on that Deja to get the job done. If the ball gets spread out, all of your damage is going to a very specific point, the opposite corner, nearly every time.
Now, Varus picked up, woohoo, just there for the 6 gold total. Does have enough to level, would be able to pit in that Seraphine. That's exactly what he's going to do, or pick up another unit. Looking to roll here. Come on, find some useful.
Oh, boy.
Soraka's, I mean, if he wins, Soraka's not bad.
That's a fairly big if, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you definitely, at least you've got somewhere relevant to put that Rabbit in. I was really worried that Super Eagle would just, end up with nothing. Actually manages to sneak in the Soraka just at the end, spends everything to try and stay alive up against Sina, who has got the Zoe. They've got themselves the damage of Nyla, who will get shrouded on the way in, though, so won't be able to go off as quickly.
Yeah, Psalm in the backline is where you want to be watching here to see how Sinar's board is doing. Level 9 is going to be hard for Eagle to beat. Just hit it himself. Soraka uncontested in the backline means this Deja has longer than she normally would to fire away, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough as she gets tackled by Nyla. Super Eagle, like his carry, has fallen.
We'll be dropping out in 6th with Swella Tiger going out in 5th, which means our top 4 have officially arrived, and Bricks has reached the comfort zone of a top 4. If they can actually finish out strongly here, Bricks, then they can really come roaring into day 2.
Yeah, I mean, day 3 is all but guaranteed. If he's able to take a first here, there'd be 4 firsts for him within 6 games. An absolutely insane top 1 rate. But Zyko with this front line, I have to shout this out. We were talking about it earlier on. Guardians with Protector's Vow, absolutely fantastic synergy, turns those shields into a lot more effective HP once they pop. However, popping them on an Idis with diamond hands and herself a Guardian is going to be quite the task here as Yone gets ripped to shreds.
Well, we did have the big question there of how do you deal with Yone, and apparently it's just go into the back line. As Zyko goes out, they were the number 6 finisher from day one, so that was a big player that Brix was really looking at to be a direct competition for them, taken out in 4th.
Top 4, going to be happy with that if you're Zyko, even happier if you're Brix, just like you were mentioning. Remember, in this kind of competition, when you're having such a start cut off, your competitors having lower placements means good for you. That's the nature of points. It's a zero-sum game.
Yes, it's all relative for Sina, though. I think they're looking to beat up Solar Gazang and Brix by the dozen. We've got a champion duplicator waiting there for Sina, so their board is very strong. I mean, look at that bench as well. That's just absurd.
Waiting on those dragons here for Sinar, trying to make the pivot. Has a good setup with the Bard and the Zoe as well. Tons of utility here for the Sohm in the backline. Running up against Solo Gasang's built different board. I suspect this one should be in the bag here for Sinar.
Yeah, we know that the build different, especially at gold, has got a pretty hard cap on it generally. I mean, Graves is trying his darndest, bless him. At least he hasn't got these shields. It's going to be a little tight, and the CC just misses.
Bard, no! Not going to be able to pull it out.
It's a light loss, and Solar Gazang keeps their win streak going.
Yep, down to the top 3. All of these players potentially within 2 losses of elimination. These next couple of rounds are going to be spicy.
All right, so everyone's pretty close in the HP. Solo again, the only player win streaking. We got some decent items on the carousel, also some very generic items as well. It should be pretty good for everybody. We are heading across to friend Brix. Let's see what they've got for us.
Of course, this is going to be that Graves Seraphine composition we have talked to death over the past 2 days, but it's going to be sitting there strong. You've got already 3 items on him. Titan's Resolve, Runan's Hurricane, and Bloodthirster will keep him alive forever and ever.
Uh-oh.
Unless you run into a triple dragon composition, that is.
This has been brewing for a while. The dragons have finally arrived in the Dragonlands. It's time to go up against the Ghosts. I think we'll switch across the Brix to see the live one for real.
Graves versus Graves. You got to watch the backlines for both of these compositions, but Brix's Graves completely uncontested in the front line. And Solo's having a whole hell of a lot of trouble as he gets taken down. Brix with a massive board lead. Not going to be enough to take down Solo, but enough to secure a pretty solid lead against the rest of the lobby.
And this has been the story of this game. Players, like crabs in a bucket, clawing each other down, making sure that no win streak remains untouched for any amount of time. I think Brix is feeling pretty damn happy. That front line is so strong. The Zephyr again, in this situation where the Dragons, they're uniquely vulnerable to the Zephyr, of course, because they take up 2 slots each.
Yeah. That's going to be huge. We've seen how strong Zephyr is in competitive just in general, but especially against Dragons, as you mentioned, it is going to be make or break as Sinar picks up Aoshin 2.
All right, well, we're Dragon Imperialists no longer, apparently. It's all about bringing out the thunder. We've got Aoshin, we've got Asol, softening them up. It's the initial black hole. Brix will be trying to chew for that front line and access the big damage dealers as quickly as they can. The casts are coming. The Aoshin is brewing. Brix knows the end is nigh. The lightning rains down. Everybody's dying. One more Pantheon survives. He's just too tanky.
The lone warrior will take down the dragon god of lightning, and Sinar will fall as Brix takes first in day number 1.
That is unbelievable! We just haven't seen that kind of level of tankiness in these parts for many years!
And it's so funny because yesterday, while watching all of our games, we saw a Pantheon 3 as well in the North American Regionals, and I was sitting there being like, this unit is so useless. What is he doing? He doesn't do any damage. He doesn't live for particularly long. What is the point of having this guy around? And, well, I think I've answered my question, Peter.
Oh my gosh. I mean, that feels like such daylight robbery at the end there. You say, I've been waiting this whole freaking game to put together this board. Look at my glittering friends. But instead, it's just the unique tank coming in. I don't think anybody could ever plan for just the raw damage reduction and the ridiculous amount of tanky items. Ridiculous.
Well, you know who would do really well against shields? Just wanted to mention Nyla again. Just wanted to toss her out there as she tosses herself into backlines. Just keep that in mind, everyone, as we head into a break and an interview with one of our finals players, Lelouch.
Hello, I'm Lelouch. I'm one of the top challenger players in the US and in Poland. Started playing since set 1 and like achieving more successes and like being the top of the ladder, hitting rank 1 consecutively and set 5, 6 and 7 and of course the halves of the set. Origin is pretty simple. I'm a weeb, I won't hide it. And this comes from my previous favorite anime, Code Geass, and the main character's name is Lelouch, and it's like one of my top characters, so I just thought about it first time I thought about my nick. Pretty positive. Of course, I don't like designs of some units, some traits. I think there's some fixing to be done, some reworks, as we like talked with other players. I think the most important thing is like to have urge to click play again. So I want to play more and I'm having fun even if I'm tilted or having bad impression on some traits like mages, for example. I think like of course Travis, which I mentioned before, Bryson, we talk a lot. And like Simply Wojtek, and probably like now we play a lot with TSW also. So like those 4 players I would think of.
Welcome back to our analyst desk. Thank you so much, Nibiria and Counterfeit, for that amazing casting of game number 1. Just a quick reminder to everybody that there will be 4 more games, and after next game, we are going to reseed. So a little bit different format from what we know. But Panda, I know you're just jiggling in your seat, waiting to talk about what was going on there.
For many good reasons, but also for one bad one. I think Revan, we saw there, had a good angle at level 7, had the pair of Graves Weeda, but if he would have scouted a little bit more, he would see that Solgasang had built diff from the very beginning. We talked about it yesterday. It's very clear you only go in one direction with built diff. That is going to be a Graves 2, Nyla 2 carry. And then we also had Brix, who won our lobby, playing that same comp as well. Had the, as you mentioned, the handpicked augments. It was clear he was going to play Graves as well. Revan had to maybe pivot off of that Graves. Couldn't 2-star it and just bled out to a 7. So very unfortunate for the Spanish player. I think his day is pretty much over now with that 7th place in this game 1. But for Brix, the complete opposite. Starts off the day again with a 1st place.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm a huge Brix fan, and I am happy to see him do so well. I know he's been super supportive of the EMEA regionals of the entire circuit. He loves what we do at Rising Legends, and we love what he does, coming in 1st place here with the Graves Seraphine comp, Bulldozer as it has been called. The better together, we talked about it with at the beginning of the show. It just comes through once again.
Absolutely right. And another thing I wanted to highlight here, the Enema Visage on the Pantheon. We saw like one of the fights, I believe, against Sinar, where it was the only surviving unit, basically just due to that Enema Visage really coming in and adding that extra little bit of healing to just ensure that the Pantheon is going to stay alive. Very strong tertiary damage source, almost in that composition right to have in there.
One thing to mention as well, Solgasang had both the rocket propelled fist, which is my personal nightmare on ladder. I'm dazed. I'm not looking at what's happening. I'm not scouting at all. I'm just playing it lazy all of a sudden. My carry gets hooked on stage 3 and I lose so much HP. The same for some of these players. Also with the Shroud as well. He had the double kind of griefing a lot of the players, at least for like half a stage or a full stage. Then everyone caught on and started looking at the positioning, started scouting, felt a little bit more. But all in all, I think it really worked out for him. Ended up 3rd as well. And I think this game proves that Graves is one of those carries that just gets things done, that if you're able to get a 2-star and itemize him, we saw both Brix and Solo end up in the top 3.
Yeah, and something I think we both wanted to mention a little bit as well is Sinar's run this game. It was super impressive to see him on that Soam Lagoon angle, had 2 Soams on the bench already, then picking up that Dragon Imperialist and just full sending the dragons.
Yeah, absolutely right. So again, we've seen this time and time over and over where the Kaiser 2 Dragonmancer will just now be a transitional point more so than a straight up just a carry, right? That patch is kind of behind us a little bit now, but you know, there's so much that can still work, and I think that he made a realization that if he wanted to get higher than a 3rd this game, he had to ensure that he could go for the 4 Dragon transition. He was stable for such a long time that he was able to fully set it up. And again, yes, you are going to be playing down 1 augment, but at the end of the day, it did end up working out for him.
Yeah, absolutely. We love that. I think we can all agree. We can still see the winning comp here behind us that Brix drove home with. Now, that lobby didn't have any prismatics, and anybody that has ever watched any of our Rising Legends broadcasts knows that for watching, I'm a huge fan of prismatics just because they're so fun. So maybe next lobby we're going to get... I'm not going to ask you. Maybe next lobby we're going to get...
Don't do it,
You know what? Ship the Tactician's Crown, ship the triple prismatic.
Oh, let's
just
do
have,
Let's go.
the grandiose
the chaos on this
through.
desk. I'm not for it.
Chaos Dragon as well, you know? Just, full send
yeah. Thank you for
That's not what I meant.
that idea.
Players, I got you.
Love
Gonna be
that.
silver augments all the way
change.
through. Low variance. Don't worry about it.
Gonna change the script now that Panda gave us that fantastic idea, and I think our casters are just getting ready to bring us game number 2. Remember, no reseeding, but Nibiria and Counterfeit are ready, so take it away, guys.
I'm glad that we're not reseeding ourselves either, because that would be really awkward if we just had to shuffle off in the middle of a desk.
Wait, you're not standing in a plant pot?
Oh, I forgot it. I'll have to get it off stage before we start the first game, or the second game. I've reseeded my brains somewhere.
Well, fortunately, Brix did prove the value of their own seeding, coming in as our top player for that lobby, and also, getting in a pretty solid showing.
Yeah, game 1, building a house out of bricks that not even the snake seeding can blow down. That's the theory, at least. We're going to see if Brix is able to keep up these amazing performances. 6 games so far in the tournament, Peter. 4 first places. 3 in a row. Then he took a little break. He was feeling tired, and now he's back on his game.
One thing that really struck out for me is, we coming into the competition, we expected Seraphine Graves. We saw 2 of them in the top 3 last time, and a 3-star Yone we saw dominating yesterday ended up in 4th place.
Yeah, the fact that we saw a Lagoon board do so well is happy for me. Of course, I will not shut up about Nyla until at least 3 more games, and then I'll be tired of her. It's usually how ADHD works, but... Soligasang going to be coming out of here right off the back of a built different game. Now, this is a man who truly embodies chaos. I'm sorry, David. I know you're afraid of seeing it on the desk as you ignore me as your audio is taken off. It's okay. I'm embodying chaos for him.
He's such a scallywag, that David. Always trying to get out of trouble. But we're always trying to put him back in.
I always love casting with you, Peter, because you're always pulling out words like scallywag. It's always
because I'm British. That's just how we talk.
It's very English.
All right, so guys, for anyone who is tuning in as of game number 2, we are in day number 2, where we will be eliminating the vast majority of our players as they play across both days with no eliminations. The thing is, it's a bit like, it's a bit like other stuff. If you don't do any eliminations now, later on you have to do a whole lot more.
Yeah, you got to do a little bit of spring cleaning right afterwards. You say, I'm sorry, not quite making the cut. Soligasang has the chance to pick up a Talia 2 here, and will do exactly that. 4th Talia if he's feeling spicy, but I don't suspect he will. Lots of AD components, but a decent Lagoon opener besides.
Well, we have seen, and we saw in the previous game, Lagoon can be the path into Dragons later on at a big late game board.
Yeah, and of course, we do have coming in here Warlords once again for Mirage, and Namzi. She's a mage again. She might come back, just might.
I'd like to see it, honestly. The random targeting is, still something that makes the fights a little bit spicy, but it is very strong. We have seen some players going towards Vertical Mage, and it's only possible in this environment. Let's take a look at our first augments, though.
Better Together and Portable Forge, 2 really good options here to open for Super Eagle. Better Together if he kind of wants to lock himself towards that Seraphine Graves composition. Obviously, there's other options, but that's the best way to go. Woo!
Decides not to go for it, though. Of course, everyone's favorite augment. Will be able to gift us a Zhonya's Paradox of Death Defiance or Infinity Force. We'll see which one Super is feeling like taking. I am surprised, like you, that the Best Together wasn't the choice, but maybe fearing being contested, and it will be Zhonya's.
Huh. Interesting. I'm wondering where he's going to go with this in the later stages of the game. We saw Zhonya's Paradox yesterday on an Aurelian Soul and on a Yone, just to allow both of those characters to ramp up as they are wont to do. It looks like that's going to be the case here once again, setting himself up for a later game AP board.
And we check in with Sana, who has, of course, well, everyone's got a Yone these days, but importantly for Sana, they've got Trade Sector, which means they should be able to get access to those higher levels of Yones dramatically faster.
And Yone is one of those compositions. There's that formation that also runs the Olaf as a secondary, not the Olaf. With that Zeeks, you've got the Yasuo as well in the later stages of the game. Trade Sector has value no matter how late you go with that composition. So I'm looking forward to seeing Sinar have a similarly strong game 2.
Yeah, of course, we saw Simon before rocking out those dragons and doing very well for themselves. For the time being, let's take a quick look across. As we can see, the ornaments will be very popular indeed, with 3 of our players looking to go deep into the forges. But we do see as well, yes, a tricky little augment by the name of Featherweights creeping in.
I'm worried about this one. We've got 2 players now contesting the Yone reroll composition. Now, Peter, before show, you did point out to me there was 1 game yesterday where 2 players went Yone reroll, went first and second. One of them went Yone 3, the other one went Olaf 3. So it's not doomed just yet, but it does make me a little bit concerned.
Oh yeah, I mean, you put together some scoped weapons there and you're laughing. Right now, I like this Revan. They've got a good setup with the Astrals. They can use the Featherweights well, and you're pushing gold into economy while keeping your board relatively strong. However, Skarambes is having none of that. They've got a much stronger board, and they're going to punish any attempt at econing.
We've seen how strong Astrals can cap out, but in the early stages of the game, it's just loss streak city. Revan did that last game as well, so it is a style that he is comfortable with, but it's something to watch as we go later on in the game. You want to worry about that HP total as we get into stage 3, but for the time being, he's chilling.
Revan's going to be a little bit tempted here to actually seriously go down the Astral route because they're funding a lot of them. So while our friend Varus there won't benefit from the featherweights, everybody else is. And at least for the time being, it allows for Revan to sit here and contemplate if they are going to be going for anything like the Yone reroll, which of course would be strong but would be contested.
I'm not sure how I feel about the full Astral reroll, especially now that he's putting in the Swift Shot for Varus. It gives a lot of attack speed for the Nidalee. Wondering if he's going to win or lose here, because that'll decide his trajectory for the rest of the game. Solo Gasang going for that frontline Olaf tends to imply that he's sacrificing the early rounds in order to get more stacks on him. But with Solo's really strong start with Ascension, the 2-star Talia we saw earlier, and the Giant Slayer, he's going to be just fine.
All right, let's take a quick look around the board because I think we've got a couple of players who are maintaining their 100 streak. And I think one of them actually, no, they didn't take it out of each other. Super is still undefeated right now, still playing against Skarambes.
In overtime.
Yes, in overtime as we speak. It looks like Skarambes came off the worst. So for Super, that's a pretty big win. They're the only player undefeated.
Curious how that board went on the other end of things, but a spatula open on Carousel always makes me excited. Possibility there for Sinar with the trade sector, with a Yone. Connect the dots.
Those dots spell a lot of trouble if they can put together. Well, yeah, the bow is, of course, the thing that will unlock the big Swift Shot version. We have seen, of course, yesterday, you don't have to go down that route, but certainly it's the one that players feel most traditionally comfortable with.
Very strong as well, even with the RFC. You can never have too much range. You can never have too much attack speed on Yone. Allows you to higher cap your board out late because multiple Swift Shots means a ton of damage.
As we check in with Super, so note again, this is the only undefeated player. We didn't really give their board a lot of credit before, but from what we're seeing, we've got fully stacked Warlords, we've got a Yone who will just never die because he's healing and he's got invincibility frames, and we've got a whole chunk of beef on that front line.
Yeah, it's going to be looking really strong coming into the early stages. We've already seen the problems with a Yone 1 carry, even with the fully stacked Warlords. I know, Yone, you're doing your best, and that's okay. Zyko, however, only has a 2-star Talia, so this may go well for Super Eagle.
Zyko actually towards the top of the table has been very calmly stacking things up. Has got themselves a dual Lotus. So again, we're getting the essence of Dragon composition early on. We're certainly looking to see if they can put together a damning board later on, but for now, it does not seem like Super is in actually too much threat at all.
No, but I really like what Zyko is doing, setting up for these late game boards. He has a great start for it. Dual Lotus, as you pointed out, plus the Spear of Shojin gives you a lot of mana generation for a late game Ao Shin, gives you a lot of damage to cap off with if you add an Infinity Edge into there, and then you've got a free item slot. You get a 4-item slot, 2-star AP carry Dragon, and your game's pretty much won.
All right, so again, let's take the flavor of the lobby as Super will be looking to hold on to their win streak, ending out stage number 2. We've got a whole bunch of players up in the top 90s. Of course, none of them undefeated. Revan is down towards the bottom, but we've got the top 5 relatively close together. Bottom 3 taking a little bit more damage than perhaps they would like.
Super Eagle now, this is potentially the last round that he maintains his streak. If he's able to do it, he'll pull ahead in the economy game past the rest of the players. Peter, I'm seeing another potential Yone here. So that is 3 players that are going this Yone potential with the Swift Shot on the Kiana, which, fun fact, means she's not ulting.
Well, she's ulting it in a very awkward way. But you're right. We've got players who are all going down the same path here. They all want Yones, they all want Swift Shots. The problem is you're trying to build the two together at the same time, and that hasn't quite happened for anybody as yet, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, and I think Sinar is going to come out of this one ahead, right? We saw that game where Potable went for that reroll after staying on 2-star for so long, but if you have an augment like Trade Sector that allows you to accelerate your roll down just by taking it slow in the early stages, and then maybe all-inning if you feel like you need to, he's almost guaranteed to hit that 3-star first.
Taking a quick look at our players' comps over on the right-hand side, of course, as we note, Super holding on to that win streak all the way into Krugs. You can see we've got a little bit of Mirage occupying the bottom half of the table for the time being. Sinar, Zyko, and Swella Tiger all got the new news as part of the competitions. Sinar with a couple of Olafs actually live at the moment. Very interesting approach to the game from one of our Turkish players.
I have a deep desire to see Brix's board after this because I saw it and it looks very rage-winging, very, well, to turn a phrase, Senna-y.
Oh boy. I mean, you know, Senna is, of course, you know, with the continuous kind of little trickle of buffs over time, certainly a great item holder.
He's rolling.
Let's see. So Super's on the 5-win streak at the moment. Revan is on the 5-loss streak. So we've almost got the table divided as it is by win streaks and loss streaks, top and bottom.
Yeah, which is really good here for Revan. We mentioned early on he wants to go loss streak for this early Astral reroll composition.
Ooh.
Finds that Vladimir 3, and he's got an Infinity Edge and a Jeweled Gauntlet on the bench. He's ready for something.
He's ready for Lux.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if he had her yet. I didn't see her there hiding away in the corner at 1 star. Tiny little hitbox, but big damage.
What we're seeing from the bench is that Revan is pretty serious about going into these Astrals. They don't have the trade sex, which of course would be amazing for this composition. And right now, this Lux is doing a decent amount of damage. I think it might not be quite enough, but that's still a good loss for Revan. They're on a huge streak, and they only take the minimal damage.
Yeah, and now this is going to be a Nidalee 3 picked up in the early rounds as we get into our second set of augments. Blue Battery would feel pretty good. However, it locks you out of going for a blue buff, so your mana generation item would have to be the Spear of Shojin. That would get that Lux casting pretty quickly.
Yeah, it looks like it will be the choice. So Revan, I think in a decent spot. You know, their economy is pretty solid. Again, they don't have the Lux 2-star, which will make a huge difference here, but as you said, the blue buff will be pretty good. Of course, silver augments across the board. Let's see if there's any spicy ones. Skarambez, the one who catches my eye immediately, though.
Yeah, Pandora's is one of those augments that can be a blessing and a curse, depending on how well you're able to use it. So as the stages get later, Skarambez's value will hopefully increase as we see him on the side, potentially going for a Darkflight board.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty amazing. Of course, you know, something when I first came across the Pandora's bench, didn't realize you could take 2-star units and reroll them as well.
Yeah.
So you can really get out very quick if, and only if, your luck is in your way. Super is still undefeated, but Brix is hot on their tail. Let's see how Revan, fighting up for the bottom of the table, still, I think, happy to take an L here as they continue to build their board, and Super Eagle is more than happy to let them.
Yeah, I mean, both of them will be happy with this situation if Revan takes the loss. Revan's still on a 6-loss streak, getting maximum econ, 62 HP, frankly not bad for a full loss streak. And Super Eagle, with that 100 streak, continues to be the richest man in the game.
Not, well, I suspect they probably still are, but they're not going to be the winningest, streakiest player in the game anymore. That was a very solid win there, and I think that really sends out the klaxon call that the Astrals have arrived on the field. That's with a 1-star Lux. Imagine what a 3-star Lux could do.
I am, however, not surprised to see him keep rolling at this point on Revan's board because that Lux is still not a 2-star. That means the damage is going to be severely limited compared to the high potential ceiling of this composition. So he's just going to keep going for that. Finds a Silas 2 instead, but he's going to be happy with finally getting a strong mage frontline.
Yes, still going to be a little bit disappointed, as you said, to not have the Lux, but up against Skarambez, who is the win-streaking player right now. We noted they got the Pandora's bench, and they've used it to great effect to get those Cannoneers online, provide a good amount of backline punch.
I suspected Darkflight. I'm happy to see that I was wrong, because this is even more exciting. You've got that Itis with the massive tankiness in the front line, meaning she takes almost no damage. Same isn't true of the Senna in the back, however, and I think this may be Skarambez's win streak fading.
Yeah, well, we saw it last lobby. Win streaks come, win streaks go. I mean, this is the kind of composition that, you know, Lux players dream of. You've got all of the backliners, all of the damage in one place where your Lux can just wipe them out almost immediately.
And this is one of the things we were talking about with the Yone composition as well, and those boards like the reroll composition I mentioned earlier on in the day, where you have one singular backline carry. It's fantastic if nobody targets your backline immediately, and normally you're going to wait until that Asol, you're going to wait until that Ao Shin to get that threat happening. But sometimes those compositions, like the Rengar and like, notably, Revan's Lux, is going to cause a lot of problems for these Yones in the early game.
And she's practically an assassin by herself in terms of the backline access. As we check in with Sana, and we do have the completion of the number of the beast has arrived. We've got Yone, we've got Swift Shot, and we've got a rapid fire cannon for effectively putting out a scoped weapons too.
Now this is really interesting to me. The fact that Sinar slammed the Thieves' Gloves onto the Olaf signals to me that he's not going to be looking for that Olaf 3 as a secondary carry. Despite having Trade Sector, despite having Warrior Heart, he's putting all of his eggs into the Yone basket. And it makes sense. You've got a Swift Shot Heart, or you've got a Swift Shot Crest, rather, on that Yone. Just go into those Swift Shots. Give him more attack speed, give him those bonuses that way, and keep the Olaf there in the front line. Give him items, sure, but he's never going to be your focus from this angle.
Well, we're checking in with Super, newly freed from their win streak, let's put it that way. Going to struggle a little bit. Of course, that Olaf with all that tankiness from the Thieves' Gloves items, holding on pretty darn well, but I don't think we're going to be seeing Sana holding on to their own win streak. Of course, that is the big problem. If once your front line is gone, having all the range in the world won't save you.
And it brings us back to the two schools of Yone play. We just mentioned this all throughout day number 1. Here in EMEA, at the very least, we like to go full damage items or utility. In the case of the rapid fire cannon, yeah, it gives attack speed, but really what it's doing is keeping the Yone safe in the back. North America, they tend to go for the Hand of Justice slam instead, which will keep your Yone up. Probably would have saved him in that situation, but Sinar's looking towards the late game with this composition. You're looking to cap out as hard as possible, and it's going to take some losses until it gets there.
All right, let's check in with Brix, our top player coming into this particular setup. We will be reseeding, of course, after this lobby is done, with an incredibly strong center on the backline. They don't have a win streak to speak of, but they have got an awful lot of punch up against Solo with a fully itemized Deja. It doesn't look like there's been enough damage done, though, to access that backline, unlike our friend Lux from before.
Yeah. Deja, however, that ultimate is not going to be enough to take down the Senna, and Senna with the Collector will take Brix into the Wolves with a very, 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 very tiny win streak.
I guess, you know, whatever you can get, really. Let's take, again, the temperature of the lobby. We've got a whole bunch of players, in fact, our bottom 4, all on almost exactly the same HP.
There's a Graves.
And then, there we go. We can start moving into the late game officially now as well.
Simple pickup there for Brix. He's going to swap in that Graves in the meantime over the Zeri. But once he gets the Graves too, that's going to become the main carry over this Senna. And he's got the cleanest, easiest pivot into this late game possible. Because look at the Thrill of the Hunt. This is something we've talked about. Augments like Thrill of the Hunt, Jeweled Lotus effectively give you an extra item for your carry. And he just picks up a second Graves off the PvE round. Well, sometimes, guys, you just gotta hit.
Oh boy, well, in this case, we've got the... Let's say, I'm kind of interested to see what we're going to be going for here, because we have got options. We can see the Xayah is there, and I think maybe Brix had that in mind initially. Maybe this change and a little bit of a roll down to fish for a Graves too. There we go. The confirmation. Xayah will have to do without. It's all about Graves.
Just seeing what you hit when you have this amount of gold, when you know you're going for your 4-1 roll down, just wait it out.
All right, Brix, let's see what your shiny new Graves has got for us. We've got the setup here from Skarambez, a very solid front line, but Graves should be able to build up. That gold collector won't do a ton until the units are low, and when there's an Uber tank like this in the mix, that's not going to happen very quickly.
Look, he's trying, all right? He's going to try and dig through this front line, but without Whispers there to shred the armor and MR, this is going to be a struggle for the Graves. Collector means that once Idis gets low enough, it's just going to be a one-shot like that, which is very useful into this composition, as Graves does successfully clean up Skarambez's board.
And that's that last round. The bottom starts to take a bit more of a hit. But we've got our last augment coming in. So it's gold, silver, and gold. And it will be Jeweled Lotus coming in for Brix.
Yeah, Jeweled Lotus really good with this composition to buff up the Seraphine as well. Her buffs are going to be the main provider of damage for the Grave outside of his items. And slotting back in the Xayah. Interesting.
I'm fascinated to see where this one goes. I mean, Bricks, they're making a lot of very little. I mean, we've got a lot of 1-stars in the mix there. It's kind of a grab bag of random units, but it's working pretty darn well. I mean, they've got a win streak. They're towards the top of the table. We will be heading across, I believe, to Zyko in a second, who's on the opposite situation. Yes, along with Revan down in the 40s. But a decent board put together with scoped weapons to help enhance their backline just a little bit more.
Was fairly comfortable loss streaking in the early game, but it seems like hasn't been able to make that pivot. We saw very early on the Jeweled Lotus committal signaling maybe a late game Dragon board, and has settled on this Deja. Strong enough as a carry in her own right. We've seen her win a lobby as primary carry, but on Zyko's board doesn't seem to be doing just enough into Synar's Yone until the very last second.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried about that one as well, but holding on pretty darn well. Those Mirage Stacks, of course, giving you a little bit more HP to play with. I'm sure once Zyko can find a third damage item, they can really start turning things around, but I guess loss streaking is kind of off the table. They've got a tome to cash in as well to try and make their board a little bit stronger. We'll see what they've got.
And I'm looking back at this board, looking back at these augments again, and I'm thinking about it. Zyko's essentially got additional items, 3 of them, for his Deja. You've got the scoped weapons instead of RFC, Jeweled Lotus for damage, and Celestial Blessing for healing.
I think we do need to go check out the big headline news here, which the Thieves Glove Olaf has in fact hit 3 stars, exactly as you said, Matt. You've got the trade sector, you've got access to these high quality units. The thumbs up, soldier. It's time for the 3 stars to start slapping heads.
Yeah, Deathblade's a really good roll too, so Synar's board going to be sitting real pretty. Funny thing for me is that he hit the Olaf 3 from level 6 before hitting the Yone 3. So, sometimes it's just like that. Sometimes you get high rolls and not the high rolls you want. As we see Sweller's Swift Shot Zippy doing pretty well, frankly.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, honestly. I mean, so this is something we have seen from this lobby. We saw Yone being an absolute terror. We have got backline access. Zippy, Lux, I suppose to extent Deja as well. They've all got ways to access the backline and actually hurt the Yone before it goes off huge.
Now, potentially last carousel for some of these players. Revan and Zyko both on 30 HP. You'd expect them to be able to take it to stage 5 at the very least, but this lobby has been putting out a lot of pressure on those bottom players. We noted early on they were going for consistent loss streaks intentionally, but they've been having a hell of a time recovering into a strong board.
And our wonderful observer Danny noting that Synar's Olaf has got 8 charges through already, so even if they're kind of working with random items, that will remain consistent. They will be a damage threat. But just, a little bit of revision before we go any further. Revan, of course, down at the very bottom, did come in 7th last time round, so this will be a disaster for the game. For Zyko, they had a much stronger finish at 4th, but they're both still in a position where they could get taken out without picking up nearly any points at all.
Revan just got a 2-star Lux, and it didn't make the 3-star. So he had, at most, 5 Luxes going into that round, which is not a good look for a reroll composition about to hit stage 5.
Let's see how Synar does here. So they've got the defensively oriented Olaf this time around. We're looking for a 3rd item for Yone to really get the damage through. Note we have got Tiamat in here for the Warriors as well.
Yep.
So Yone is going to be able to deal relatively well with clumped front lines, though not perhaps as well with dragons. This time though, Olaf holds the front line in place long enough for Yone to eliminate everybody else and give Super the L.
Frankly, I feel like the Olaf did more even damage than the Yone. I was watching that and he's just single axe swings, taking out multiple people.
Well, I mean, he's going to be doing that. In this case, the tanking items actually keep him from dying. Let's check in with Revan, though. Again, Revan towards the bottom of the table is in a little bit of trouble, but they've got stacking up Archangels, which should make this a formality. Skarambes takes the hit, pushing them down to 40. We've got a bottom 4 who are all feeling a little bit flighty with Bricks riding high at the top of the table.
Oh, this is going to include a unit. You can tell because he wasn't able to pick it up. He's going to be 1 Lux away. Wouldn't be surprised to see a full roll down from this position, but his bench is real busy.
I mean, you could go. There we go. We've got Luxes. We've got Varus's. This is going to be huge. The drop quality is going to increase massively for Revan if they can just get the stars in. You could throw the Silas in the bin, but you're so close to hitting 3 stars of everybody.
This is so tragic. Just one off. Literally the 3 most important units in this composition. Silas 3, Varus 3 for the CC, and Lux 3, of course, as the damage carry.
We'll have to see if they can hold on and get a few more better drops. In this case, we can see the front line deteriorates under the rain of hellfire coming out of our friend Yone. That's the L for Revan. They could even end this game just 1 step away from everything they'd hoped and dreamed for.
An important note for everyone who's following along at home, Sinar did finally hit that Yone 3, no third item just yet, but we'll see as we hit into the Dragon here at the end of Stage 4.
All right, guys, so of course, while the Dragon is going on, it will be a Chaos Treasure Dragon, so of course, we'll get a lot of messing around. Look for the link in the chat to the AMD giveaway. Again, you don't need to use the command to enter, you just need to use the link to follow to the site where all will be revealed.
Please, for our admins and mods' sanity, do not spam the link.
I feel that's the best way to get them to spam the link.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, I'm just glad we're on the same page here.
Look, you gotta have fun. We've got a chat, we might as well use it.
All right, so we've got the Chaos Treasure Dragon being cashed in. Still, Revan is denied the happiness, the hopes and dreams are left with nothing. At least they've got a few more items to get our friend Varus online. No, in fact, it's going to be the Nidalee instead. Being set up for some pretty heavy damage because the Thieves' Gloves goes onto Varus instead. We have got a unit in there, but we don't know which unit it is. It's a mystery box.
Ooh, and much like them, according to the Belgian government, they kind of hate them too. And I here as Revan would be feeling pretty...
Yes! You had a choice! You had a choice. You could have sold a Silas and guaranteed one of your 3 stars, but no. You're like, nah, it's fine. Oh, you know... Out with the old Varus and in with the new. Let's see how they do up against Solgasang. Who's going to say, hey, there's not as many 3 stars here as I thought. How about my Zippy deliver some swift justice directly to your noggin?
Oh, this is just brutal. Solgasang wiping the floor with Revan's board, and this may spell the end for our Astral Mage player. Survives on a single point of health.
And a little note as well for Scrammers picking up the 2-star Xiaoyu. Of course, Jade Cypher not picking up any top 1s in the previous day, but Sunny pretty consistent. We've got the top of the lobby also taking a hit. Brix takes the L. Sinar is now on the way up to the #1 spot.
Brix and Sinar are the 2 players we highlighted in Game 1, pulling it back once again for Game number 2, holding those top. Brix with the 3-star Graves!
Almost. Wait, what? Hello? I was too busy thinking about Astrals. This is not even a trade sector set up here. They just managed to natural them.
He was just going for it. He was like, you know what I'm feeling? I'm feeling like I'm going to get a Graves 3. Anyone with me? And I was not. However, Mortdog seems to be. He picks that one up and almost for sure is going to finish this lobby first, running into the 2nd strongest board in the game, which is going to be Sinar's Yone board.
Well, let's see. That's a lot of damage behind that there, Graves. Look at it, just tear in. He's just ripping through everything. And if there's a solution for the problem that's called Yone, it is a man with a big gun.
Yeah, Infinity Edge, Rageblade, Collector. A single hit from this Graves is bound to just kill you in 1 shot.
Speaking of getting killed in 1 shot, Zyko and Revan are both gone. Skarambes down to 1. Our top 5 are sitting pretty, while Skarambes is scrambling to hold on.
This is going to be really rough for Zyko as well, who was coming into this with a high placement, sitting in top 12. And instead, now going to fall down in 7th. Means he's going to have to start getting a little bit more desperate with those compositions, quite a bit more feast or famine.
At least for Skarambes, I suppose they can't go 8th again, but it's still, you know.
True.
We talked about, you know, the 2 different classes of players coming in today. You had the ones who can, you know, play normal TFT, and you've got the ones who have to go all out. For Skarambes, they're going to need to make one hell of a journey back through this lobby to even stand a ghost of a chance.
Yeah, I'm not too sure that's going to happen as he runs directly into the Graves board here of Brix. Watch as this Graves just decimates even the front line. Look how low the Idis gets from 2 hits. Graves firing away uncontested, and it looks like Skarambes is on a short trip back to the play again screen.
Oh boy, well I suppose at least it's an improvement, but yes, the death sentence of Brix, the Brix wall, will be locking down almost certainly another first place here. Brix, incredible start to day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Day 1 start was just as incredible as well. Remember, 3 first places in a row on day 1. We were thinking after he got the first last game, no, surely not, Peter. There's no way he does it again. But here in game number 2, a Graves 3 at 5-2. That's on pace for a first if I've ever seen it.
And even with the Dragon Carousel, I mean, nothing is going to be able to catch up to the raw power. I'd say the only chance here for other players is Graves doesn't have, has a little bit of healing, doesn't have any CC immunity, so there are ways to at least remove Graves from the equation for a little bit. Ideally, Radiant Zephyr him out of the fight for 10 seconds or so, and you stand a chance. It's not an insurmountable obstacle by the strictest definition, it's just ridiculously hard to get over.
And I'm really liking Brix's adaptation because, like you said, Graves has no healing built into that itemization. He's relying on Thrill of the Hunt 1, which is going to fall off the later you get. However, look at that bench. Holding onto a Soraka, going to go 9, put in the Soraka to heal up that Graves, keep him alive, kicking, and shooting down the enemy front line.
Oh boy, yeah, nothing here seems to be right now in the vague realm of able to deal with. At least Sweller is able to survive another round thanks to lucky stars they made out of their encounter with Brix with their life at all.
If anyone in this lobby was planning on going for a late game Dragons board, Brix has just shut down that plan. We've been talking about the tempo of this lobby, how it was very top and bottom heavy in the early stages of the game. Now that Brix has gotten this board that just absolutely decimates anything that isn't at that same tier of damage, everyone else suddenly has to scramble. They have to roll down. They have to look for stronger boards, or they're just going out before they can hit that top 4.
And Sweller doesn't have any options here. They're completely out of cash. He's going to be facing up against Super. Of course, they did put together their grab bag of a competition for a while. They've now managed to find themselves a Shyvana to be able to make some amount of difference. Will take to the skies and get themselves out of trouble for a little bit. Has got a decent amount of damage, but the guild comp is pretty solid. Guildlay, of course, means there's a lot on the board. Nyla, who is a guildie herself for this particular game, will be able to do great amounts of damage. And Shyvana is left standing, last one, but nothing too much left to say, at least I think so. The stun comes in and the job gets done.
Super Eagle low on health. One more loss will take him out as we head towards stage 6. Look at this board. Brix picks up a bar 2. Dear God, he's terrifying. But we've got Sinar, Eagle, and Sweller both within striking distance of knocking out at a single fight on stage 6.
We see what Sinar's up to. So they're going to get themselves a Shojin. They've got, of course, the incredibly strong frontline of our friend Braum 3 with a couple of gargoyles to his name. We've got, of course, the 3 items on the Yone. Of course, this time we don't have that dual Lotus to be able to push the damage up a little bit further than before, but still, I think decent itemization. We've got our friend Yasuo who needs a little bit of a push up, and that might be just a ticket.
Now, going to be looking for I'd say keep the Zephyr at this point. I was considering, I thought he had a Reforger, so I'm considering nothing at this point, Peter. I'm going to be honest with you. I've been so distracted by Brix. How do you come in with a Graves 3 on stage 5? And Sinar, who had such a strong start at the beginning, we said, this guy's on pace for first. Trade Sector, Tiamat, with the Yone 3, with the Olaf 3. No way he loses yet. Running into Brix, running into these other boards, he might be struggling.
Well, Sweller has only one life to give, and it's going to be aggressively pursued by our friend Yone, pumping out the absolute world of damage. With Nyla dropping as well, it's taken a little bit too long for Nolty to get any significant work done. And while Yone might not be the winning ticket here, it's going to be enough to drive out the 5th member guaranteeing top 4 for everybody else.
Now, 1 health left. If anyone runs into Bricks at this point, they're out, unless their name is Solo Gasang. So, it's up to Solo if he thinks he can push first to find a way past that Graves. But frankly, if I'm Solo, coming into this round with a high placement in previous games in the previous day, I'm happy to get a second.
Well, they'll be up against Sinar in the next round, which is amazing news for them. If they can take out Sinar convincingly, then top 3 is there for them. It was incredibly good luck. For Super, their luck is a little bit less on point. They are not only likely to, well, they're almost guaranteed to lose, but they're guaranteed to almost certainly lose the rest of their HP this round.
Yeah, going to be a huge loss as well if it happens. The Graves
God.
just blasts through the front line, dives into the back line, and finds himself stuck to the Shyvana. Half health on her, but for not much longer, as Graves keeps firing away into the back. Heal as much as you want, but Shyvana, I don't think you're going to last much longer. Super Eagle, however, does.
There's been a few players who've been visited by the Bricks and not actually being killed, so there's a lot of very fortunate ends to rounds. So Bricks will be going up against Sinar next, which means that no top 3 guaranteed, as Bricks is actually even looking to try and reinforce this board just a little bit more. There's a 2-star
Nice.
Idas coming in case you needed any more tools to get the job done.
Well, frankly, he might. That last round was incredibly close, and I wouldn't have characterized Super Eagle's board as being that strong compared to a Graves 3.
Well, let's see, Super Eagle, they've got one more chance here. So the guilds, the Shyvana, I think will really just be mostly a distraction. I don't know if there's just the damage here to get rid of the Deja. If you can't do that, you can't win. Shyvana is going to toast her way through as many units as possible. We have got Zippy disrupting. Ascension kicks in. Maybe this could be the turning point.
There go the shields. Shyvana still alive. The Deja ticking low. Finally, Shyvana's on her with the Bard. And it looks like Super Eagle will survive one more round as he takes out Solo Gasang and guarantees himself second place in round number 2.
Solo Gasang going up from 3rd to 4th, still with a decent performance so far. For Sinar, 2nd to 3rd. So we're seeing a lot of consistency from our top performing players. Of course, we're going to be getting a few extra items creeping in here. Bricks going to go for just the gloves, an interesting choice. Of course, to make that Infinity Edge, just to try and get a little bit more punch. Remember, of course, Jeweled Lotus is in play, which means that Jace will be adding to the pile of damage that Graves has got for Super.
Bricks making an interesting choice here, of course, with that Shimmer Scale item, saving up on that gold, allowing himself a little bit more econ. This loss is nowhere near going to take him out, but it sure as hell takes out Super Eagle if he loses.
All right, Super, show us what you've got. Up against the unstoppable force of the Graves. Going to be slamming into the side. The Shroud goes wide. Graves is as yet untended. Look at them tearing in to friend Jace. He's gone just as quick as a flash. The stun comes in. Graves ripping into Shyvana. We'll ignore her for a second as she goes into invincibility frames, but it doesn't matter. Built like a brick outhouse and with a stunning day 2 performance to go with a stunning day 1.
Bricks taking 5 first place finishes in the first 7 games of the Rising Legends finals. You cannot ask for a better performance from this player, one that we've been watching since he came into set number 6, made several repeat appearances in our Golden Spatula Cups, in the OQs, in the events themselves, but never was quite able to make it to the title of champion.
Yeah, I mean, this is a dream scenario for Bricks to be in here. We talked about this coming in. You really want to be able to start off day 2 strong. If you're up towards the top of the table, you know you've got a target on your back, absolutely. Players are going to be gunning for you, trying to take you down and lower the barrier to get into the top 8 at all. But Bricks is more than capable, apparently, of meeting that level of challenge.
And frankly, the funny thing was, coming into this day, we said, Bricks, listen, don't worry about it. All you need is some consistent top 4s and you'll be fine. That wasn't enough for Bricks. That was not enough. He was like, if I'm not getting top 1, am I really playing teamfight tactics? And apparently, his answer is no.
Well, then, sort of a larger point we want to bring in, of course, is, we've been seeing the Yones coming through. It does feel like perhaps the moment has passed there for the Yone comps. They're still good, but they're not earth-shatteringly good. Graves seems to be the one who's really driving this early day 2.
Yeah, especially in the hands of Bricks, who's shattering the earth of the finals. We're going to get ready for game number 3, toss to a quick break, and give you all an interview with the wonderful, lovely Potable. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with the AD.
Yep, hello, so my name is Potable. I'm 29, I'm French, and well, I started playing TFT on set 1. At the very beginning, I was already a challenger at this set, and pretty much at every single set, except maybe set 2 that I didn't play much. But yeah, I've been playing for quite a long time. There is no real origin, because it was like, I just wanted to find a name that people remember and that is quite so catchy. And in France, basically, Potable means no luck. And well, yeah, I think it was quite fun on a game with pretty much based on RNG. So that's it. I think there is some potential. There are some nice things. There are also some other things that I don't really enjoy. I think that there are champions that are quite uncontrollable and a bit RNG, like Siphon, Yasuo, yeah, slightly Talon as well. That are the parts I don't really like, but I think that there are some nice things. I really like the new augments they added. I think that the augment part is really nice on this set, much better than 6.5. And yeah, so I think that there are some good things, but yeah, some that are not great. Bah merci à tous les Français qui me suivent et qui m'accompagnent à chaque fois en stream, évidemment à la team Aegis qui m'apporte beaucoup quand même, avec notamment une idée Magarki et qu'on peut s'entraîner quand même bien comme il faut. Donc merci à tous et j'espère que je vais vous rendre fiers et faire une bonne perf à cette première GSC.
Welcome back to our analyst desk here after game number 2. This is the moment where we will be reseeding, so stay with us for a little longer while we take you through what was going on in that game. Some surprises, notably Super Eagle driving this comp all the way to a second place, to I think all of our surprise. But of course we have to name the child when it appears. Bricks taking yet another first place. He's on an amazing trajectory.
Yeah, his shops were definitely not bricked, especially from stage 4 onward. Got a Graves 2 essentially for free. Got the Jewel Lotus having already built an IE as well. Everything seemed to be going his way. And the next thing we know, he gets a Graves 3. And I like how the Graves essentially paid for the upgrade himself, had the gold collector and said, you know, I'm going to upgrade myself. You don't have to do anything, Bricks. And there it is, Graves. We saw it in game 1. We saw it on game 2. But Bricks as well, someone that is pretty OP in this tournament. 5 wins in a stacked roster of players like this is incredible, really.
Yeah, it's absolutely not something to chop at. Bricks has shown extreme versatility as well. It's not that he's going 20-20 on the same comp. He's just being very versatile, very flexible with what he does and succeeding with that. Now, before we go into highlights, we have something that we wanted to show you because we thought it's something cool that you might take into your own ranked games when you try out to find those Yones to dominate your own lobby. Sweeta, why don't you talk us through what was going on for Sinar?
Yeah, so the situation with Sinar's augments were that both of the augments they choose towards the data stage of the game gave him access to 2 copies of Yone. And when you don't need those copies to 2-star Yone for the immediate power spike, as we are going to be, just a second, they stay in the pool, which means that they are still able to be re-rolled into them, so you can still find them in the shop. But when he then needs them, like when he finds like 1 copy of Yone, then just pulls out. Essentially, he just had 2 free duplicators.
Yeah.
And that is kind of like what helped him stabilize. And again, it's a very common stabilization, like very common technique, or so should I say. But again, if you are a newer player or a player that just likes to pick up all the shiny things. You might not
Who
always.
doesn't? Who doesn't like picking up shiny things?
I think you're not going to get your point across because people just want to pick up the shiny stuff every single time.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is at the end of the day, right? But same thing kind of goes with augments like Cluttered Mind, where you will see Clear Mind, should I say, sorry, where you will see people forego picking up the orbs on PvE rounds until the round has triggered over, just to ensure they don't end up something on their bench they don't want to have there. It's the same concept, just ensuring that you pick up the orbs at the right time, because it actually is like a pretty big optimization. And again, when you are playing in a contested lobby, it doesn't matter if people aren't trying to reroll Yone, but again, you have a lot of players, just playing 2-star Yone, as we've been talking about, when it's a good Mirage very often. So again, just having those guaranteed copies of Yone on your board essentially is just such a big thing.
Yeah.
What about rerolling though makes someone that got an 8th, unfortunately for myself. I'm sorry. Well, I'm not Spanish, so never mind. It is Revan. I like his idea of going for the Astral. I think, as we was mentioning, when Yone is a 2-cost, Lux is a 2-cost, gives you a chance to maybe hit more Lux in the pools. But I think Revan maybe rolled a bit too heavily in Stage 3, where players aren't really rolling for Yone just yet, and ended up getting an 8th. He did get very unlucky though. We saw him, his bench, as we were spectating, the casters saw him, had pretty much all the copies of Varus, all the copies of Lux, all the copies of Silas. He was 1 off of everything, and any of those upgrades would have stabilized him so much. So it was really unfortunate. But also, I think, picking featherweights, you kind of say, oh, this is going to work so well with Astral, everything. You paint a picture in your head of how it's going to go, and it ends up going the opposite way, which is a little bit sad for me as well.
I think the big thing for me, right, about that specific spot was that, again, his 3-2 roll down, he had to go below 10 and didn't even find a Lux 2, right? He finds a Silas 2, quite nice. The front line is big, but again, Lux 1 can do a lot of work, as we saw, but having to go so deep on 3-2 when you're playing a reroll comp is just never optimal.
Yeah, I mean, there was some really unfortunate rolling after that as well, where he had an orb from the Astral, then sold off the Varus. It was a Varus in the orb. Had he sold off the Silas, it would have been a 3-star Varus. So really just a lot of stuff not going in the right direction. But we're going to look at who is going in the right direction in just a little bit. I mean, of course, we already know that Bricks is on a great momentum. I'm not even sure how it's looking if he can get knocked out, but once again, we are going to start from the bottom here. Unfortunately, Wega giving us the end of the leaderboard. Very, very sad. I was hoping our German representatives do a little bit better than that, but I still love you, Wega. Here, some more Germans coming through. Travis and Skip both very low in the leaderboard. I think it's a little bit of a surprise to all of us.
Marvin as well was on that first page, so GSC winners overall not really performing to the level we would expect from them in this regional final. I saw 3 Spanish players in the bottom page, so despite me not professing my own nationality in this tournament this day 2, it's still happening now.
We also saw Volta and Unit in the bottom 8. That is a wild development for this set in particular, as we are going to be moving into the players on the bubble. Sologasang down there in 15th. Right, again,
holding
big
strong
showing from
for
him.
Germany. Shout out Zolo.
Ging, Sinar on
as well. Shout out. We're holding on to two
yelling
players,
our
Mix.
biases at the leaderboard. I'm sorry, Wida. But here come our current top 8, and to no one's surprise, Brix is up there, 48 points, followed by our current EMEA champion with 47, followed by Lecoco.
Look at Salvi though, right? The two of us are talking backstage like, I don't think Salvi can make it, but he might have won the first game. Go, so you know what? I won't don't want to let Brix have all the fun. I'm gonna take 2 firsts myself. And again, now he's in there. Again, we do see how close it is.
And Kesman as well, still hanging on to that threshold of 8th, 9th, trying to stay in that top 8. Only 3 games left. Still a lot of games. But I think Kesman still has a chance to make it in that top 8 and represent Poland, which is something that Sproyson did last set very, very well, in Worlds as well. Maybe Kesman can take that mantle in these next 3 games as well.
Kesman is not the only one that's there, because Lelouch is right below him, currently in place number 9. So both of these Polish players could still go through, depending on how it all plays out. Of course, once again, the reminder that we are reseeding right now after the Snake format, so players will find themselves in very different lobbies once we come back from this analyst test.
Yeah, and again, Chicane is a player as well, like I said before in Reckoning. Like, Poland have a very strong, history when it comes to, making championships recently.
Yeah, and with that, I think our interview is ready, and we're going to hear back from our in-game casters in just a little bit. But before that, Zyko is here to answer some questions for you.
Hello guys, I'm Rako Mastery. I'm an Italian TFT player. I play for my organization Desire, and I am a pro player of Teamfight Tactics. My goal is actually winning the World Tournament, so that's my objective. That's my dream. I am tryharding every day because in finals I wanna reach the day 3 and I wanna go to Worlds. That's my dream. That's my achievement. That's what I want to achieve. So basically, my training right now is playing every day, trying to understand what's the new meta, because new patch just came out, and also there will be a new patch 2 days before the tournament, so it will be really hard. And I mean, that's basically what I'm trying to do right now. My achievement will be going to Worlds. If I go to Worlds, I am happy already, even if I go last in Worlds. I love every part of TFT. And I feel like the biggest part I really like is the decision making and the fact that you have to use your brain in order to win the game. So there are a lot of different positions where you have to choose something, and the best decision making makes your game and gives you the win. Ok, so for my shoutout, davvero grazie al mio team Desire, grazie ai miei fan, grazie ai miei viewer, grazie ai miei sub, grazie a chiunque mi abbia supportato. So seriously, thanks everybody, and I hope it will be a good tournament.
welcome back to our caster desk. And this time around, we just hopped on over from the other side because we decided now is our time to shine. I'm here with Witta and Patches Panda still, and we are so ready to bring you game number 3, Panda.
The 3 most important games of the tournament so far will be the deciding games in terms of who's able to make it to top 8 tomorrow. Of course, tomorrow, those will be the most important for those who do make it, but today still 32 players are contending, or maybe like 16 at this point now, because we only have 3 games left. You have to add up enough points, and cutting off to just 8 players is just going to be so difficult for so many players here.
Yeah, absolutely. Witta, I know some of those players in this lobby are speaking to you. You've been talking about Noel. Of course, Casey doubled your winner pick in our predictions. How are you feeling?
I mean, I'm super happy about this lobby, right? And again, it's such a weird thing to see, like, Volterix. Yes, you'd expect this to be like a top-cut lobby from like a previous GSC, but both Kenobi and Volterix has kind of had tournaments to forget to a certain extent, right? So let's see what they kind of come into here now. Opening Carousel. Everything Barclay could really be viable right now to believe, so that's kind of, you know, what you want to see at the end of the day here, David. So, build opener on a Talia.
Talia not so relevant anymore. Kai'Sa, of course, the more relevant of those Lagoon units. I like the Turtle mix.
The turtle is so good, actually. The turtle is insane.
Except for the one in game 1 that was a little bit, had a bit of a moment there, and Scrambles was distracted by it because it was on the side of the road. I'm not going to go further with this analogy, but one thing to look at after these 2 games, the kind of the micro meta of this day 2. Graves 100%, Yone 100%, Deja to some extent as well. That Shyvana carry game from Super Eagle that got a second I think was very interesting as well, but we haven't seen too much of those 4 Dragon boards overall in these last 2 games.
Solo with the build your own econ trait set down right there. You know, one of each, and then you kind of make the decision afterwards.
Matella's maybe as well. Has the Malphite tool already online. Has a chance for Nidalee and the Skarner as well. Only missing that Vlad to have that very good Astral opener.
Yeah, so Max, you're a person that really likes Matella and really has done a deep dive on him. And we've seen a lot of AP. Is that like his go-to tree to play?
I wouldn't actually say so. So Matella himself said that he doesn't really like dragons all that much, but any playstyle suits him. So really working well with set 7.5 so far. However, in the tournament, he has fallen off a little bit. I feel like there were moments where a pivot should have come a little bit earlier, or there were clear directions from other player in the lobby and he didn't really see the signs and therefore was competing, fell off in that moment.
Matella has to feel bad. There was a Nidalee in the shop, opted to go for the 2 Nassus as well. Has a Leona pair, could have had Astral in already with the Skarner and the Lux he found in the shop. Could maybe go for a Lux angle. He did it in the game 1 yesterday, had a very, very good result with that first place. Could have done it as well here, but instead going to opt for the Leona 2. And as soon as we get to the desk, Makes your presence and Witta's presence with all the chaotic energy puts us into a spot where now the players are probably just shaking their heads.
Yeah, I mean, I love some prismatic augments, and especially in 2-1, that's going to be a statement, that's going to be direction, that's going to be tempo, and we're in it for a ride.
We definitely are here, and again, birthday present. It was, okay, I like the reroll here as well. Lagoon Crown is actually very interesting because this gives you so much flexibility when it comes to playing like the Astral plus Lagoon setup, because it allows you to like jam that Astral Emblem onto the Lux. So you have Lux that gets the extra attack speed, gets the extra AP, and then you just have the double econ train set up just very, very early on.
Looking at the Mirage, it will be Spell Sword Enchantment. One that we didn't get too much. I think it seems like it's been pretty much every game on stream has been Warlords, Duelist, or Executioner. We haven't gotten Pirate's Greed once. We haven't gotten Electric Overload once. I think Spell Sword also maybe just 1 time. So nice to see some variety there with the Mirages and see how that affects players trying to go for that Deja or that Yone.
Radiant Relics here, Fist of Thanos.
Some interesting augment choices coming through here as we already see them in our internal. Noel has opted for the Swift Shot crown and Kenobi going for Windfall on 2-1. I remember a screenshot posted by our dearest Chinese representative Thanner with 50 gold on 2-2 or something due to Windfall as first augment prismatic.
Yeah, I mean, Windfall was very good back in set 6 before they kind of started tiering it for like whichever stage of the game you were at. Not really the case anymore. It is a nice economic buffer, but again, that comes at the cost of a lot of combat power. You look at someone like Noel, who has a Swift Shot Crown, which also means there's going to be a Rage Blade already in play, if I remember correctly. So clear direction there. Travis's Cybernetic Implants were the best augments in the game. Gives you so much combat power as well.
One more thing to note, Namzi will be Cannoneer for this game. We saw Darkest trying to go for that Cannoneer in the last game, or in the first game in yesterday's, well, as we started off this tournament. We'll see if any players opt to try out the new buff to Cannoneer, but what we do see here is 2 Ezreal 2s already on the board for Volta. We didn't get to see too much Ezreal reroll that we did see in the Chinese and Korean tournaments. And 2 more on the bench as well. Oh no, Volta! Don't do it to us.
I mean, it's not even a reroll if you hit it like 2 free. Come on, David, right? It's just natural, and I think it's kind of comes together due to the birthday present. I assume that one of the units from that was going to be that Ezreal pair. Has, you know, a Kiana pair in the bench as well. Like, again, there it is, the birthday present augment card coming in for anybody that's unfamiliar. Now, Wida, why don't you take us through how we're going to play with this? I mean, generally speaking, it kind of makes the game play a little bit different. You get a unit for leveling up, and again, the unit goes 1, 2, 3, etc. But it does give you quite a lot to come through with at the end of the day, and, you know, this could just, like, you could just natural anything here. You know, 55% is such a high likelihood to find that Ezreal.
Has that Nunu as well. Going to be able to slot in with the calves, go for 3 calves, have, again, the damage is done. You have the damage already sorted for the rest of this stage 2, 3, maybe 4 as well. Now you have to work on that front line, make sure you have enough time to stall out for that Mystic Shot to really start ramping up the attack speed on the Ezreal.
And notably, Volta has been saying in interviews on the French TFT page that he is a player that likes to play a little bit beside what other players are going for. He likes going into niche comp. He likes being uncontested, allowing him to hit those really weird comps, but hit them well and finding those units. And it's going to be a spatula-rich carousel.
61 had Prismatic Prep, had a Rengar on the bench, and there's 3 Spatulas on this carousel, so it could be a very interesting game of Rengar and Darkflight for 61 if he's able to get that going.
Yeah, but seems to prioritize the glove maybe instead here. A little bit of a dance between him and Sinar is going to be the change at the end of the day. And these type of carousel mind games can kind of be really important at this point in the tournament because it puts a mental stressor on it because they have to make so many decisions.
I'm laughing because I remember the screenshot you showed us with of one of our players who shall not be named, who said that it's very important to his tournament success here that we play on a certain server because emotes are a part of their psychological warfare in this tournament here. So I'm looking forward to that.
I mean, there's only one player that's going to use that phrasing, right? I mean, I'll let the chat do the rest out there, but I mean, again, this spot is pretty good. Has that early Ionic Spark, and again, I wouldn't expect this necessarily to be an Ezreal free as an end game because you don't have the Guardian setup that you really need by the time, but it could be a very strong mid game.
Yeah, Birthday Present is overall a tempo augment that really lets you, again, outpace the entirety of the lobby because you're able to get those 2 stars for free. And we're seeing it here. Kiana 2, Rel 2. Despite the synergies not being perfect for this board, as you mentioned, there's no Guardian, there's not like the perfect setup. It's still going to be good enough to, I think, turn this lose streak around. Maybe not just yet, but definitely by the time you get to Krog, by the time you get into stage 3, you're going to be win streaking for sure.
Absolutely, and I am just so curious where we're going with these boards. Right now, Matela and Travis, oh, I spoke too soon. We're both on 100 HP, but Travis has been dethroned, and so did Matela. Both lost their win streak right now, and the lobby is moving closer once again.
And there we have it, the Ezreal free has been found now. Next best slot in is going to be that Twitch, not going to be found just yet, but again, just going to slowly but surely start just rounding out the board. He would look at Matela's board. He was talking about how he was looking quite nice with that Lagoon. So he even has another spat if he wanted to go back into the mages fully with the first tier he finds because he does have the mana generation from that Spear of Shoten.
Kenobi just hitting the Kai'Sa 2 on 2-6 could be a big stabilizer for whatever he's going to run. We spoke about it a lot, Pandawida, with the Kai'Sa being an amazing item holder, regardless of where you're going for the most part, because it allows you to go for the items that will do really well with Dragon boards, right, Wida?
Absolutely, and again, this Serit could be a holding party. It could also be, if a random Serit 2 is found on like 3-2, it could be the big thing as well here. Again, very important to note, Matela is going to go 30, 40, 50 here, so it's going to be in a very good economic position.
And we see on Travis' side as well, also has a good econ opener. The Astrals, the Nidalee already 2-star, the Gnar coming in as well, going to go into what I think is going to be that Jade Siphon board, that Chiyu Siphon board into the late game with the great econ opener, because you need so much gold to get those Dragons 2-stars, to get your Jace online as well, to get maybe your Bard and Soraka later into the game, and to go 9 eventually as well. So I think, I mean, you know, that's a comp that I played so much when it was oppressively broken 2 patches ago. So I have a very good understanding of how strong this can be with a good econ opener. So once Travis gets those Astrals set up, especially with this, you know, very good HP total right now, I think it's going to be in a spot to the top 4 for sure.
Yeah, and we are seeing the overlay on the right side. I see an awful lot of Nidalee. That's just going to remind me that we will see Panda in a Nidalee cosplay as well during this tournament. So stay tuned for that. Leave a follow if you haven't already. And we hopped on over to Kenobi's board. And there you see what Windfall can do. Of course, he tanked some losses. He open forted. He went for the full loss streak here. 66 gold on 2-7.
The downside is you're down a prismatic augment when you get into stage 4, stage 5, where the econ, if you didn't do enough with it, won't matter as much. So we'll see Wida how that pans out for him, and if it kind of bites him if he's not able to get that same combat strength on the board.
Quite frankly, I'm impressed he's still 68 HP, right? Like, to be completely honest.
Leona 3 though.
But you look at the board and it kind of does make sense. He could even go as far as just committing the Swiftshot emblem as of right now if he really wants to do that. Not necessarily going to be the case. Commitment probably comes on the next stage because, might comes now. Again, this could be a trigger for a Swiftshot related augment like press the attack, another Swiftshot heart to start pushing that vertical.
The pre-level as well, waiting to get level 6. Again, this is one of those positions, Wida, where you're happy to lose still. If you don't, that's fine. You can start turning around your win streak now, but you're happy to maybe lose one more round, get that extra bit of econ, and then turn it around 3-2 onwards, and then start leveling. Maybe even to 7 very, very soon. It's definitely at 3-5 because he's going to have the gold to do it.
I really like the options here that our players are presenting. Of course, it was Prismatics, and after this round, we will go into the next augments, and that could throw us for a tumble or just a soft little breeze if they turn out to be silver augments. So I'm just waiting for what's going to lurk around the corner once we get there in a couple of seconds. Volta and Sinarge still finishing up their round as we go over, and here they come.
Preparation.
Could be good with the Yone reroll if he's going to stay on 6 and slow roll here, which I guess will be the case. Finds Varus too as well. Hey, why not? Just slot it in.
Good CC as well. Has to restart Leona for the front end already. It's lacking some items to really help that elevate itself. Again, I assume that we're going to see Belt potentially be prioritized really heavily on the carousel to get that Sunfire Cape going, just, to get some more damage, help Yone kind of circle out. I would have preferred to see him go really deep for Yone 2 here, just as a stabilization point. But again, with the preparation now coming into play, just having that fully prepped when you make that spike, you could just try to maximize the loss streak.
Similar spot where you're saying, hey, if I get a Unit 2-star, that's a Unit 2-star, great. But if I don't, I get more prep charges before I get that upgrade. So just seems to be caught in a place where nothing can go wrong. Everything is good for Kenobi there, and he's a player that definitely needs to have some good results here in this game.
And nothing could go wrong is what you might have said if there wasn't another player also looking for a little bit of a Yone moment. We are on Solo Gazang's board, who we haven't checked in a lot just yet. He currently is running a 3-item Olaf as well as a Yone 1. Not too great, but...
Noel, also we talked about the Swisher Crown, has that Yone 2 already put into place. And it has a double Swisher emblem because, again, we saw the spats earlier on coming into play now as well. So Noel is in a really good spot here.
Something that's really interesting about that augment specifically that Noel ran with here, we saw that yesterday in one single lobby. It was a triple prismatic lobby, and I actually don't remember the player name right now. I'll get that for you next round. But that player went for 5 swift shot with the Yone with 2 swift shot emblems and did fantastic, placed in the top 3. Really, really great round.
Kenobi does find that Yone 2 upgrade now at 3-3, and as we've been mentioning, as we've been seeing, not just this game, but pretty much every game this tournament, at least 3 players trying to go for a full commitment here, not just an item carry commitment, a full commitment, trying to 3-star this, and obviously not everyone can get this upgrade. Not everyone's going to be able to get that Yone 3, and that might spell trouble for those players that are not able to hit in stage 4, might end up bleeding out to a bot 4 finish.
This combo stabilizes quite a lot. It's just talking about stabilizing. Well, we got a game pause here, just, good old-fashioned. We cannot have any players having any issues, right? We got to ensure that everyone is, they have the tools that they need to perform their best at the end of the day. So, Volta now win streaking. We see the board on our screens behind the pause screen.
Makes me feel like an official esport when we have a pause here, but I come back to us, and what else is there to talk about, Makes, other than just prismatic augments right away and just Yone being once again the star of the show in the early and mid stages of this game?
I mean, it's always going to be Yone, right? Like, he always comes back around somehow. I don't know why, but we're here with him, just vibing along the way. And even Prismatics are not going to change that. Just such a good composition, such a strong unit. And I really would have liked to see maybe a Cursed Crown moment, or maybe, Dragon Soul. That would have been nice, but I guess we're not in it for today.
A key thing, a theme, as we're seeing with the augments right now, is the second round, which has been silver, has been pretty much exclusively board focused. There is the Cannoneer Heart and there's the item grab back. When you're looking at Knife Set, 7x Shell, you name it, all of these very good, flexible default augments that just give you so much combat power.
When the game started, I talked about a board that we have not seen much of today. That is a 4-dragon board. I'm hoping at least one player is going to be able to bring out that Aesol, or else we're going to look like fools bringing up Aesol in the meta talk and then just not seeing him all day long. Yone, we got covered already. Shimmer skill, definitely as well. Weeda, as we're seeing every single game, Shimmer skill start for most players. But Aesol still something we have not seen just yet. Do you think there's a specific reason for this, Weeda? Do you think it's just the tempo of the lobby not allowing those fast 9 strategies for some players?
It's hard to get to, right? And I think that, again, tempo is one thing, player preference is another thing, because there are just players that, generally speaking, will not prefer to play that because you have to play these AP lanes. And we did see it from Synar in the game number 1, where he had that Lagoon opener with the blue buff and the Kaiser, and transitioned it into, we had the Dragon Imperialist and transitioned that into, the 4-dragon board. So again, you need those mid-game holding points. We've seen people like Sologazang hold on to his Deja spots, for example, or you'll see other players go for the 4 dragons.
Yeah, and to be fair, while we might not have been seeing a lot of Aesols in our on-stream lobbies, he definitely came through in the off-stream lobbies. There's a lot of dragon boards that performed really well. Of course, how could it be different? Sometimes the occasional one that goes a little bit into the bottom 4, but for the most part, they have been top 4ing, and that is, I think, no one's surprised there.
One more reason. High-end shopping was removed from the game, as was Level Up. Mordog Blessed are super competitive players that know that anyone that finds a prismatic augment is going to have a very good chance, Weeda, of going fast 9, of assembling the dragon board, and of probably winning the lobby, or at least getting a top 4. So I think those extremely high variance augments, I think it's important to take them out for the competitive segment of this set, which is, of course, regional finals, LCQs coming up, and, of course, the World Championship. And I think that might be a reason why, also, it's a fraction, a tiny bit harder to reach those level 9 boards.
Yeah, and keep in mind, we are currently in a game pause. It is game number 3, and there seems to be an issue. Of course, we are working hard to resolve that. So for now, you're going to have to make do with our beautiful faces. But something else I wanted to talk about is my favorite topic, and that is our trophy, because I feel like it hasn't gotten enough showtime just yet. It's more beautiful than our faces. I'm sorry I have to say this.
I'm surprised our chairs got stolen and not the trophy. I'm not sure who the thief was, but get your priorities straight, please.
Don't jinx it. I mean, I don't think we know who did that.
We have too much power as cashers. I forgot, Mix.
I mean, also I feel like a trophy might be harder to fence,
It seems spiky. It seems, yeah, that might be true.
It is a dragon.
Are you a professional thief, Weeda? So are you telling us the tools
I'm
of
a
trade?
professional thieves glove user.
Okay,
let's put it like that.
That's a good save.
Let's put it like that, I don't necessarily got that lucky gloves touch, even though my life is not a prismatic opener.
I don't think anyone has a lucky gloves touch. Not the best performing augment in this set.
Our production team does
the game. Thank you so much. The issue seems to be resolved, and we go back in with Kenobi. And I'm really excited for this lobby for the one reason that there's a lot of swift shot to go around, and we've been talking about this with the position of Xayah.
Another spat.
Because I personally feel, just looking at our stats, 12-21, Xayah, Ragewing, not doing too great. Yesterday we saw Wega with that Shyvana 2-on-4-1 and ended up, I think, going 7th. So maybe with this, we have a better Xayah option.
No spats left open from that first carousel, Megs, but maybe a second Swift Shot emblem could be built for some of these players that are going for that Yone angle. I'm curious to see what Double has been doing. He had that prep early on, the prismatic prep as well. He had the Rengar on the bench. I'm curious if he's actually sticking to Rengar and Darkflight. Oh, looks like he is, at least for now. He's lose streaking, but that might change once he gets a few more upgrades.
So this is not the Rengar aspect,
ooh,
right?
Cannoneer.
Because there's a Last Whisper here that's going to be put into place, which means that you don't want Last Whisper, generally speaking, in the Graves, in the Rengar setup, right? Graves here, can just stand these items around here. Hopefully he's trying to find, full set of items for the Graves on the wall, so he doesn't have to bounce off that belt at a later data stage of the game. But Prismatic Prep is so strong when it comes to making these type of boards spike at the end of the game here. So also, Matilda Volta, we need to talk about this, gets his third spat of the game. This could be the mage spat. And you have so much flexibility with double Lagoon plus a mage emblem to really just do whatever you want.
Yeah, prepare for trouble.
And make it double.
Yeah, because Casey Double is on the rise once again, currently second in our overall standings, and looks like he's on a good trajectory in this lobby as well. Is not competing with anyone, has the Dark Flight set up, has sent a strong signal to anybody else that says, if you're going for the kitty cat, mine has preparation stacks. If you're going for a Aphelios, mine has preparation stacks, so don't you dare touch them.
Any viewers at home that are thinking, why is 61 playing this throwback comp that was the initial version of why Darkflight became so problematic with the Zeeks? The reason being, Wida, that obviously Cannoneers got recently a buff, and Graves has been a very well-performing unit all throughout this set.
And Nomsy is also
That's
Cannoneer
also
this
true.
game, which is a pretty big thing when you consider the buffs that 4 and 6 Cannoneers gotten. So that's also why I like the fact that he's pushing levels rather than trying to slow roll for Aphelios free on level 6. Yes, it's a big spike, but as we all kind of got to know at the end of the day, Graves is a true carry in this comp.
Not just that, but pushing levels while leaving your Graves on the bench and purposely trying to not upgrade it just yet while you get the prep stacks is also a very good reason. You can go 8th and get a pretty high odd chance of getting Graves in your shop naturally.
Absolutely, and we are now facing off against Sinar. We haven't spoken too much about what's going on there, but I feel like it is time to mention the basically Knife's Edge 4 that he has picked up.
We talk about, getting that 4th and 5th item when you have the Jewel Lotus, when you have Blue Battery, but with Knife's Edge, similar way, you get so many stats into the exact stat that you want. It gives you perfect direction at 2-1, in this case now at 3-2 as well, doubling down on the same augment. And I think it sometimes works when you're, especially with AD, which is flat AD, because there are so many ways to multiply that AD, you're able to lean very far into one stat and not have that be something that might not work out for you.
I'm sorry, why is there a Terra on 3-7?
Good question, Makes. I don't have an answer, but Solgasang might. German player, you might want to reach out to him later and ask him how he was able to assemble a board with already an Idas and a Terra.
He just sang the Song of the Dragons,
Oh.
That is the,
Is that how it works now? Okay, okay.
You have to teach me that song, Wida. I don't know it. Maybe that's why my ranked games have not been going so well in this set.
I feel like I should not sing on broadcast. I feel like we might lose viewers over that.
GSC3 we tried and it did not
We
work out.
tried, it was bad. Casey Double now finding that Graves 2. That's going to be a big, big power spike and stabilization for his board. But everybody else, we just saw it, already had upgrades coming in as well. There was a Jax 2 that showed up, which is usually also really nice to have. And you are seeing all of the trades on the right side disappearing as we speak. Classic. But yeah, I mean, loads of dragons on Zologazang's board already, definitely looking to go into that Dragon 4 angle.
Not too many Yones on the bench for Kenobi. I think this being a product of how many players are contesting this unit, as they have been pretty much every single game this tournament. It's going to be quite messy for those players that are going to be low-rolling those shops and not quite able to find those last few copies they need to 3-star. And there's Deja popping off once again. Can Twitch do it with the Blast Potion? I think not going to be quite enough. The Wind Blast from Deja seems to be, no. It is very, very powerful all throughout Stage 3 especially.
And we're going to go Prismatic Silver Gold, so that's something we need to look out for here. Also, Yone is a composition where you can stay stable on 2-stars for quite a while right now, and this is a pretty important spike. We should look at around the lobby here. Upgrades coming around, especially for Travis down the bottom at the leaderboard. Someone we haven't really checked in with too much this game, but finds Neela 2, Seri 2, so it's clearly on some sort of Lagoon angle.
Speaking of angles, Matela just leveled up to level 8 already, which should allow him to have a bit better shot at those legendary. Sologazang sees this and says, not without me. I want some dragons as well. Noel still picking some augments here. Thrill of the Hunt, something that we've seen a lot, but it's going to be best friends for him.
Even more attack speed for that Yone, allowing that Rage Blade to stack even faster to multiply off of that base attack speed that Yone already has with a 0.85, and now even more so with the Swift Shot Emblem and the best friends as well. Yone and Wukong best friends. Do they look like that to you? I'm not sure. I'm not sure they vibe.
Yes,
really?
Absolutely. One's a monkey and the other one's a clown.
Yone is like very, agile and swift, and there's Wukong just bongs you on your head. I think it's a completely different tree of damage.
I mean, maybe if Yone is a Tones Knife fan, that's a good one, That
might be a way to link them together, but I'm not convinced, Wida.
All right, you guys. We're going to take it back just a little bit. Players have all picked their golden augments, and there's some interesting stuff in there. Double 61 was able to pick up Hotshot. We saw him on the Cannoneer Darkflight angle. Really, really nice pickup for him.
Rolls coming in for Noel, finds another Twitch 2, another Twitch 1 as well, so 2 off of that Twitch 3. Not the main damage carry, but still a good unit to have upgraded as well, as just, that secondary or tertiary way of getting some damage down onto the board. But Double 61, someone that I think every player is going to be very, very scared of, especially with the fully prepped Graves too, with Edge of Night. The belt, though, not really ideal on Graves. What do you think this might end up being? I guess just a Zeke's again as well?
So the thing that's worth noting here, if it's going to be a regular dragon, we are going to be expecting remover in at least every third or so shop. So not at the end of the world, he can kind of start to redistribute that and then just translate that over to being a Zeke's on, let's say, the Yone, not the Yone, on the Aphelios, for example.
Not too much gold to work with, though. 20 gold, level 7, still has to get to level 8 eventually at this point. If he's double, we're already halfway through stage 4.
Yeah, but that's a roll, and he's 61 HP, right? He's chilling right now at the second place. Volta also has just kind of been chilling since, he found that Ezreal free and kind of been able to round out that board state, really. So the French player is now on top. This is what we're used to seeing, but for Volta has not been the case this weekend.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what Volta is on. We haven't checked in with him in just a little while. At the beginning of the lobby, he went with that birthday present and has found an Ezreal 3 super early. We can see the components on the left side of the screen right now. And I just want to know what he's got going on at the moment. So we will check in with him after the carousel.
We should probably clarify, because we have Matala de Volta and SLY Volterix in the same lobby. When we say Volta, we mean Volterix, and we say Matala, we mean Matala. Again, if you're a newer viewer that are not fully clear on that abbreviation, but we just get this clear. That is what we're doing.
I think it's the respect your elders moment here. Volta has been around for way too long to be to have that nickname taken away from him.
If I'm not mistaken, Matila only recently changed his name to this, and before that it was something like the slamming clown, because he likes to slam items very early.
Okay.
So he had branded himself like that. It was in French, and my translation of French is very bad, but that's what was going on there. So a little bit of an homage to Volta.
Viewers, pay attention. I think this bit of trivia from Makes will probably become an egg question in the next tournament. So take out your notebook, start writing this down.
Interesting here as well, he has taken high side, and again, look at what I was talking about here. He's chosen to make another Lagoon emblem and not make a Mage emblem here. So this is going to be like 6 Lagoon, but it's going to be an Aurelion Soul.
And going to try and get so much of those components of that gold, just really Lagoon, of course, being an econ trait in its own way as well. We're seeing this ASOL, we ask and we get it, but it's not going to be quite enough. Ezreal's still going to be able to clean up house here from Volta with a guild emblem as well.
And a big thing that's worth noting here, if this is going to be a full-on dragon transition here, due to the fact he has 3 of those Lagoon emblems, he's going to be able to continue to just generate those stacks over and over and over again for the rest of the game. Just that way, have access to that lever of just outscaling. But he has a Zoe 2, Kenobi free. Kenobi has now hit Yone free as well. On top of that, just spikes all around.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Matilla was on a little bit of a scary ride for the past rounds, really, for the past games, but this lobby is doing him so well. Finding that Lagoon Crown so early, Celestial Blessing, getting a little bit of extra healing, sustaining, and now the High Tide. Really nice. Everything's coming together. Zoe 2, and now the ASOL as well, 1 copy short.
Picks up a rod as well from that component. He just was able to pick up at 200 Lagoon stacks at this point. Gonna be a while until he gets that champion duplicator at 400, but definitely if he sticks to this Lagoon, which I think he will with all the different emblems, gonna be able to reap the rewards later in stage 5.
Yeah, but let's start here from Travis.
Before we go to Travis, just really quickly, I want to highlight the High Tide because we have an augment card for that, and that's just gonna give you a little bit of extra mana but less attack speed, and that's going to do so well for that ASOL to really pump up and get those casts out.
That's looking pretty good. We also have Radiant items galore, which means that Double 61 might be able to equip that Graves, and really any player that's using kind of those hyper carries, Kenobi as well, that Yone 3, are going to be able to get that bit of an extra edge with these incredibly strong items.
You look at this, right? You can go for second Archangels. Does leave you without any healing option, but he does have the Celestial Blessing. There's just no way you skip this option because it's just so good overall. can start looking for items for potential Nila, for example, if you want to go back into that at any point during the game.
Rolling for that Azul will find an Ao Shin, but keeps going. One copy short. He wants
There's
it.
Too.
There's a Zome. Is he going to pick that up, or is he going to keep on going? Looks like we're going to go with the Zome for now. 8 gold, and the Azul is still missing. I think that was it for the rundown of Metella, but somebody else has hit. We are hearing from our lovely observer that Aphelios 3 has been found by no one other than Casey Double.
This is, of course, very relevant, but as we mentioned before, the Radiant item on the Graves, and I think the Graves, despite being just a 2-star, is almost always going to be the more relevant carry in any version or any comp that's running him because of just how strong he is as a unit, how well he's able to just pretty much 1v9, but also when you have Aphelios helping out, it definitely is a great thing.
Eternal Whisper is just such a good item. Like, it is so good. It is just incredibly strong, and it just, you pair it up with the last Whisper as well. Like, there's just not, like, all these tanky front lines, you know, they're just gone.
They're melting.
It's not quite Eternal Whisper on Corki from, you know, from the good old days of Set 7.0, but it's quite close in terms of just the amplification of that. So, Nomsy 2 is still not found. Not necessarily a big thing, Nomsy. It's just the ultimate trade bot in this type of setup.
Yeah.
Poor Nomsy.
Just feeding her into the enemy board, a little bit of extra beef, a little bit of extra bodies before anything gets to your actual carries. And of course, allowing those extra cannoneers, as Nomsy is cannoneer at the moment. Here we're going to see the damage dealt breakdown of the last round. And to be fair, that's pretty much of what we expected.
We also saw Braum 3 there from Noel, so the front line tank going to be fantastic for him, but now a very important fight here for Metella, who is on the lower end of the HP standings, just at 26 HP, facing one of the stronger players in Double 61. We'll see if the Graves can do it all by himself, or he's going to find himself into a pretty precarious spot, jumping right into that black hole, but doesn't even matter because the burst from this Graves, the movement as well, he's so fast, he's so powerful, he can really just do it all.
Yeah, and the healing also being neglected here by the hotshot. That was the final augment for Double 61 is also something that we need to keep an eye out for, because it does mean they can skip any sort of Morello, Sunfire Cape going down.
Yeah, absolutely. But slowly and surely, the first players are getting knocked out here in round number 3. We can see Metella trying desperately to stabilize, finding a Nyla too, which should help in getting this comp some extra. Will get popped here, takes out the Azul, now fully into Lagoon Mages, but Sinar is also on single-digit HP.
One of the players we saw in games 1 and 2 was able to top 4 both of those, really trying to fight for that top 8 spot. He was around middle of the table coming into this day 2. In this case now, fighting to just not be 8th. We talked about mitigating losses, trying to, again, stay among that maybe 6th or 5th spot, still rack up those points. But in this case now, it might be a little bit too much. The Ezreal from Volta is still killing off, but not... Oh, it's going to be enough. I think Signer taken down to 3 HP. I'm not sure if there's a bug there.
No, he's knocked out. He's knocked out. He was just on a different board trying to run away from the damage that was coming in for him. But he's not going to escape here. Taken an 8th. Really unfortunate. That Siphon one just not doing him any favors, not able to take out the Ezreal.
Okay, there was no Yone on this carousel, because that would have been a big thing for Noel, who is first picking here, and he's 1 Yone short as of right now. That would have been so big. And you can see that he's kind of in a position where he's running away from the carousel almost, trying to figure out what he needs to pick up, because it's not necessarily that clear cut for him, because again, once you have your Yone items, it becomes very weird, like very, you know, not as clear for you. But
we talked about it. This was the problem that someone was going to run into. In this case, it is unfortunately Noel. Kenobi found that Yone 3 much earlier, and we see the direct impact of that. He is currently win streaking in this stage 5. At stage 5, if you haven't 3-starred your Yone, you're going to be in big trouble. You need to hit that power spike a little bit earlier to stay alive.
Someone else that has a 3-star, that Yone, Noel and Kenobi, both on the 3-star Yone for now. They're both running the Swift Shot emblem, and it will be all about whose Yone hits faster.
That being said, still level 6 Weeda for Noel. He's so far behind when it comes to levels because he spent so much time trying to roll for this upgrade.
Yeah, and this locket here is not necessarily going to have a great impact either, right? But again, what are you even trying to item? I said there was no good frontline item for the Braum, for example, which would have been the most ideal thing to look out for here. Good stuff here on the Aphelios is going to delay the healing aspect from this comp quite a lot.
That being said, the Zephyr with the best friend is going to be a bit of a positioning puzzle in terms of just trying to move last second. You have to move, you have to make sure you're still getting that best friend's impact. In this case now, it seems to not quite be enough. Double 61 getting another win. Noel still alive, but just barely. down now to 10 HP. Matelas as well with 10, and Travis down to 9.
Oh, yes, Travis, we need to see what's going on here. Yet another Lagoon player has that Graves 2 with a Radiant BT, 2 Zeeks, and a Seraphine 3 with Morello, Archangel, and Hextech. I feel like this comp should be so much stronger than what we're seeing.
Look at the augments, they're really good, David. There's no build together, but
I'm surprised he's so low in HP, to be honest. Maybe he hit the Graves 2 a little bit too late, considering that Double 61 was also on that Graves 2. Took 3 out of the pool very early on. We were going to get that upgrade at the start of stage 4, I believe it was. So maybe that might be the reason why. We'll see if the fight RNG can go in Travis's way. If he can at least outlast some of these players that are at 10 HP right now.
Yeah, but he gets the ghost fight here against Matela, which is going to be really big. But again, look at the Seri here, the Nyla. Nyla, good old-fashioned Nyla, you know.
Slipstreaming around, but the Graves is onto her, gets distracted. The Edge of Night just proccing there. He turns back around and says, not with me. Takes her out on the last breath as he moves on to the zone and is able to survive here.
And that's going to be it. Matelas knocked out, unfortunately for him. Had a very great start to the tournament in Game 1, but then everything else didn't quite pan out for him in the games after and now as well in this Game 3. Jace 2 for Volta. Found a Yasuo 2 earlier on, so getting those big upgrades that he needs to stay among this top 4. That being said, a bit of a gap starting to form between Double 61, between Solo Gasang and the rest of the players.
Yeah, Solo play we've barely talked about all game, I feel like, right? We haven't necessarily had full clarity of him. Again, that's just kind of been the story of Solo. Like, he's just
vibing.
He's just vibing. but straight up, like, if you met this guy in person, he is just continuous. Like, he's just one walking vibe, honestly, right?
Alongside Signer, the 2 players that were getting top 4 in both games 1 and 2 in the last lobby we were spectating. Now Solo Gasang, the only player able to do it again in this Game 3.
Volta rolling a little bit here, trying to, of course, find some dragons. Does not get to upgrade that Shyvana to Shyvana 2, but will pick up an Aoshin for now, which isn't bad either. Unfortunately, not much gold to roll with, and we can see on the right side of the screen, he's not the only one that's in that position.
Considering the swap, I imagine, puts the Aoshin in. Finds Shyvana 2, has to upgrade it before the fight starts here. We'll see now if this Graves can do it. Travis is on his last life, possibly. We're already in stage 6, so lots of damage coming in, and he's facing up against the HP leader, Solo Gasang. All the dragons on the board, the Earthquake coming in from the Terra, the Golden Scales trying to shield his Idas, trying to buy more and more time for just Deja to do her thing. Not quite the 5-cost dragon upgrade just yet, but Deja, it might still be enough. We'll see as this Wind Blast comes in. The units perfectly line up, but too much HP and too much resistances on that Graves. Noel as well gets taken down. That Yone not quite working out for him.
Okay, Kenobi finding a pretty good upgrade for the board. Getting that Braum 3 is going to get him a little bit more beefiness, going to buy that Yone some more extra time. And Travis was really lucky here. I feel like getting not a terrible counterplay, allowing him to stay in, still fighting to make it into those top 4 together with Kenobi and Volterix.
And Solo maybe missing that upgrade. Wida still on Deja at this point in the game. Do you expect that to be the final board he finishes on?
I mean, when you look at the itemization, right, it's Deja items more so than they are, you know, Aoshin items, right? I think that's the big thing right now for Solo. He's probably just trying to bleed out for a second. I feel like Double kind of has the entire lobby in a chokehold right now, depending on whether or not the spike from Kenobi is going to be strong enough.
Warriors Emblem, Titans Val Varus. I think that's the first time this exact variation of items has been built on this Varus 3-star, but it seems to be working out. Twitch and Varus getting it done for Kenobi. Travis taken out, but as we mentioned, the spot he was in, maybe happy enough to just be a 5th, still racking up some points in these standings, trying to fight for those top 8 spots. And we asked for dragons. We got at least this Aoshin now. Not quite the Aesol.
Who asked for dragons?
I
Speak
did.
for yourself.
I did, Makes.
Do not use the collective we, as I did not ask for them.
I didn't ask for prismatic augments, and we still got it.
Come through here. We're still running that Azrael 3 for now. That Volta picked up in the first round. So much value out of a 1-cast unit. Is still on the guild angle, getting him a little bit of extra Omnivamp due to that emblem, and is looking for upgrades, but once again, not much gold to work with, and is going to meet up with yet another Yone.
This Braum just walks right up to the Aoshin and just hits it with a shield. Aoshin taken out, but still the backline, the Varus left alive. I think Ezreal can't quite shoot through this Braum just yet. Too many Warmocks, too many, one stone plate actually, but still enough to get that Braum to stay alive the entirety of this fight. And we have a Dragon Carousel in this stage 6.
Oh yes, we love some dragons, right, Panda? You asked for it and you shall receive. Here they come. And that could just be what Volta would have needed, but he is knocked out. So the top 3 players are going to get a pick of the litter here as these dragons wait for them to be picked up. Sologazang enabling that Deja 2 here.
It's probably going to be a Deja free angle he's trying to go for, right?
90 gold now becomes a level 9 for Double 61, trying to again defend this 8 win streak already for him. I love Double 61 as a player that just always is someone that comes in and tries to prove points that a lot of other players are going to be spectating him and saying, oh, so 6-handed Ears is actually a very viable first place comp, it looks like, here from Double 61.
Now also finding that Soraka, adding a little bit more sustain, adding a little bit more healing. Let's see how that comp does against Kenobi's. KC Double is on an 8-win streak, and if Kenobi can manage to turn this one around, he might just lift. All eyes on that Yone in the backline, trying to swish through the enemy frontline. The Aphelios is still standing, and so is the Graves. That's not going to be an option here. As the Varus actually carries, but it's not enough. Kenobi, however, manages to hold on just one more round.
That Varus seems to be popping off even more than the Yone in this case, but again, once that Braum gets taken down, once that essentially solo frontline unit gets melted down, then the doors are wide open and that backline is going to melt right after him.
And this was with a Pantheon 1. Pantheon 2 has just been found for Kenobi, right? So that's something as well that could make a big impact here again. Having that extra little bit of tankiness, a little bit of extra HP could have been the difference maker right there.
Yeah, and Kenobi will meet up with Sologazang, so there's going to be a lot of dragons in his face right now as we all look upon the Deja in the background.
This is a stony Terra, triple gargle stone play, but the Yone and the Varus just melting through that front line. The Dragon's Descent comes down now from the Shyvana, able to stall a little bit longer with the Yasuo as well, but I'm not sure if it'll be enough. Still now, Yone left alive. The Deja just not really the premier carry, but not really the right items to upgrade into that Aoshin, into that Aesol, and that will be another win for Kenobi, another win for Yone. And I mean, how many times have we seen Yone winning in this day 2?
To be fair, it was the ghost copy of Sologazang, so a little bit weaker than what the actual one might look like. But for now, there's going to be a little treasure crab that's going to show up and give some extra items.
The Rift Herald showing up here. Declaw here being the option for Sologazang. It's going to be a nice little item for the Yasuo, one would assume, but could also just go on to the Shio just to make her that much more tanky.
We're really facing off against 2 AD players. Double 61 playing that Cannoneer comp. We have Kenobi with the Yone with the Swift Shot, so really not going to be as relevant as it was maybe yesterday when we saw it picked up there to win that Game 5 for Potable.
Yeah, and Sologazang is still looking for some upgrades. Finds a Bard too if he's so inclined to take that one. Yes, he is going to go with it.
2 off Deja, 1 off Deja.
Missing those Dejas.
He rolled past it, did he not?
No, I think that was a Shio.
I didn't see a Deja. David, are you hallucinating?
Maybe I am. I picked up hallucinate the augment.
The dream. No Deja, no Shyvana too. Still a lot of room for this board to get stronger, but now we're going to see the actual matchup, and I'm not sure if Kenobi manages to take that one down once more. All eyes on the Yone. He's on the right side of the screen trying to take out the Terra, but he is going to get stunned by that Bard, allowing the Deja on the opposite side a lot more time to just get those casts out, and she will get those casts out and take out Kenobi.
A big win for Solo now. Solo versus Double 61, 2 of just the legendary players in the EMEA, the legendary players from their own respective countries. France versus Germany, 2 powerhouse countries in this region, really. And we're seeing here from Double 61, he's scouting, he knows what's up, he knows what Solo needs to activate as a win condition, and he's holding that Deja in his shop and in his bench as well.
Yeah, as long as it's in the shop, it actually is still taken out of the pool, which means that, Sologazang cannot hit it.
KC Double goes sure, though. He's going to pick up the second Deja, and Sologazang actually deciding to go for that Shyvana 2 over the Deja, has decided to pick her up and make that board just a little bit stronger. Both players should survive here, so it's not going to be a fight where someone gets knocked out, but it might be giving us a direction for where we're headed.
HP bars have left, but the units have also left us because that Deja Wind Blast coming in so hot here. Double 61 gets a big hit down to 12 HP. Solo Gasang streaking on fire. Maybe doesn't even need that Deja 3 to win this game.
No, again, he had to give it up because of the spike from the Shyvana 2 is just much more impactful than having that sit on the board for a while. Because when you come into these situations here, like these 1v1 scenarios, yes, there might be one board that is just that much stronger than any other board in the lobby, but you can't be in a position where like one minor fight RNG thing ends up costing you the entire game.
Now, is there anything that can change here, Mix? We're going to see as we lead into this fight, and you narrate us through the action here.
Yeah, Solo Gasang actually still holding on to 1 Deja and 21 gold. Pretty safe and secure here that nothing's going to happen to him. So let's look what that Deja can do. She is going to have free casting range. The Bard ult misses her, allows her to keep on going, and that will be it for KC Double as Solo Gasang makes sure he gets knocked out, takes a win home in round number 3 of our day 2 of the EMEA finals. I love seeing it. I come to the desk, a German takes first. What else could I wish for?
I want this power as well. Can we get Odessa? I think Odessa's the one player that maybe I can count on to actually win a lobby like Lumarpin did yesterday. But I love to see it that the Shyvana at the end rose into the sky for the Dragon's Descent with so little HP. If she would have died before, maybe that would have changed the outcome of that fight. Not quite able to do it with a burst of damage, and in the end, Deja still seemed to be a good enough carry to win that game for Solo, as it did for Lumarpin yesterday in Game 4.
Yeah, and Deja, as we've been talking about, is not a bad carry by any stretch of the imagination. Sure, she might not be the strongest and most go-to carry, but you look at the item. There's double Radium item setup as well. I think that's something we need to highlight as well. But again, Solo Gasang is a player. He has been in a final lobby of a regional championship before, all the way back in Galaxies, the first one we had. He got beaten quite badly by, Volta, LevD, and KC Double, but quite frankly, he could make it back.
Yeah, and with that, we're going to go somewhere where, Panda, at least your heart can feel happy. We have a break ready and an interview with Chuso lined up, so let's see what he has to say before we go to Analyst Desk.
I'm Chuso, a semi-professional TFT player, and I'm actually not playing for any org, so I'm free agent. And yeah, I've been playing TFT from set 3, I think. I played like a few games set 1, but I came back in set 3. Well, I think I didn't win anything like really important yet, like anything in the European category. But here in Spain, I won one Liga Arbonica, which is the national league, or it was, since it got like erased and changed. And I won a few tournaments and made some top 32s on Spatula Cups from last set and this one. Pues muchas gracias a todos los que me apoyan, a mis amigos, a mis colegas de la Sokun, a toda la comunidad española por estar apoyándonos a todos, sobre todo a los grandes como Manut, Snooty, Aka, que ponen en marcha lo que viene a ser la escena española y la llevan a otro nivel y hacen cosas súper guays, eventos súper guapos y pues eso, deseando suerte.
You know, guys, I think now that I'm back on the desk, it's time for me to reuse a joke for at least the third time on a Rising Legends broadcast. Counterfeit. Prepare for trouble.
And make it double?
That's the one! You got
boy.
it covered. Double 61 coming back with a vengeance once more. He's been having absolute fantastic performances all weekend so far, and no, he did not win that lobby. However, I think it's worth talking first about how well he's been doing this weekend. And Peter, you took a look at the numbers before we came on desk.
I mean, Double just doing ridiculously well. And I think as well, it really speaks well of their kind of continued performance that they managed to find the avenue in this, in this particular one, which people haven't been taking. Those Cannoneers, while Nomsy was a little bit vestigial in that composition.
Just a smidge.
Yeah, just a little bit. I love what we actually got being put together. I think, it speaks very well of Double. And hopefully, we can continue to see them doing really well. We do have that, the kind of the whole situation with the tournament as, that we've got this elitist four up at the top of the table, with, of course, Double being one of them.
Yeah, and I think Double as well has had a situation so far of kind of what I'm experiencing is my mid-20s. I don't know if this was the case for you as well, Peter, but kind of always the bridesmaid, never the bride. He's never placed first. He's just sitting there second and third and watching all his friends place first. But the final laugh will be his because he's going to be heading up towards the top of those scoreboards. But let's talk about the game overall so far. We had that Cannoneer Nomsy composition. We'll go over, check out Solo Gasong's boards after we do a game overview. And I think for a Radiant game, this was especially weird.
Yeah, I mean, it's a particularly meaningful game, of course, for our friend Kenobi, who has been really, kind of shoved out the spotlight pretty forcibly. But able to get a third there, with a honestly fascinating approach to the Yone comp in a lobby where, again, so many people are going after Yone still, but we're not seeing the performances we were seeing from that pick in day one.
I think it was really interesting as well that we saw the double contest there on that Yone reroll composition. Noelle and Kenobi were going for it, and Noelle, I thought, had the better start for it. Double swift shot spatula emblem there. I'm just throwing out all of the adjectives that can come out. Crown, forgot that one. And I said, okay, this is a great spot from which to play Yone. I thought Kenobi's spot was weaker, but he ended up being the one of the two to be more successful with that composition. And I think it's now that we should start talking about Sinar. Early performances in the day, he was looking absolutely fantastic. But then in his third game of the day, he just places 8th immediately. And you got to think, that's got to be really stressful.
And particularly given the situation Sinar was presented with, knife's edge for days, they had the setup they really needed to be able to pull off a really spectacular game. It just didn't come together for them. And I think it's a really good indication, again, the quality of the players here is absolutely astonishing. Any given game could be the end of the streak. As much as the top four have been, had an iron grip on the tournament so far, anybody can lose in any game.
And I think now it's time to circle back to that game. The number one position taken away by the number one on the EU West ladder. That's going to be Solo Gasong coming in. Radiant Relic start. And I think the real turnaround against Double's Cannoneer composition was that Terra. Can you give me a quick rundown of the items that Solo Gasong put on that Terra?
Well, it won't take very long because while they may not be strictly a Gallia, they certainly did have enough gargoyle stone plates to be able to go around. We sometimes would see, the healing item in there to be able to take advantage of what eventually will be ludicrous amounts of damage coming out from Terra, but ultimately, if you can't kill a Terra, you're not going to win, and long-term Terra becomes a damage threat all to their own.
Yeah, I think honestly it was just a matter of, okay, we need a way to get past these Cannoneers. We need a way for Deja to live long enough. Because we were looking while we were backstage and we were saying there's not enough damage on this Deja. She's not getting through. Well, Triple Gargoyles is going to be enough for the Terra to stay alive. And now, taking a look at the overall standings, we see Scapeus there in 25th place at the moment. And Volta, even after that last game, Kenobi as well, still sitting down at the bottom, it seems.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of ground to make up, but at least they managed to catch up with everyone else above them. So you move further up the table, we can see some more familiar names, including, of course, Potable looking to try and come in and make an impact. Of course, we noted before when we were on the caster desk, the difference between the players is not large at all. And we're seeing a lot of players with very similar scorelines to each other.
Yeah, and now Solo Gassan, the winner of the last game, going to be taking it up there just on the cusp of that top 8 position as Zyko has fallen out. But Sinai hot on the heels of the top 8. And of course, double 61, Dasic, Brix, and Lakoko, like you said, Peter, holding their top 4 spot. But a player very near and dear to your heart, taking 5th.
Yeah, Darkest were absolutely here for them. Hopefully, we're going to see even more of them to come. They took our attention from the very first game into the second game of the competition as well. Again, it's all about maintaining that spot.
And as we watch the players maintaining their spots, we're going to toss it over to the casters as we get into game number 4. Hi, Makes. Hi, David. Thanks for the waves. Good luck with it, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Thank you so much, Matt. We are more than excited to be here. It is going to be game number 4. One more after this before we eliminate a whole bunch of the players. And Panda, you asked for it. And once again, I feel like you're just getting whatever you want, something unfair.
What do you mean? There's no Spanish player anywhere in the top 16. I am not getting what I want, Meg. I can tell you that much.
You're getting Odessa in our next lobby as we have changed lobbies. It's going to be Dasic, Salvi, something for me, Ging, Odessa, Swallow Tiger, Scarambus, Unit, and Anaconda in our next lobby. And I feel this is a very stacked lobby.
I mean, it definitely is, right? When you look at it from a historic perspective, Svella, Tiger, Dasic, Salvi, Gang have all been a part of a scene from, since that phrase, since before that even, right? You need loads of good performances. Last set made it to the Global Championship.
He will forever be known as the Eggman.
Because of picking the golden egg.
Yes.
But also we have
not because it looks like Matt.
We also have some World's Champion performers here with Ging and Unid.
Turtle.
And players like Dasic that I think have proven this set, and pretty much every set before this one, but this one more with tangible results with a Superbrawl win, that he deserves to be at Worlds finally. I think with Solo Gasang as well, one of those players that has been around for so long, but hasn't quite been able to make it to Worlds. So hopefully they're able to do it. Dasic currently second in the standings too. No one's surprised if you've been paying attention to the set. He's been performing. Currently first and second on EU West ladder at the same time. I mean, that just says everything already.
He also hasn't been streaming a lot lately. Has just been fully focused in on, doing as much research as possible. He's a player that has a very strong technical base. Scarambus is also a player that we've kind of gotten more familiar with during this year, not necessarily this set, but just this year as a whole. Has just kind of come in now with the Rising Legends circuit now being more embracing of like every single server and all of these people. Like you have the open qualifiers, you have the 4 ladders that go into a tournament, stuff like that. He has really shown, again, you had the honor of casting him in the rest of EMEA regional competition, etc. as well, right? Like he's just been really good overall.
Yeah, absolutely. Has definitely got incredible stats when it comes to our performance in Set 7. I think out of all the players that are taking part, based on the Golden Spatula Cups, he had like the highest win rate or something. So definitely crack player, super nice, super goated, and we're gonna look over his shoulder and see where he is right now.
And something else to, just talking about cracked players, 61, he's won regionals in the last set, the one before that as well. He's currently first in the standings on day 2. I mean, if this guy does it again, I think it's a clear-cut answer, Wida, in terms of who is by far and away the best player in the EMEA's history, really.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of people, I think Aaron is kind of agreed to this double.
Yeah, it is Casey Double, right? At this point, we don't even have to describe the man. We're just talking about him. But Panda, you're getting excited about something that's barely a real comp.
It barely is, yes. Volley Bear, Shimmer skill start, sword already equipped on this Titanic unit. Nasus in the shop as well. Might be thinking about getting it, and then also just one little Jax in the shop, and you're able to get that Shimmer skill 3 online, which every player is hoping for at the start of this stage 2.
Absolutely. So that's going to be a little bit of a gold moment as augments are being picked across the board. This time we're not getting blessed with prismatics first. It's going to be very calm, very easy. Just a round of silver augments to start us off. And we see a blue battery on the side of Ging.
We actually do that, right? And I want to talk about Days Export here for a second, because he levels up here, has the Astrals in, but immediately slams to Titan's Resolve. So he is definitely looking for more of those, like, you know, we talk about the Siphon composition, something like that, most likely. Titan's Resolve, not necessarily the best defensive item in for example, like a traditional Astral or Mage composition.
A good augment for it as well. Second wing going to help with healing up those very important units that Hal already have. Going to have Mystic eventually if he does end up going for that Jade Whispers. But overall, good start here. Would have maybe hoped to have a Nidalee 2 instead of that Lux to get the Astrals online and have that Titan's Resolve on Nidalee instead, which will be the better item carrier for that usually.
Notably, somebody has picked up the AFK augment, and if you're not familiar with that,
my favorite.
In tournament context, this means open fording, lost streaking all the way, not gonna do bunch here, and will definitely bleed a little bit, but that's the price you pay for gold.
Thanks, Swallow Tiger. Missing a glass of water. Said, well, perfect chance to go get it in these first 3 rounds.
Just a nice little cup of tea.
Quick walk big advantage, Bacon. I don't know why you're laughing. Water is so important for all of you at home. Hydrate yourselves at all times.
Could do that with Lagoon as well, right? Like it's a very nice little tie-in you got going here for yourself there, right? And it's just like the perfect storm really for Swallow Tiger, right? He has the gold generation coming from the AFK in a while, and also starts and gets a head start on the Lagoon in the process.
But definitely a win streak will not be coming. This is by far and away a lose streak augment, double dipping into these econ traits. Don't give you so much board strength, but do give you a lot of gold to work with. And we saw, I think, all throughout this tournament and all throughout this set, really, how important gold is to shape up your board going into the late game and trying to maybe play for that 1st or 8th playstyle with only 2 games left in this day 2. Some players more desperate than others to have those points start racking up, trying to get those 8 and 8, 16 points can maybe leapfrog you into that top 8 once these 2 games are done.
As someone that is very familiar with Odessa's back catalog here, could you talk about like is he a player that generally speaking tends to go for these more like all-round augments?
I think overall, possibly yes. I think he's not the riskiest of player. I think he's a player that really came up a lot in these last 2 sets as just a player that's able to just perform, play the meta in ways that just, again, clean ways, not doing anything too crazy, but still performing at a high level and knowing what decisions to make and what lines to take usually in this early game as well. And I think Electro Charge at pretty much every stage, Prismatic included, is just a very good augment, especially if you already have those frontline upgrades like that Malphite 2, for example, because it's going to proc so many more times in a longer fight.
Absolutely, and we are seeing once more an Azrael that does a lot of damage. In the previous round, we did see Volterix going for that Azrael 3. It's not going to be as dramatic here, but still Azrael 2 dishing out a lot of damage with that Rage Blade.
Talking about augments that lock you into specific directions, both Ging and Salvi have picked up Blue Battery 1. Pretty much a no-go for AD comps like Jade, like Shio Siphon, for example, and locks you more into, ideally, the Dragon boards later into the game, maybe a Lux angle as well that we've seen a few times. But any other comps you would consider, Guido with this Blue Battery picked up as the first augment?
I mean, Lagoon, right? Like, over and over again, and we've seen it time and time again kind of come in and have a good performance. Again, it does need a lot of help to really get like fully off the ground. Even something like the Seraphine Graves composition can kind of benefit from Blue Battery because Graves has a very low mana total, and Seraphine, generally speaking, would like to have a Spear of Shojin regardless, so you can kind of try to work around that instead.
We are going to check in with Annie Konda, however, who is currently on a little bit of a best friends angle, just like I am casting this game with my best friends. 100 HP together with Uni. They're currently leading the lobby both on a win streak moment, trying to maintain that. Annie is looking to get a little bit of an extra win in.
And 2 really good units on the bench. If he's able to hit the upgrade on a Jax 2 or a Malphite 2, that's all he really needs. His damage is already sorted with the Ezreal 2, with the Rage Blade already slammed, and that Nidalee in the backline as well. But if he's able to hit these 2 frontline upgrades, Guido, I think almost a guarantee he'll be able to win streak all throughout this stage.
Yeah, absolutely right. Like hitting those frontline upgrades is really big, and I think makes you want to point something out.
Yeah, so we did see Unit. I was waiting for Annie Konda to maybe do it, but Unit last second leveled up to level 6 to try and preserve the win streak. There was a real chance of these 2 meeting, and Unit said, I'm going to sack the economy. I'm going to make sure the win streak continues. And it did.
That's something you normally do on 2-6, not 2-5, right? So Unit will have had a massive bank to work with in the process already. Because yeah, any corner is going to lose the game here. Didn't have the option of going 6 either, only was set on 10 gold, so this last streak probably, or the win streaks are probably not as strong here. But I want to talk about something. Unit is streaking with Pandora's items. So he's building a very strong board just all around here, has a very good one in the Gambler's Blade, fantastic Shimmer Scale item. And this could very well end up being like a Seraphine Grace position. Again, like double C is going to come through very shortly.
And a level 6 this early on is very strange and unusual most of the times, but the moment I saw it, I thought to myself, he must be playing Shimmer Skill, which is the way you're kind of able to get yourself out of this hole, which you already see here with only the 9 gold. 10, he was able to win it here. Again, pretty much restarting your econ from that 2-1 or 2-2 point in this stage 2. And we'll see now if this Volibear by itself can do it. Slams that Morello as well. Interesting thing to slam here on the Volibear weird. Do you think this is just trying like a desperation move to try and win this last fight?
I mean, he's probably, it could be, but also again, Volibear is a very good holder of pretty much all types of items. Well, again, hits free targets with his lightning, so he's going to be a good way of spreading that out here. And Gingspor's like deceptively strong, because the blue battery really does help all of these like Lagoon units, and the stun from that Seri has a massive impact, but the Karma damage is going to come through.
The Inner Flame, despite the nerfs to Karma, once again proving she did it in day 1, now doing it in day 2 as well, that she deserves to be on some of these boards early on, able to get that Dragonmancer in for the Volibear, Jade as well, in most times. Traits that kind of all mix together because of that Jax being both Shimmer Skill and Jade as well.
And that's kind of like a design philosophy thing, right? Like these free trait 2 costs are so strong, so versatile, especially with some of these traits that we're working with right now. We do have our economy overlay by Blizz GG implemented here. Makes anything that stands out to you?
I mean, of course, Swallow Tiger, we have to call it out, was on that AFK augment, still on a losing streak, was on 50 gold, has now bought something, maybe gonna sell it off once again to get back to 50 before this round ends. But in the overall, it seems like the players that are currently at the bottom of the table seem to have a little bit more to work with. Of course, did go for that very early level and sacked some of this economy, but still has the rest of the lobby in a little bit of a chokehold.
And you need happy to let all of those components switch up into different ones with Pandora's items. Ended up getting that bow, and oh my god, that is a Volibear 2 for Sweller here as well. Rolling at 6, trying to find some kind of a board here. Has a Psalm very early on. Has a second Psalm as well. This is level 6 roll down. Oh my goodness!
Okay, so
Sweller Tiger, what are you doing?
So I was about to highlight something, and for me, right, I was like, okay, you cannot get too baited in here. You cannot go way too deep and put yourself in unrecoverable position. But when you hit that Soam 2 like that, that is not going to be the case here. But again, Soam 2 doesn't have the items. Talia currently holding the items. Yes, Soam 2 will still do a lot of work here. But depending on the outcome here, I would like to see him put the item on a Soam right now, because Cybernetic Uplink, for example, right now would be a massive thing. It would be real big.
I mean, hopefully we can get the damage breakdown in after this, but I feel like the Zome is putting in the work despite not having the items, despite not having an augment. There you see it. It is pretty equal between Talia and
on the
Zome.
bench makes.
Yeah, he didn't need it.
No, I feel like at this point you might just sell up to make 10. No, you got to rebuild that economy. But again, it depends on which augments that come through here, I do suppose. But Blue Battery, Luden's Echo, and Stand United, 2 really strong augments all around the table here. And it is going to be the Luden's Echo, because the blue buff has already been slammed. That extra little bit of damage here is going to be really strong in the middle part of the game. The augment kind of falls off towards the base if the gain of damage becomes a little bit more irrelevant. But right now, this is going to be a massive help for Sveltex to get through here. And I expect that the second he finds himself a Talia 1 again, these items will be transferred over.
And we'll see now. If players are going to be expecting this, Unid is still on a win streak, going to be maybe worried, but I think he's level 7. I think Unid is doing pretty good for himself as well. Has a Jaden on now as well. Found that Gnar, as we were mentioning, off of the Karma. Has 2 more Karmas in the shop, but again, Karma, reroll, not really a thing anymore in this current patch.
I do want to say Unid is really running ahead of the lobby at the moment. He does not care about maintaining economy as much as he does about maintaining that win streak. As he goes for level 7, we just saw players like Sweller Tiger hit level 6. He's 1 whole level ahead of them and continues to push.
Say the line, David. Say the line.
Odessa has the Shimmer skill. Is that? Oh, watch out is what you're trying to me to say. Okay, watch out. It's Lilia. She's being itemized here as well. She has Ionic Spark. She has the Hand of Justice, Gambler's Blade. The AoE damage is going to come in here, but oh, never mind. Karma, can you do it one more time? Or is it going to be the watch out? It's going to be the watch out. Lilia gets the win here. Unique's win streak has come to an end.
And again, he's level 7.
Makes.
Look at the damage breakdown. That Lilia was working for her money. And to be fair, it is a comp that we haven't seen on Practice. Obviously, that's not the full reroll Lilia just yet, maybe. But we have seen Lilia reroll in some off-stream lobbies. I think it was 5 or 6 in total of yesterday's games. So really interesting that players are going there and performing pretty decent with it.
Yes, and I want to quickly talk about the fact this is going to put Unique's economy in the gutter. Like, yes, he's level 7, he's going to have great natural shops, but the units he wants to hold are more expensive than the ones you would be holding on level 6, meaning that it's going to take a longer time for him to go back up in economy, and he has to make some pretty hard decisions, most likely, because he's not going to get that win streak goal coming in every round.
To no one's surprise, Shimmer skill all around. Any board you go to, the Gambler's Blade is there. Ezreal, the holder of this item for Anaconda, also has that early Shimmer skill online. So that just means that this lobby is pretty high roll here, I think. Just overall, the boards are looking so strong, and the gold leagues as well, going to stage 3 and most of stage 4.
I do believe this actually could end up being a Lilia reel, because look at the bench.
Come on!
You have a Lilia on the bench already being prepped. You have an Olaf as well. It is going to be moved over to the left side. Well, it was sold for a second, right? But you're going to have that continuous gold income here. The Ionic Spark plus the Hand of Justice is a fantastic combination when it comes to what Lilia needs, because again, she's shredding all the MR around her, and then she comes in with her massive AoE ability. So this could be the angle we've been looking for. We haven't seen it on stream all weekend, but again, you must be a little bit to Fin Tao. You say he was trying to get Vega to play it, get all the German players to play it here. So makes anything you want to highlight here? You've spoken to a true expert on the topic.
To be fair, I think it's just a really fun comp. We've seen it usually played with scaled scorns, of course, going for really 6 scaled scorns where you can, sometimes 4. Usually the Lilia is 3-star, that's why they call it a reroll in the first place. But we're also seeing a lot of Sejuani 3-stars, we're seeing Olaf's 3-stars, a lot of Diana 3-stars with that comp, so really holding on. But yes, David.
2 Dejas. We saw the Sohm 2 happen. Surely we can see a Deja 2 as well. The Sohm there takes the place of that 7-cost dragon. It's not going to be ideal, though, because there is a knife set picked up for Skaramas. But surprisingly, I've also played a few kind of AD Deja games in Stage 3 and part of Stage 4, and it works kind of well, actually.
So I've been a big fan of BT plus Titans Resolve Deja and specific Mirage as well. Like, it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world, especially when you are in a lobby where you'll end up seeing a lot of, let's say, Rengar backline. Not necessarily going to be dogfight lobby. I don't think we've seen anyone on it right now. But we also haven't seen all of the boards.
This Ezreal just printing money. Anaconda just picking it up, staying by his side. The best friends, I think Twitch is the one giving best friends to Ezreal, but maybe Anaconda's Little Legend as well, because he's just sticking into that corner right there.
Sometimes you have to keep your friends close. But that Deja will put an end to the Ezreal and bonk Anaconda once more on the head as we move into one more PvP round. I feel like the gold in this lobby is a little bit of an exciting topic. We can see some players are just printing money like Anaconda, and then on the other side, there are players like Unique, like Skarambas, who has sacked or have sacked their economy to really get board strength.
Yes, and that's the big thing here. We also see, like, we saw a couple of 3-6 level 7s coming in from Salvi. Again, 3-5 being the most unorthodox player group. And then look at it. The entire lobby, bar like 1 player, bar 2 players, is level 7 right now. That is very much a...
It's the ripple effect. I mean, you see Unique going 7 so early on. You see players like Spoiler Tiger hitting that Sohm 2 and essentially maybe not losing most of Stage 3. And players thinking, unless I want to take 18 or 16 damage every single fight in Stage 3, I also have to start upgrading my board or going level 7 and also finding some stronger carries both in the tank role and in the carry role, as we're seeing here for the Lilia. Unfortunately, her watch out not going to work as well when Deja is targeting her from the very beginning of the fight. Lilia taken down, and now Deja, all she needs to do is clean up this fight while stacking more of these stacks for the Rage Blade, the Bloodthirster. Not too relevant in this case because there's nothing touching this Deja right now. She can just slowly pick off these units one by one.
Yeah, the issue with this fight specifically was the fact that the Lilia got caught off guard by the Rakan and also was on the same side as the Deja. I mean, the second the first frontliner fell, the Lilia just became the primary target. Well or not, it would have been different had it been on the other side of the field. That's a different tale, but definitely ended up costing Odessa more HP than necessary.
So we checked in with Anaconda just a little bit ago, but Dasik now also down there in the HP totals. 51, not an awful lot to work with, and we can see the comp here. He has very generic augments, just a bunch of healing coming through, and is angling for a Rage Ring moment if I had to guess.
It could be, but he's also maybe just missing the Yone. I think the Yone is the one thing with the Swift Shot emblem here. Also has a champion duplicated though. Could be a Xayah game with that Swift Shot emblem onto a Rakan instead.
Hecarim.
Or Hecarim. Two very viable carriers outside of Yone for the Swift Shot emblem. We saw Zippy earlier today. Maybe we have some new champs getting some love from this.
So I think that at the start of the set...
Jace here, very good pickup.
I think at the start of the set, a lot of us were kind of being like, okay, Rakan, the extended range more, what disables, but I think everyone kind of realized that it in fact is Hecarim that is the best holder because he scales so incredibly well with the attack speed. And it just means you can back on him, and I think we're going to see that in a short moment here. And you're right, it's going to be the transition coming through. Just staying on the 2 raging for now, so the Hecarim is going to be left on the bench.
We'll go to 4 Swift Shot though, and we mentioned in the previous game how well Swift Shot goes into Swift Shot 4, into Swift Shot 5. I'm a little bit scared for where this goes just because I'm scarred from Wega's game yesterday where the Shyvana Xayah just couldn't pick off. We have seen it do so-and-so in the past games, but something is going on here on that screen. It's not the only Xayah that we're seeing with a...
I was about to say you're going to have to be afraid for 2 people because Anaconda also pursuing that Xayah angle for now, but Dasik here, this is a very traditional Dasik thing to do. Use the Varus 2 as an item holder until that Xayah 2 and the rest of the components around the Xayah has become strong enough. And that is something that I picked up a lot from watching you stream back earlier in the set, where you used to do this a lot, even when Xayah was really good at 1-star.
We're going to see now the augments. Heroic Presence is going to be okay. You have already the Guardians. This is an augment that definitely jumped up a lot in terms of its placement, in terms of the stats in these last few patches, thanks to that buff to Guardians overall. Some Fireboard, if you don't have any anti-heal, can be also good, but maybe a lot better in the early game than now at 4-2. A roll is still available for Dasik, though. Could try and go for that kind of high roll moment. That being said, he's second in the standings. All he really needs is a consistent performance here. He doesn't have to take too many risks like many other players. It's going to be the Shimmer skill instead. It's on Shimmer skill 4, so it does make sense. It's going to be perfectly able to get him some more gold.
Goldmancer staff.
Yeah. Gambler's Blade as well on the Xayah. And again, just trying to find one more Xayah. There it is. Now you have the Champ Duplicator. You can decide to go for the rolls because you have an Idas pair as well.
Seems like he used a Champion Duplicator on Idas. No, either way, Idas 2, Xayah 2 coming through for Dasik should bring his board up to par with the rest of the lobby. But we hopped on over to Odessa, who has picked up something that we love seeing with the Lilia reroll. It's going to be base camp.
Love to go camping. To set up my tent, get the base camp going for all my skill scoring units. And for any viewers that are not aware, essentially, it's kind of like a semi-AFK. You don't have to move your units around. There's no more positioning puzzles to solve in the late game. Instead, you just leave them exactly where they are. But if you do, they get a whole lot of damage boosted up and allows this Lilia to get maybe even more bursty kills on some of these squishier units until you get these upgrades for most of his opponents. Odessa now, level 7, 73 gold to work with. And already has a second Lilia on the bench, fully prepped as well, Wida. Once he hits these upgrades, once he hits that Lilia 3, it's going to be a massive power spike.
Yeah, and something I want to highlight here as well is the fact that Odessa actually on the PvE round took out his Lilia to get an extra stack. Something that we see double for Go to do because they had the fully prepped Graves knew he was rolling for it. But when you're when you know you can't really send because you are getting a lot of power from the Gambler's Blade here, I like the fact you're just trying to min-max as many stacks as possible.
Absolutely. That's what you have to do, right? You want that Lilia to really cap out with the most that is possible. And some other things are going on where I feel like Odessa still has a lot of room to make this comp stronger. We are on a Diana 1. We're still not arriving at that Lilia 3. So once these 2 conditions are there, this comp is really going to pop off, and he has a lot of health, so he can actually get there.
Exactly. That's the big thing. The HP buffer, the fact that he has time to work with. He can take a few losses here and not worry too much and just allow himself to accrue even more gold and guarantee the Lilia 3 and then that power spike.
Final component carousel of the game coming through here right now, and this is going to be the big thing to look out for him. And that is his game, you know. He didn't slam the whole once.
He's collecting.
I mean, I collect items, you know. I mean, I try to collect other people's LP. They collect mine instead, but you know, that's kind of maybe I need to
familiar with that.
Maybe I need to go base camping every time I try to climb the ladder. You know, maybe that's the way to go.
See Odessa picking up the chain vest instead. Not really going to fit on the Lilia, but could be maybe an item for the Diana. Usually in this Lilia reroll comp, you want to go into Diana as a secondary carry. Diana can of course carry some fire pretty well because of her movement right into the backline, allowing that burning to happen on most of the carry units. But looking now at Skarambes, still on this Deja, despite the augments being a little bit more towards a D with a knife's edge, but it is only a silver knife's edge, so it's not the end of the world. That being said, 7 win streak, 70 gold to work with. The Deja 2 would be a big upgrade, not rolling for it just yet though.
Absolutely not, and again, Gambler's Blade being the big thing here. The amount of attack speed amplification is massive.
Odessa finds that Diana 2 will do him really, really well here as Skarambes and Sweller Tiger fight it off. And we're going to take a look at what that Deja 1 is doing, because she's been doing really well. But on the other side, there's a Zone 2 fully itemized, just waiting to pop that bubble that Skarambes has found himself in. The Deja fights for her life. There's so much healing going on. Could not take out the Zone in the end, but it was pretty close.
The double throw of the hunt, so massive. Maybe if the units lined up a little bit more, one of those wind blasts could have gotten a full heal onto that Deja.
Yeah, I want to talk about something. Right? Yes, Spell Tiger took a lot of damage in the process of arriving at the Zone 2 at 3-2, but we are we're an entire stage through.
There it is.
She is.
Watch out, David, because now
watch out, not watch out me. Watch out for every other opponent in this game, because this league is going to be doing a whole lot of damage in these next few rounds. We're still not even in stage 5 yet. That being said, Odessa still on the upper side of the HP totals, but very, very close game between every single one of these players, from Salvi at 34 to Dazik at 51. This game 4 looks to be very, very intense.
Yeah, this lobby in general, again, it's just kind of been the name of the game, because there was no one that was really like getting those early streaks on, trying to maintain that HP. It has been full commitment again. So that's Zyko, level 8 with his board now. It should be the point in time where it really becomes big, because also, as you can see, the Nyla 2 with the Thieves Club in the backline really doing a lot of work here. But despite the Zoe's best effort, this Lilia is slowly but surely coming ever so close to that zone.
Oh, it was really, really close here, but in the end, the double hat trick from Nyla and Zome was going to find an end. Keep in mind, Odessa still has room. That Diana is a Diana too. He's still looking for more stacks of that preparation, and Olaf on the bench as well that could go into an upgrade. So really, I'm not too worried for Odessa. It is Salvi and Anaconda that we need to be worried about, and we are on Salvi's board. He does find the Graves too, finally.
Edge of Night BT, yes, please, perfect for my Graves. I don't think Salvi is going to roll through this. I mean, it's perfect. 2 perfect items, maybe other than Titan's Resolve over that BT. I think Edge of Night is definitely one of the best items for Graves, especially in this lobby. That Lilia going to just walk away from the Graves once she ends up targeting him in any of these fights if Odessa meets Salvi. That being said, for Odessa, I think he's probably going to send it very soon as well with his roll down. We're seeing Salvi's roll down here as well. Finds 2 Terras. What's the key upgrade he's missing here, Guido?
Seri 2, Pantheon 2, as well as that 2-star Syra here. Obviously, the comp really likes the spikes with the Seraphine free being found, but just getting that extra HP on the Seri, getting the Pantheon to become even more of a tank, especially when you have that Feast Club on him, is going to be super important, but not necessarily guaranteed here. The Battle Together, as you're highlighting here, David, is a massive thing. It's the best slot augment here, but not having it until final augment.
Gunblade instead.
That's an interesting one, because it does mean that the healing is going to be spread more towards the entirety of the team. So, I don't need the BT because I have the Edge of Night already.
Something that's really interesting in terms of lobby totals, on the other hand, is that Anaconda is the only player who's still on level 7, and he does not have the gold to go to level 8. So that explains why he's currently at the bottom of the lobby leaderboard, and he won't have an easy time trying to find an out of this.
The bigger explanation, I think, is the fact that he's contesting the first player in this lobby, which is Daysig, who already found his Xayah upgrade. He's going for Xayah himself. It's something that you start scouting, you start saying, oh no, the best player in this lobby is playing the same comp as me. Usually that's bad news for Anaconda, and we're seeing why here. Down to 7 HP now, can be knocked out in this maybe next fight as well.
You can kind of see this is a very good, it's a very good case study when it comes to Shimmer Scale items here, because Daysig hasn't had to sell the Varus 2 on his bench, on his board rather, and just equip the double offensive items from the Shimmer Scales onto the Xayah instead.
We're seeing now this board.
There's Annie just emoting around, interacting with that little Poro that he finds on this map, and he does not have the Xayah 2. He has a lot of units that are not upgraded. Hecarim 1, Jace 1, even the Sejuani 1, and then a Zippy front line. Would have liked to have a Shyvana here. That's not really coming together, and I don't think he can turn this around. Sweller Tiger is waiting on the other side, and that Nyla, arguably not pretty good items for the Thieves Gloves, will still do a lot of damage.
She can be, a walking, healing buff to everyone as she slipstreams through this board. But the bigger thing to worry about, I think, is going to be this Sohm, the explosive damage coming out. Xayah deleted off of the map, and Anaconda as well takes an 8th in this game. The HP totals were so close a few fights ago, but now a massive gap between 8th and 7th place. Salvi still trying to stay alive here with 29, but takes a big hit as well, down to 14. Skarambez takes a win there, actually, so stays stable at 31. And Ging, maybe Turkey not doing so hot in this game for also now going down to a 6th place.
And I think it's worth noting here as well, Salvi is on the outer skirts of the top 8 as of right now. So he really needs to have a really good performance here to kind of, elevate himself back into contention. Because again, we are cutting from 32 players to 8 players, and that is a really sharp cut.
It is, absolutely. And Salvi, of course, being the veteran that he is, he knows what he's in for, and he's just taking the best that he can do. He's going to remove that Shroud of Stillness once more to try and slam it. Very last second, will look where it has to go. It's going to be the Zoom on the left side. Will not reach. Going to go back onto the Rakan, try to take out the Zoe.
3 more stacks on Lagoon, and there it is. Salvi will get a boot. Not the best of things to get from the Lagoon stacks in this case for Salvi, especially when you're in a position like this one where you have so little HP. You need anything and everything to really try and live just 1 or 2 more fights, and I think it won't be the case here. The Gunblade slammed on Graves. Looks like it's not going to be enough here. Trying to do his best. The Runons now slam, now trying to just win this fight. Is it going to be enough? It looks like it will be. Graves with Zyra's help, and Bard 2 as well takes the win. Ging now pretty much equaling the HP for Salvi down to 15, and now a bit of a micro gap there between Ging and Salvi and the rest of the players.
Look at this carousel though. Zephyr, Shroud, Swiftshot Emblem, Lagoon Emblem, whatever your heart desires is right there, right? This is going to help someone like Daisy, for example, if this Lagoon Emblem is going to carry all, not the Lagoon, the Swiftshot Emblem, it's going to go all the way down to him, because again, it's not the Sable Emblem. There's no Yone player in the lobby. I know it sounds wild, but it's not the case.
He's going to get it. It is open, and he just runs for it on a Terra nonetheless. Tangled in the tank as well. Really big pickup for him. I do want to say, Salvi slamming those items onto the Graves mid-fight, trying to make it. That is content. That's what we're here for, and he knows it. He was making sure that we're watching. Now finding that Pantheon 2 as an upgrade to his board, really good.
And Dasik on a whole other game finds a second. Xayah has a second Swiftshot emblem as well that he can put onto, well, maybe Hecarim, but Hecarim not on the board, just going to be on the Braum instead, playing that Guardian variation of Xayah, not so much leaning into Ragewing. Has Shyvana in the shop though?
Has Shyvana in the shop, but it's 5 Swiftshot Power Spike right now, and so much of his strategy is locked into these Shimmer Scale items, so he cannot take out something like that. Nasus, for example, which would be the most natural slot out, because again, that also goes in connection with the 4 Guardian.
He does have 2 Xayah 2s on board as well, so looking for that Xayah 3, and then maybe finding himself an angle where he can slot another unit in. Doesn't look like it's going to be the Shyvana though, as he does not lock the shop, is just staring at his comp, seeing what they do.
For Dasik, no desperation yet though. 44 HP, currently the HP leader. Needs to have some gold to get some value from those Shimmer Scale items, and I think until he finds another natural Xayah, maybe a second one, or until he starts losing HP, there's really no need to start desperately rolling down all that gold to try and find that win condition. Xayah, of course, got buffed in her normal version from 18 to 20% with the feather damage, and also the 3-star version finally became a real unit. Everyone is so happy because until now, sorry to all the viewers that tried so hard to get her to work, she was fake. 3-star Xayah lost so many fights that she should not be losing. In this case now, buffed that damage up to 30% and is now once again viable as a win condition.
Absolutely right here. So the Zephyr placement is going to be absolutely massive. Again, such a flexible thing to do with the Cavaliers here. Salvi now is going to have a massive fight here.
Absolutely. So let's see how this one goes. On the other side is Odessa, still not having found that Diana 2 and absolutely getting Shroud of Stillness from Salvi. The Lilia takes forever to get her first cast off, and that will be the determining factor here. Odessa nearly falling to death. 1 HP remains. That will be what he needs to work with, and Sweller also taking a loss.
And the big thing here as well, look at Ging's bench. Look at Salvi's composition. Ging needs to die for Salvi to be able to have a real chance at finishing out his board. The saving could be set the otherwise. We see Salvi has kind of given up on the 3-star Seraphine dream.
And Odessa, that Lilia with the Shroud that hit her early on, the first cast, as Makes was saying, came in a little bit too late, and Odessa falling down to 1 HP. Not quite working as well for him. The JG coming in here, I guess it can work on the Seraphine, but maybe not the most prio item to build or to have for this comp.
Absolutely. We're going to find out what Ging and Odessa will do in the next round. We don't know if they're going to be meeting, but hopefully they can get a big pickup from that little treasure goblin here that came on through. We're just waiting to see what will happen in the next round. I can already tell that some of the off-screen lobbies are finishing as we speak, but this one's still going. Odessa finding some dragons, not what he was looking for, getting on that roll down. He really would have liked that Diana or the Yasuo, but nothing is coming together.
And Daisy and Salvi, we all know, currently top 8 in the standings in a good position, but the 3 players that are fighting for a spot in that top 8, Sweller Tiger, Ging, and Odessa, they're all in a line here in the standings, but they're all in a line in the actual standings as well. One by one, they're still, I guess, shaking hands all together, but all about to be taken down. Big Zephyr, as Wida is saying. The Siphon is so dangerous with the Rampage Bite. Almost bit off Lilia's head there. Not quite hit the unit on the left instead, but now it's the Lilia versus the Siphon. I don't think the Lilia can do it all by herself. Shio Yu also surrounded. Oh!
Bonk!
I spoke too soon. Odessa, get my caster blessing. Lilia, watch out! It's the reroll Cavalier coming through, and unfortunately for that opponent, it was just too much to handle for you need.
Dice of Kai'Sa.
Come on.
Oh, that's Dice of Ashe, actually. I don't even know my...
Too many chibis now.
Yeah, imagine knowing animations as a caster, right? Dice of Cringe, Dice of Cutscene always works.
Yeah, I was going to say, just keep it safe. So Sweller Tiger and Ging getting knocked out here. Odessa survives by the blessing of Eve. And Unid, who had the lobby running in the first half and then fell down hard, is also on single digits. He could get knocked out as Odessa finds the Yasuo too.
That might be big. I mean, that stall from the Yasuo Sweeping Blade is maybe enough to get that Lilia ramping up, to get that damage, that burst AoE damage coming through, especially with a 3-star prepped version of Lilia and with base camp as well. So it's just so much damage. Really, you just want the cast to come through, the right targeting especially. And Lilia just jumps right into that backline. Varus going to be deleted off of the map once that cast comes through. The bar CC is big, but I think not going to do enough to stop this Lilia. But now she's stuck on a Dragon's Claw Idis. The Golden Scale is going to stop so much of this damage for so long. And Xayah untouched on the left there,
Yasuo survives, so whatever happens here, the Yasuo will take out the Xayah in the remaining run. Hopefully, come on! He cannot stack up, but the Lilia will finish the job, and Unid gets knocked out 5th.
I've been telling my co-casters, since I started learning the champion ability names for this tournament, I've been waiting to say watch out for, you know, as much as possible in a game. Odessa, thank you for giving me the opportunity to say watch out. From the top rope, Lilia coming in, deleting units.
Yeah,
we spoke about it earlier, Witta, about Dasik and the chance of a Shyvana coming through. Here it is, drops that Swift Shot 5 down to Swift Shot 4, is still looking for the Xayah, needs 2 more copies to finish Xayah 3, but for now the Shyvana 2 will go in.
Ging taken down at 7th, Unid taken down as well, Sweller Tiger as well. That means that Odessa is one of those players that are still fighting for a spot in the top 8. Needs to get it first, ideally, in this game, but Dasik is currently the HP leader. Salvi also win streaking at this point. Skaramba is fighting for his life. The Deja trying to do its best. Targeting now the Shyvana. The Dragon's Descent went the wrong way. Shyvana only fighting with that Bard, with the fiery breath there, but Deja with the resets, with the Bloodthirster, with a Thrill of the Hunt, it might be enough if she's able to get a few more resets. She does. Xayah versus Deja. Can Deja do it all by herself? Oh my goodness, the challenger level AI from this Deja.
I doubted it.
I saw you on my legs. Be careful.
I did not think that Deja can take it. Odessa, however, getting knocked out.
So if this guild emblem goes all the way through, right, that is going to be yet another cherry-picked emblem being given to Dasik on a carousel here. the Gillen to go, make that Shyvana even more tanky. It could be the case. Could also just be
Doesn't want
Archangels
it.
for more raw damage because the healing already kind of built there in its trait, etc. And again, the big thing to note between the Days exports and from earlier and before now, why the Shyvana 2 is actually an option. Level 9 has been achieved, which I think is a big thing as well. The board all around it has been stronger as well.
Yeah,
Xayah?
Daisik finds another Xayah. One more copy needed to find that Xayah 3. We'll get a Jace too. He's going to take that. No complaints here, but will he keep going to look for Xayah 3? That will be a massive upgrade to this comp, but he seems happy and content for now as we see what's going on with these three players. Salvi's going to meet up with Skarambas, and Skarambas might die here. It's all eyes on the double thrill, Deja, and whether or not she can get those resets to survive.
She's trying her best. Mystic Emblem making it a little bit harder. More magic resist here for the comp for Salvi, but Skarambas just needs to stay alive. He's only at 5 HP now. A win here could knock out Salvi instead and put Skarambas in a spot to get a second or maybe even a first. At Deja once again resetting, but Graves is still alive. Graves is up in Deja's business. I think this time Deja will not be able to get the reset. Salvi taken out in third place here, or Skarambas rather.
And I think that's worth noting here as well. Yes, that's only just a Syra 1, but he had the option to kind of, pull some of those backgrounds a little bit out because Graves is going to come into that regardless. And now the 1-on-1 here, the big thing as well is going to be that Syra free, and there it is! And that's the big thing now.
A real unit, a real 3-star 4-cost carry for Daisik. Doesn't have much gold to work with for the Gambler's Blade, but still with 20 gold, with Xayah 3 with a very strong board overall, should still be enough for a first place.
Let's see how this one goes. On the other side is Salvi. Salvi's on a 7-win streak. His board not fully capped out just yet. And that Shroud of Stillness will basically go into nothingness. The Xayah is untouched on the left-hand corner of the board, just completely destroying anything and everything that is in her path. Nothing's going to keep on standing, and Salvi actually gets knocked out here as Daisik claims another win in this tournament.
My favorite, or one of my favorites coming into it, and he has shown up when it matters most. This is maybe finally his time to make it to Worlds. We're not in day 3 just yet. This is not the definitive moment for him, but I think just purely off of the momentum, purely off of the confidence, he's been radiating it this entire set, winning Superbrawl, first and second on EU West ladder, now getting a first here as well to cement himself, to tell every other opponent that's trying to fight for those top 8 spots, right now, I'm the best player in EMEA.
He absolutely is, right? And I mean, Wida...
Not me, Wida, but maybe also me.
Wida, I know you talk to Daisik a whole lot, so I know you're a little bit biased maybe in him going through, but is that the level of play we can expect from him in the next few rounds?
I think the big thing is that for him, he has a bucket list for this set. Was, rank 1 in every set, rank 1 and 2 at some point, and making it to Worlds and winning it. So, for him, right, again,
that's a good bucket list.
Take his own words for it, and don't take mine. He's there, he's been putting in the hours, all set, he's been playing, he's been improving his gameplay. He's the type of person, he only watches foreign language streams because he doesn't want people commentating in English to ruin his own perception of the game going on. That is how committed this guy is to just building up his own understanding of the game.
Yeah, and we love that. And something else that we love is our player interviews, and we have one ready with Skarambas for you guys before we go on over to our analyst desk.
Hello, I'm Skarambas, and I'm Mato from Dubrovnik, Croatia, 22 years old, and I play TFT professionally. I started playing TFT as 2019, as soon as it came out. I played all sets and was challenger in every set except set 1. Most interesting things for me in TFT is finding new meta new synergies, what units are best in the meta. So I think that France and Italy are the best regions. Eastern Europe is kind of a little behind because there's no lot of players competing here. It's not popular. We don't have any tournaments, but I hope we will do our best. So of course I have plans like every other player. I want to make worlds, I want to win worlds, and that's all. Evo, htio bi pozdraviti svoju obitelj, svoju curu, svoje prijatelje koji su mi najveća podrška od početka i koji su uvijek tu za mene.
Off the back of the first Xayah game in which I've been convinced she's a capable carry so far in the finals, Dasic has secured his spot in the final day of the TFT Rising Legends finals and his chance to once again fight for his spot at Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, Dasic came into the season talking the big talk. Now apparently able to walk the big walk. I don't know what it was about that Xayah composition, but it really felt like pure Dasic to me. You know,
it's so funny because you said that while we were backstage, and I was just like, what are you? Yeah. Something clicked in my head, and I was like, yeah, that's 100%. You're so right, Peter. And now he's going to be headed over to the Dragonlance Championship, and this is a huge step for him. He's had these competitive outings before. He's done really well, but that game was just an absolute masterclass from him. One of our first players who's had a Swift Shot emblem and said, hey, actually, I think I want to take this as Xayah route. Not going to contest the Yone reroll that everyone and their mother and their mother's cousin and that one best friend who's come over a couple of times when you were younger and you haven't seen since but was really annoying has contested. That's Yone right now.
I think it's when, as we take a quick look at the game itself, I mean, what we're seeing here, I think, just to finish off the Dasic point, really, I think when we saw the two Xayahs being played, we were notified that we were in very dangerous territory. But Dasic wasn't the only one trying to put out the big hurt. Of course, Odessa had our attention for a little bit, bringing out the Lilia. Actually, a relatively rare case of Lilia not winning the lobby, because most of the time people seem to only be willing to play the comp at all if they've got the perfect setup.
Yeah, and it's interesting because even with the backing of Basecamp, it didn't seem like it was enough. Later on in the game, obviously, she got stuck on those big tanks, but generally when you have these reroll compositions, when you hit them early, the game plan, especially with Basecamp, is one of two things. Lilia reroll can cap out if you 3-star all of your scale scoring units, which is definitely a possibility. Or if you get that Lilia 3 early, you can just put a bunch of downward pressure on the lobby and absolutely destroy everyone else. And unfortunately for Odessa, neither of those happened, but was still able to squeak out a 4th place off that game.
Yeah, I guess, ideally you'd really love to be able to have, effectively a 4th item of some kind in place. Of course, we've seen from the Chinese side of things, they're much more willing to throw an ice cream cone or two the way of Lelouch, just to try and really force that big alpha strike style of gameplay. I give Odessa credit for trying it, since the augments were a little bit more generic than perhaps they would have liked, but I mean, of course, we've got to talk about Salvi as well. They came into that game with some really big hopes of being able to punch their way up the table, and they absolutely did it.
Yeah, right on the cusp of breaking it into that top 8. Remember, our cutoffs today, we're going from 32 to 8 players. So Salvi now in 5th place. He's not solidly in contention. He's not solidly, well, he is in contention, but there's no way he's guaranteed to make it to the finals. So this game coming up is going to be such a huge pressure cooker for this player, who has had in the past inconsistent tournament results. But ever since that Golden Spatula Cup victory, Salvi has really been just amping it up. And this performance this last game is an indicator of me that he is here to win.
And I think there definitely were concerns on Salvi's part. Maybe that they just peaked too early, and their best days were perhaps behind them, especially with the changeover of sets. You never have that guarantee. If you did well before, you're actually going to do well again. But I think it must be a huge sigh of relief for Salvi to have been in a very, very good position to guarantee their spot in day 3.
Biggest indicator for me that made me excited for Salvi this set was after he won, he was like, yeah, I'm going to just keep competing in every tournament I can get, because this is my set. I can feel it. We had that interview with him after he won, and he was like, yeah, I'm going to get some sleep because I haven't slept for like 2 days. But after that, I'm coming back for the Golden Spatula Cups. I'm coming back and keeping competing, not for the prize money, but in order to keep getting that competitive experience. And speaking of that, let's circle back onto Day 6 composition and talk a little bit about that Swift Shot once more. Because, of course, coming into this game, coming out of yesterday even, you see a Swift Shot emblem, you think Yone. Zebras, not horses. But Day 6 like, man, zebras are pretty freaking cool. Let me toss some birds into this composition and see what happens.
Yeah, well, I mean, you get the 5 Swift Shot going. The amount of raw attack speed you're getting off that, it's absolutely absurd. Then combining that with bringing out the Xayah 3, there's very little that can stand in your way. Of course, we do have memories of the Xayah 3 from times before where we did see people actually lose having even got the Xayah 3 anyway, so I think it's a good bit of redemption to show Xayah is definitely back as part of the conversation, and I think will be a big factor for tomorrow as well.
Yeah. Speaking of tomorrow, let's take a look where our players are at in the penultimate game of Day 2. Remember, just one more game for them to make their way into that top 8, so let's take a look at the standings. And of course, the places we have to pay most attention are as we get up higher. Some of these players are out of contention already. Unfortunately, Kenobi, Vega, Revan, Anaconda, and Lumatbin, after having some early good performances, especially Lumatbin, one of those players who were coming in, our Golden Spatula Cup winner, not going to be able to make it into Day 3. And as we get up the ladder, I think that's going to be a consistent position for a lot of these. Sinar, I don't think there's a way to make it because people on the cusp right now, the only way Sinar makes it is if everyone else takes an 8. Because look at this, 46 points for Arrow, right outside that top 8 marker.
Yeah, I mean, it's a testament to how well our players are playing. It's so incredibly close. When you look at the distance between the players there, it's absolutely nothing. So I think we'll be getting on to the top 8 to see what that looks like. Of course, we talked before about we had our top 4 players who are really dominating things. That has lessened somewhat coming into our last round of play. So there's still some of those top spots reachable. Of course, we will be seeing the points reset in day number 3, but you want to make sure that you get into day 3 at all at any cost.
And I know this leaderboard currently in the top 8 is super exciting for us, super exciting for the Hungarian fans as well. Noel representing them absolutely beautifully, sitting there at that 7th place spot. But we've got one more game to go, and I noticed 2 Germans sitting there in the top 9. Solo Gasong just right out of contention. So we're going to head over to our resident German to see how she's feeling as she does a little dance of excitement. So we get into the final game of day number 2. The knockout stages will end in just under an hour.
I am so excited. You said it already, Nigeria. I couldn't be happy. We have Salvi, we have Solagazang, and we have Super Eagle, who I counted. I'll be honest, I counted him out of the race after yesterday. He came back, and that is so impressive. I cannot even contain myself.
One very funny thing I noticed with these standings, with this top 8, we started today with this exact top 8 as well. Nothing has changed, and I think that goes to show it's not a fluke from yesterday. These players are very consistent, very, very good at this set, and they've separated themselves from the rest of the pool. That being said, as Makes is saying, some players still have a chance, Wida, to make it in.
Yes, and I want to talk about Super Eagle for a second, because I mean, we've been talking a lot backstage, and I was like the only one that had any sort of, faith in Super Eagle, to be completely honest, right? Like, you're like wondering, why would you ever, put faith in him?
Well, that's not completely true. I talked to Super Eagle. Sorry, what? Are you trying to throw me under the bus? I talked to Super Eagle, and he himself said, I don't know why I qualified. I'm surprised to be here. Those are his words. But he is on the brink of making it through, and we will see him here in this lobby, so I'm super excited. Of course, all the way back to Game 1 yesterday, we're also going to see Darkest once more, and Darkest has been performing ever since the Superbrawl. I think Peter and I have been fighting over them as a favorite Dark Horse player, because at this point, I'm not even sure if we can keep calling them a Dark Horse, because they're just so great.
Ging has had this title of best Turkish player in the world for many sets now, most consistent, just always comes up, always performs, has been to Worlds already many times. Is this finally the set that a player is able to take this away from him? Darkest, I think, is making a very good argument for it. Off of GSC3, a great performance, and now coming into the regional finals once again in the top 8.
Absolutely a player we need to look out for, right? And again, today is probably the most important day, and that sounds like really bad to say, but making the cut today gives you such an incredible chance at making it at least to the last chance qualifier, right? Just has to avoid finishing 8th tomorrow, and this is going to go through the mind of these players that are relatively high up in the standings right now. Like, they know they just need to pull out their A game right now in this game.
Mirage will be duelist dexterity for this game, so good amount of combat strength on the board. You can definitely play Yone from this spot, Deja as well. A unit that has been so relevant today. We saw it yesterday as well with Lumarpin, but today as well with Solokasang, with a few other players that were going for that Deja carry, and were able to turn that into a win in a top 4.
I'm sorry, I need to bring it back to Darkest as the augments roll on in, because on day 1, we saw an awful lot of Guardian comps coming from them, and now we're already on Guardian 2 once more, so it seems like this game might be their way.
Mirage Crest, Guild Crest, both possibilities, but Portable 4 is one of the highest, or the second highest pick augments in the game, because it's, again, like Celestial Blessing 2, like Thrill of the Hunt, just very versatile. Pretty much every item you get, you can use it on some key units. Shio Yu loves that Defiance, Graves loves a whole lot of different items, Pantheon as well. Pretty much all the premier carries, tank or damage, love the items you get from Portable Forge.
And I think that's worth noting here, with Enemy Visits now on the most recent patch when we are playing on 12.21, the healing from Enemy Visits now shows in the healing overview on the screen. It didn't before, right? So while we already have known that it's always been a super impactful item, now we get to see what it is exactly here. And Zyko 2-1 has Clouded Mind online.
And Darkest, this is a throwback to yesterday's Game 1. Also slammed the early Zeeks. We see once again this player valuing the tempo, trying to go for that win streak early, trying to keep healthy all throughout stages 2 and 3 to be in a good position to have a good placement in stage 4.
Yeah, and Cluttered Mind received a tiny nerf, but players have been saying that you can feel it. So I'm very curious to see how this one performs out for Zyko.
So the big thing about Clouded Mind now is that if you get an opener where you might get, let's say you get 2 free drops, right? You get like a Volibear and like a Diana. That makes the augment a lot worse now. But if you instead you get an opener with a lot of 1-cost units, you don't feel the nerf as much.
Interesting, Darkest had a Yone in the shop there, has a bow, and Zeke's Herald already slammed. Did not decide to buy it. I think this is a player that's saying, everyone is playing Yone. I know how good I can be just playing my own comp, my own version of TFT. I'm not going to enter this battle for all the Yones. I'm not going to grief myself maybe by allowing myself to play a comp that's contested by everyone else.
Yeah, that's a good decision to make in a tournament where we continuously see players get knocked out because they're competing on the same comp. We can't always all go top 3 with the same comp. It's just not very realistic. And we can see Crescent on the other side of the board here going for that rich get richer.
Senna 2, though, with a bow early on. The Zeke's Herald as well. Senna 2, one of the kind of was very, very good at the start of the set. Now other one-cost carries, buffs to Ezreal, etc. have made them maybe a bit more appealing. But Senna 2 still, the burst damage, the AoE damage on one-star units that don't have too much HP yet, it's going to be incredibly good. Sometimes it's just lose streaking and guaranteed to kill off units, but now also here for a win streak.
Yes, now this could be Lagoon coming online just a second here. It's Leo now an option. Just speaking here, just keeping the Guardian in play here, but this could be a level 5 coming in here. Last second though, just not to try to catch out the players in the lobby.
And that would be such a darkest thing to do, so we're going to keep our eyes open if that little pop-up will show. But for now, we're going to go over to Zyko, who, like you said, there it is, level 5 from Super Eagle and Darkest, trying to maintain that streak. Lumarpen not going for that level, doesn't have the gold, it seems like, and is going to face off against Zyko here.
Curious that Crescent picked up Rich Get Richer, an augment that does not have a very good placement stat in GM+. Looking at all the numbers, something that I've talked about and bashed personally on the broadcast, thinking that overall Rich Get Richer does not do too much for you when you have so many great econ traits that are able to propel your gold that much higher when you have Shimmer skill. But do you agree that Rich Get Richer is not a great pick right now?
We got a quick glimpse of the spot. He had 3 Lagoon and one of them being the Kaiser already as well. So he does have a pretty good, trampoline almost. Not even like a foothold, like a trampoline. You can just jump up and then.
I want a trampoline too.
You need to hold on to something if you want to go up.
Actually, it's a really bad analogy because it goes back down on a trampoline.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
So you're proving my point. Rich Get Richer is not a good augment.
He got a lift, okay? He got like an industrial lift.
And then, and then when everyone else has combat augments in stage 4, he's going to start losing out because he has Rich Get Richer instead. Thank you, Wida. Perfect. OK's business explanation there from both of us.
All right, you guys. We are in a carousel, and I can see a lot of bows on the overall components powered by Blitz.gg here, as well as in the carousel. So this lobby might just get a little speedier.
To no one's surprise, we saw AD performing, not performing better, but there was more play rate for AD comms than AP yesterday. And in this case, all these bows could, of course, also become just Rage Blades that could be, Kaisa and some AP boards can utilize bows to some extent, or GZ Rots maybe as well for the front line. But overall, the bows are a little bit too appealing for things like Xayah, things like Yone.
Well, Resident, non-combat trade hater, what's your thoughts on trade sector?
It depends on the spot. We saw a few players utilizing to a very good results earlier today with Yone especially, allows you to roll so much more. And when reroll comps are back in the meta, like they are in this patch, it does, I think, perform a lot better. 3 patches ago, reroll was non-existent. You could not play reroll in any variation of it until we got to the Karma reroll part of set 7.5. And now, trade sector, I think, a little bit more viable.
Yeah, 100%. I wouldn't have expected a re-roll player to bash on trade sector any other way, Panda, so thank you for that explanation there. And we're just going to have a look on the right side of the screen because Darkest's win streak was broken and now everybody is moving closer once more. One more PvP round before we go into Crux.
Determined Investor is the Shimmer skill item that Crescent has online here. So I talked about gold. He's going to get gold from the augment, gold from the comp, gold from Shimmer skill, gold from everywhere. But will he have the combat strength to actually win out fights later on into the game?
I mean, on the board right now, there's a nice little graphic. It says 6 out of 6. That means that he is, in fact, level 6.
With 20 gold. That's a nice spot to be in, for sure, for Crescent. So Richard doing something special here for him. I think the question is, will he pay the price later on?
I think that the interesting thing for me as well here, as though, he could have made a Rage Blade if he really wanted to, but I think that this means that he is going to be treating this as a hardcore AP item holder.
Mm-hmm.
You also have to keep in mind, Zyko is on Cluttered Mine, and he just hit that level 6. So players are in a bit of a position where they need to keep up. They need to level and get those levels in to not fall off, because if they leave Zyko the way, where he's always 1 or 2 levels above of the rest, he's just going to keep on win streaking and destroy this lobby.
Yeah, and again, as well, David, now we have had a long discussion about, the stats of Rich Get Richer. You don't have to go for 70 econ every time. You can kind of treat it as just that initial 10 gold boost, and yes, everything above that is a bonus. And being able to be level 6, 20 gold right now is such a good spot in general.
Early on when I started playing TFT, it's at 6, and I used to get Rich Get Richer. I always went to 70 gold. And then as you start progressing through the ranks, you get to GM, you get to places where there's so much pressure in every lobby, you cannot be at 70 gold. You have to utilize that gold to either level or roll or stabilize. I almost forgot that Rich Get Richer even has that function, Wida.
Interesting, something that's going on here. We are seeing It's not a Lilia reroll just yet, but we are seeing 2 Lilias on the board of Revan. So that's going to give you just another chance to say that. But yeah, he's going to pick up an Ancient Tome here from the Crux.
Free gold augment, how nice.
That's a pretty good pickup there for Revan for sure. Diana as well.
The stars are aligning. Now he needs to go for Lilia.
Considering he's in, I think, the 30th or 29th spot in the standings, a little bit late for the stars to align, especially the Astral Star that he was playing earlier today. Those did not align for him at all, unfortunately.
That was so mean. That was so
How do you think I feel?
mean. But yeah, Zyko continues to streak the Cluttered Mind, doing him favors. You can see he's level 6, and the only player that is currently keeping up is Crescent. And in terms of gold, they're all looking pretty equal. The Coco leading the pack with 40. Nice to have that 40 at 3-1.
We're going to see now the Yone with the Archangels. Not the most usual of builds. Wida, what do you think this might be for this Archangels? What do you think it's going to end up leading into, or makes, if you have any idea? Maybe, I mean, it's just the guild for now with the Sejuani in as well, with the very early Jace, the Twitch as well. For now, it's a win streak, really.
Yeah, I mean, I love a win streak. That's always something that we're looking for. And I feel like Zyko is just going to try and stack up the gold for now. Is going to find yet another win here. I saw he does have a Yone, but doesn't have a second bow to go for that rapid fire cannon that we are seeing on Yone so often. And he also has an Archangel currently on Yone, which seems a little bit off meta.
Still 96 HP though. Good spot to be in, and the 5-win streak especially at this point. The gold is going to be going down a little bit with most players leveling to 3-2 now. A nice, stable, boring, consistent silver augment pickup for the last game of day 2. The game where so much is on the line for not all of the players, although of course pride is still on the line for everyone. Everyone wants to finish, top 10, top 15. No one wants to be 32nd in this tournament.
So something that's worth noting here, this is not a Yone reroll game, and it's Duelist Mirage right now. So with the scaling coming through on that Archangels, every second attack from Yone with the Way of the Hunter,
Level 7.
It's gonna deal much more damage here. And again, nice transition, easy transition into the Deja with the best fence as well coming through in just a second.
Yeah, a really good catch. Definitely is going to make an awful lot of more sense with that Duelist coming through here. We just saw Crescent hit a Kaisa too, so going to stabilize a little bit more. But Zyko definitely having an upper hand on the rest of the lobby. Will buy one more unit to make sure he gets the Cluttered Mind here, and is still looking for that Yone too.
That being said, only an Ezreal 1 as the item holder for now. If he finds the Deja soon, he is level 7, so these natural shops can get it for him throughout the stage 3. It would be a massive power spike, Wida. Going up from an Ezreal 1 to a Deja 1 is going to be massive, especially with these items that are already kind of handpicked for this Deja.
So with the setup here as well, like having a ranged damage source is much better than having the melee damage source here, because the Yone might very often get caught behind the front line. Where yes, it's just a 1-star Ezreal, but again, as Ezreal has been getting more and more buffed over the last couple of patches, it does make it so that this Ezreal actually will do a lot more, especially with the Swift Shut-in.
Yeah, and we are seeing the augments on the left side of the screen come in. Lumarpin finding that Thrill of the Hunt always a little bit exciting to me. And we are on TFT Marx's board, who is currently not doing too well in the overall leaderboard, but could maybe, if everything turns out Mark's way, come through, possibly? I actually don't know. I don't think he can. But I'm going to throw it out there.
Any player that scouts here, I think, knows exactly what Marks is trying to do. The signal is clear. Seraphine fully prepped on the bench, waiting for that level 7, waiting for that roll down after Wolves to try and find a Graves as well. And trying to assemble one of the strongest comps that we've seen throughout this tournament, the Graves Seraphine comp. One of the best comps for top 4ing especially. The augments are pretty good. First aid kit is going to help out, but not ideal. You want to find maybe that cybernetic, that better together as that third augment choice at 4-2.
I think that, honestly, Better Together is probably the only one that might be better than First Aid Kit, because if you start building healing items, if you start, the shields from the Seraphine becomes stronger and stronger overall, right? Like, as long as you have like a combination of those and prep being one of the really big ones as well, like, you can kind of skip on the Better Together, even though it is probably the most optimal augment.
I mentioned Crescent might pay the price for that Rich Get Richer in Stage 4, but I think he's already paying for it. 49 HP for him. We're halfway through Stage 3. The Carousel has arrived. Graves is there, but only with a Rod. Maybe not the ideal component to have. Crescent says, hey, I want to take it anyway. Maybe even just to grief the other players that are trying to get this comp rolling.
Yeah, Revan actually picking up a Nyla with a crit glove, has a bunch of tiers currently on the board, and was on the Lilia trend last time we saw him, so I'm more than curious to see how that Lilia progress is looking for now.
Could be an Archangels, could be the chance for a Hand of Justice. Ionic Spark has already been built, so I think this is a pretty clear commitment. Scalescorn Emblem as well off of that tome that he got on the Krug. So it's looking good for Revan. Revan said Odessa. He's Spanish. I'm Spanish. He played Lilia. I'm going to play Lilia as well coming into this game 5. And Panda wants to say watch out a little bit more often. So these Spanish players, they're not going to make it to day 3, but at least they're letting me, get my dream, let it come true.
That's a Spanish way of life, Find one reroll, come and just let it slide, or what? I mean...
Italy worked a little bit better than this, though, I have to admit.
I am very curious to see where Super Eagle is, because like we said, he was on the cusp of that top 8 breakdown, and if he goes out with a first tier, I think his chances are pretty good to make it in there. Of course, keep in mind we are in snake seeding, so several people can get a first and still maintain their positions that they're currently in, but maybe, just maybe, it's enough for Super Eagle. So I want to see where he is currently heading with his comp. Last time we saw him, he was on that cybernetic uplink. I'm actually not sure what he picked up a second, but as it's a silver, shouldn't be too big of
Stand United, that's a pretty big one, right? Like, it does give, a lot of power, and again, it's not quite the Stand United that we saw at the start of Set 7, where you had to be differentiated between AD and AP, I believe, right? So, bit of a different one, but still, it's a very good augment. We haven't seen it really shine as much as you would like in the game so far, but it's that you're putting out here makes as a Graves on the bench.
Yeah.
Graves on the bench. You have the Hand of Justice and the Bloodthirster that can perfectly go onto that Graves if you decide to go into that Seraphine comp. Players have to start scouting, have to start seeing, Marks is 100% going that comp. He had the Seraphine prepped, he has, clear signals, he's going for that. Players have to decide, is it worth contesting? Is it worth moving into something else? You have a Jade board right now set up for the Shimmer skill, but maybe Jade is an angle as well. Uplink, surprisingly, can work very well with Xiaoyu and Siphon as well.
Yeah, even though Xiaoyu is mana locked while while she is in her Jade stance, it's incredibly good on something like the Siphon, right? Because the continuous mana gen is very nice. Sometimes it can kind of be a bit of a detriment, actually, because sometimes it's going to be dashing away from the target because of the 5 extra mana it's going to gain from Oblink, but most of the time it's a net positive.
Yeah, and we can see just how much healing the Guardians with that Anima Visage do. Darkest board does not want to budge, but the Volibear will profit off of that Enrage and come through.
Talking about Seraphine Graves, another player that's giving clear signals. Double Zeke's already built on the Zeri. One of these players is going to start crying himself to sleep tonight if he's not able to hit, because on the 4-1 roll down, Bricks, we saw him natural a Graves 2. Whichever player is not able to hit is going to probably go bot 4 in this case.
The big thing here as well, right? Like, as the Shimmer skill items have been nerfed over the course of the set, back in the day, I said this as I'm 55 years old, this would have been the Diamond Hands ready to go right now, but Super Eagle will have to wait for the conclusion of the next fight or during the next fight for it to get completely online.
2 Lilias, stealing them from poor Revan. Super Eagle, please sell these 2.
He's gonna sell them
Another
off.
one in the shop. What is this? What is this luck? Super Eagle, Revan, or no, the Coco rather, finds the Zac 3, finds the Kaisa 2 here as well. A second Kaisa, I imagine, and is on his way to a Kaisa 3. We haven't seen too much of that in this tournament. We saw it yesterday in the NA Regionals, but not so much in EMEA.
Yeah, I think there was like 3 boards in total that went for a Kaisa reroll with the 6 Dragon Mancers. And other than that, Kaisa didn't get an awful lot of showtime.
Yes, and again, with Kaisa being nerfed a little bit, right, the Dragon Master trait being taken down a notch as well, this has been more of a transitional board, but I have played this a couple of games on this patch actually just to get a feel for it, just to know what, and again, the Kaisa free spike here is going to be massive, but again, Crescent on a similar path, at least was the last time we looked into his board.
Absolutely. I am very impressed with Zyko, I have to say, is still streaking. We saw him level up, I believe, to 7 or 8. I'm not 100% on that just now, so still leading over the others as of right now. And Crescent and Lumarpin, as well as Likoko, are starting to look for the top of the lobby as they're falling off with Zyko on 96 HP still.
And 140 stacks of Lagoon have been hit for Likoko. The Chain Vest pops out, starting to get more and more components. Not going to get another component for a little while, but still, it's the great trade at Lagoon. And now we see here another augment coming in. Gold augment for all of our players in the last game of the day. The last augment of the day. Cybernetic implants is a possibility, but a reroll is much more likely for the comp that's currently being played here by Coco.
Yes, and I was about to point out, I actually was, make. I was making like hand movements because you can see the way that he was starting to move units off of the board. That's a clear indicator of him wanting to find something that wasn't specific to that board.
2 more.
Looking for the Kai'Sa, finds the Jax 3 here, needs 2 more Kaisas, keeps on rolling. Twitch 2 as an option, obviously doesn't want it, is just holding it to higher the chances, and here she comes. There was actually another one waiting on the left side, so Kaisa 3 being unlocked by Lekoko.
We saw yesterday, or I saw yesterday in the NA Regional Finals. You did as well, Mix. You were in the chat as well. I saw you.
I was in the chat.
Night.
I'm always chatting.
Kaisa was sometimes put into the front row depending on what matchup was coming up. If it was a Xayah, for example, because you want to have that extended range and that chance to let Kaisa snipe some backline carries on your opponent's board.
Yeah, and this is kind of like the picture of the differences between the ways of playing Kaisa right now. Crescent here on a much more transitional board for it, quite frankly, whereas Lekoko, with that trade sector, has fully committed.
100%. We are seeing the diamond hands on Crescent's board though, so maybe that's going to throw a little bit of a roadblock in the way. Doesn't seem like it though. Bard trying to assist, gonna take out the Kaisa regardless, not gonna be enough. And Lumarpin has dropped down to 28, finds a Shio U2. Hopefully that's going to stabilize the board. We're not sure what he's currently on. He does have an Asol on the bench waiting, but is looking for that Soif. 0 goals, not a good position, 6 losses.
So depending on the items here, I was about to say, he could play, just straight up Shio U plus Aurelion Sol, right? That's something we've seen.
Dragons?
Much more common, however, is going to be this setup here. Has a duplicator.
Did not see the champion duplicator was hidden there. Now it's a much better spot.
There's no Gnar on the board, so no shapeshifter bonus.
These TG items, what is the Shyvana doing? All of a sudden gets an Archangel and a JG Dragon's Descent into that backline. There is a Mystic Emblem from the opponent, so some of that AP, some of that magic damage will be resisted, but Graves is only 1-star for now, and Shyvana jumps right into that back lane. The Shio U still left alive, taking off units 1 by 1. Graves alive as well, but the CC should be able to win that 1v1, and it will be a win for Lumarpin, staying alive, staying somewhat healthy in this stage 4.
So a bit of a micro, perhaps a mishap. That didn't end up getting punished, but again, 2 shapeshifters on the bench right now. This Karma is not doing anything. Probably should have been the Gnar.
Yep.
Actually, very interesting here from Lumarpin that he decides to go with that Shyvana. We are seeing that again and again. If you cannot find the Siphon, the Shyvana is a really good option if you have more AP-directed items, or she's just the first one to come through. So really, really good pickup here as an alternative to that Siphon comp.
I'm curious what's going on with Crescent, Darkest, and Marks, all players that were angling towards Graves and Seraphine. This is the stage at which these players are trying to hit the Graves 2-star. Whoever hits first will be in a good spot at the top 4. Everyone else might be in trouble, and I think Crescent is now the player that might be in a lot of trouble. Maybe because he picked Rich Get Richer in the first augment.
Panda, come on!
I mean, to be fair, no, it's a fair criticism. I will give him that, right? But again, I feel like he did play it out and try to maintain tempo with the way he played it out here. Picking up that Soraka can be big, to be fair. Again, has a duplicator now from the Diamond Hands as well. That's probably one of the less talked about strengths of that specific Shimmer Scale item. But if you look at the board, it is a kind of a sad concoction of things that doesn't really go together. It's not even going to utilize the Soraka for its. Oh, he is going to again. Okay, that is pretty hard to see, right? Like,
it's pretty hard to see. These players are doing us dirty, trying to hide the unit from us, but
Item
2 is huge. You don't have the gold to do it, though. You have to lock her. You still have HP to survive one more fight, though.
Yeah, definitely does have a champion duplicator as well, but on the other side is something waiting, and it's going to bonk you on the head. Let's see if the Lilia can keep up with the Kaisa. I'm very curious to see Kaisa items, not necessarily what you would have wanted if you were going for that Kaisa in the endgame, whereas Revan has locked himself into Lilia and does want to roll with these items.
The double Dragon's Claw, though, first on the Zac, the uplink helping the shields go up, denying so much time here for this Lilia that's currently stuck, and the watch out is not quite enough because first she was stuck on one tank, then on the second, and the Kaisa can do it for Crescent, can get another big win here, and now buys him the time to buy this items, have an even stronger front line for these next few fights.
And, as well, worth noting here, Revan is one of the players that you need to start knocking down. The Braum Free is going to be a nice upgrade, absolutely, but again, Lilia Free is the big one, as he is going to be rolling for it. He's currently still 3 copies off. There's no extra duplicator or anything like that. He has to just, fight him in the shop, quite natural.
Yeah, and he is looking for them slowly but surely, rolling. One more in the shop, needs 2 more to try and complete that. Lilia, 1 more, finds it here in this shop, needs to sell something off to pick her, and then he's going to need 1 more to finally get to the damage spike that he so desires.
Double exiles as well. A lot of shielding for all of the units, but now it's Lilia versus the Graves. Lilia right in front of the Graves, maybe in a dangerous position. The Hodge will help with the healing. Is it enough? It seems to be the case. Watch out, Graves. Now you are going to die there. Zeri left by herself alongside Seraphine. 1 more burst kill here might be enough. If this Lilia can get the kill on the... Oh, it doesn't get the kill on the Seri, though, and all of a sudden the fight turns, but Diana is still left alive as a secondary carry with Hand of Justice. Her damage comes in as a burst at first, then you have to wait a little bit longer, and now finally the second burst comes through. Revan gets a win, and he's 1 off of Lilia Makes. He has a chance to get a roll and hit another big power spike.
First, he's going to go in to the Dragon. Make sure you check out the link that the command AMD gets you. There's a giveaway hidden behind that link. Do not just spam AMD chat. I believe in you. You can do it. And we're going to take a look for Revan, what this one's going to be. Finds a spatula, does look at it, is maybe enticed by it.
This is really bait. I like the fact you switched it because this was incredibly bait. The loaded dice unnecessary right now. The spatula, you cannot really make anything specific with it, right? There's no open chain. This
Easy Rod, Bramble. You have the Gunblade for Diana as well.
Keeps on rolling. Keep in mind, 1 Lilia still missing. We need that Lilia to come through.
There it is.
Revan finds it here. Next stop, Diana 3.
Quick level 7 as well here. I think it's definitely worth the investment of gold to go up and get maybe, I'm not sure what you can put in, just another Rel 2 might even just be enough to get some more tankiness onto the board. Gunblade on Diana, Bramble. Gonna be the ZZ Rot, as we mentioned earlier, onto the Rel there as well.
Yeah, and decides to stay level 6. Okay, never mind. It's going to be a last second level up for that Assassin, just for a little bit extra damage for that Diana as well.
Crescent actually down to 9 HP, might get knocked out here, but we're going to take a look at Revan and Lelouch, who are fighting it off. And look at the Diana, she's right on to the Kai'Sa. Lilia taking care of a tank that's waiting in the middle, and she's just going to take so much time. Diana's shield comes through, though, takes out the Kai'Sa, and allows her to live here. However, Crescent takes an L, takes an 8th, and is knocked out here.
Very unfortunate for Crescent. I will not say anything more, but this is going to be a stage 5 early defeat for the Russian player here. Coco also takes a hit there against Revan, down to 6 HP. Darkus, who had a very good start. We talked about the players that were all contesting each other on that Seraphine Graves comp, and now maybe suffering from that possibility of the fact, he hit Graves too, actually, so not looking too bad here, but has the Terra with the Enemy Visage as the front line. Mystic Emblem as well is big in this lobby. So much AP rolling around.
Yeah, it's a bit of a different one, right? Like, this is not necessarily the slot in con, the one you look at the guides and stuff like that, but the damage reduction coming through from the monoliths is also going to be quite nice.
Yeah, Lelouch 6 HP, and we're going to see him on the other side of the board. Darkest is waiting, and that Graves looks like he's ready to destroy some units. Kai'Sa in the left-hand corner looking to do the same, so let's see if she can survive here, if the Graves is going to come around. She's right onto him, takes out another ult. Graves surely, but safely dropping down, falls on over. That Terra is not going to be in the way of the Kai'Sa, and she will take out this board.
Kai'Sa can do it all by herself. Not enough stall there, and the Graves dies a little bit too soon. Stuck on the Zac for so long in that fight.
Look at the Kai'Sa damage.
And that's just it. The comp is still good, but again, it might just be good enough for a 7th place, right? But another thing we didn't really talk about here, Chaos Dragon, your favorite item in the game, David, is going to come into play now because, again, you can get those Orin items, you get, all types of good stuff here. So,
Rocket Propel Fist, we saw it there at the very start of the fight. I think 1 or 2 fights. This is a spot where many players already have a good idea of what everyone's comp looks like. They're not scouting much. They're more rolling, trying to get those final upgrades, rolling for those 3 costs. They might miss that Rocket Propel Fist for a few fights, and one bad fight where your carry gets hooked, like this Ao Shin here, and it could be a lot of trouble. That's the case there. Oh, so unfortunate, but good for Coco, who is currently sitting on 6 HP, needs to win every single fight.
Yeah, and he's doing just exactly that. The last second slam, making sure the Azol gets grabbed right in front of that Kai'Sa for her to take take him out, and that's going to be yet another win for Lelouch. And he is currently fighting the lobby leader, so that will be really, really good for him as well.
And one thing here that's really big, look at the bench for Lelouch. Yes, there's Duplicator, but there's 2 item removers, so he can continuously bounce this one off again and again and again. And that's going to be super important because, again, he needs to guarantee these wins. He's on 6 HP.
Carousel comes through. Shroud, very, very good in the late game for pretty much every single comp. If you have your item carries already done, yeah, Coco going to go right for it. Going to try and play the griefing role here. Going to try and make everyone in this lobby hate him. Game 5, you have to do whatever it takes to try and guarantee your spot in tomorrow. Lelouch, of course, 55 points. I think sitting pretty safe now in the top 8. Going to almost guarantee a spot for tomorrow. But just in case, he needs to make sure he can grief some more players, get those points up in the standings.
Yeah, and Darkest and Lumarpin both took a loss in the previous round. They're on 2 and 6 HP. They need to look for an out here, Wida.
Level 9, though, that could be the deciding factor. We'll be getting that Jace onto the board here for Dragon situation, but not the full AP setup that we've gotten used to.
Surprised Lumarpin is still alive. Maybe some good Thieves Glove roll on the Shyvana. We did see, of course, the Shyvana 2 off of the Champion Duplicator. Some pretty good augments as well. Knife's Edge overall very good for Siphon, very good for Xiaoyu. And Uplink very good for everyone, really, aside from the Xiaoyu maybe a little bit. But I think good optimization. I think Xiaoyu has perfect items, Bloodthirster, Titan's Resolve, and the Edge of Night.
Just a quick note, we have 4 cybernetic uplinks in this lobby and a cybernetic implants, but we're going to go into fight between Lumarpin and Lelouch. Both are here fighting for their lives. It's going to be Dragons against the Dragon Mancers. Kaisa is on the left-hand corner trying to take out the Siphon as it dashes away from her. She is still onto him. She still tries to fight, but those dragons won't budge. Either Xiaoyu and Shyvana are still alive. There's only a Zac in their way, allowing that Kaisa to keep on going 1 against 2. She will be able to take it, and Lelouch survives.
What is this Zac made of? He was able to stall out for so long in all these fights.
You look at the items, right? Any crit damage neglected, pretty much. A declaw as well, just to block the mag damage, and a lot of HP. And with the way the Guardian trade works, you know, the more HP you have, the better. And on top of that, a big thing here, itemization-wise on the Kaiser, the Giants, they're doing a ton of work against a board like that.
Yeah. Quick note here, as the Diana 3 is being found by Revan, the Darkest also got knocked out here, was doing really, really well in the overall tournament, but this just might be what knocks them over into the bracket where they don't continue to tomorrow. So we're going to have a look at our standings after this game, but for now, it's on Lelouch to keep on surviving.
Diana's stuck in the Malphite, but now there's been an absolute burst of damage on that right side. Lilia onto that Zac once again. The Dragon's Claw is huge for both of the magic damage from Lilia and the Diana. They can't quite reach the Kaisa. They're stuck on the Zac for so long. What is this Zac made of? He's a 2-cost tank. He just doesn't die. The Lilia can't do it. No watch outs needed for this Zac, and Kaisa still doing it all by herself with, I guess, just with the help of Zac as a tank. Another big win for Coco. Revan not quite taken out, I think, but almost going to be the case.
Yeah, and again, the Shroud here came through massively because it meant that the Lilia was not able to really, you know, get her watch out in position because it took her so long. And again, and a positioning thing that needs to be looked at here as well. The route for the Lilia to go to the Kaisa was so long because she had to, you know, go all the way around.
Yeah, absolutely. We are on to my favorite unit, the Treasure Goblin, as we're going to pick up a Rabadon's. Not the greatest pickup for Revan for sure. We're going to see what everybody else is on as the economy overlay is on the right side. We can see Zyko has those dragons online. Super Eagle has those dragons online. And then it's the Lilia reroll, the Lagoon Grave Seraphine, and TFT marks, of course, on that Kaisa reroll.
And Revan still level 7, 22 gold, was stuck on level 6 for so long rolling for that Lilia. Now maybe still going to be rolling for that Hecarim 2-star possibly here. Has a chance to slot in Nunu as well, but it's only a Nunu 1-star. Opts not to unless he finds that upgrade, and it looks like no, not going to go for the Nunu at all. Doesn't find that Hecarim either. That last little bit of a power spike that he can get here for this last fight, possibly because he's only sitting at 7 HP makes.
Yeah, and he will go up against Marks, and Marks has that Graves ready. All eyes on him with the support of the Seraphine, and whether or not they can take out that little Lilia. Diana in the backline getting stuck on something that she shouldn't be onto while the Greys decimate what's in his path. This is not looking good for Revan. I don't think the Diana can bring this back. She takes out the Soraka, but the Soraka heals once more, and that will be it for Revan as he gets knocked out.
And no healing item on the Greys, but like, look at this. Full HP, even though the Soraka barely got her cast off. Just again, the sheer size of the shields.
Yeah, Lelouch also finding a loss here, actually going out 5th, Revan following 4th, and there is a big upgrade for Zyko, who finds that Shyvana too.
Two players that are still left alive in this game 5, Zyko and Super Eagle. 2 players that could still fight for that top 8 spots. Zyko sitting at 40 points on the standings, Super Eagle at 42. Lelouch currently 8th before this game started at 46, so still mathematically possible. Will depend on what other players do, but these players both have to fight for a first place to have the best chance possible to make it to day 3.
Yeah, and TFT Marks looking to hopefully find another win, but Zyko's board looks really strong. The Dragon's Descent comes down onto the entire comp. The Grave gets CC'd a whole bunch, and now in comes Aoshin's Lightning Rain, and it blazes the entire field, knocks out anything and everything except for the Graves and the Zac, who are still trying to hold on. I'm not sure if he can take it. Shyvana
Wait a minute.
not
Last
going
cast?
to be able to ult one more cast from the Aoshin.
Oh, what
it's
is
not
this
enough.
Graves made out of? Again, gets the win. The Titans not healing him, but giving him more armor as the fight progresses. The Rage Blade allowing him to attack faster, generate more mana. And Aoshin, this is why we were talking about Acel being a more consistent dragon to win you the games, because sometimes if that second cast doesn't come in, you lose these very close fights.
Yeah, and Super Eagle's board here, it's a bit, it's a side of beauty. I quite like where this board is going here. It makes a decision that's, quite frank, the Aoshin 1 is better than the Deja 2 right now.
Keeps on rolling, but cannot find yet another upgrade. Would have very much liked to upgrade either the Aoshin or the Bard to something more useful here as he goes up against Zyko.
Fight of the Dragons, the fight of the Aoshins. Whoever casts first on the side of the Aoshins might be deciding the fight, especially for the aggro. If they tank the Lightning Rain onto the Aoshin, it's going to be Super Eagle first, but doesn't quite hit the enemy Aoshin just yet. Gives the extra mana for the cast to come in from the opponent's side, and all of a sudden, it's all down to the Shyvana here. Can she do it all by herself? I'm not so sure it's going to be the case. The Diamond Hands is a little bit too big here, and Aoshin's second cast is coming through from the side of Zyko, and maybe this is what decides the top 8 for tomorrow. If Zyko can get a win here and a win in this game, it's going to be so big for him. Mark's taken down to the players, Zyko and Super Eagle, the 2 players that need to have this first place for the day 3.
And actually, Super Eagle is now in the top 2, and I'm not sure if that's enough. I think he needs to beeline for the first place.
Yeah, gonna be ending at 49 points if that's the case, and one more than Zyko would end all that. But like, look at the setup right now. This is all about trying to find that, but it's a super contested 8 drop that he has to find right. That's not going to be easy here. And even like straight down to something like the Shyvana is not going to make it's not going to make it better.
2. Not enough gold, though. Like, unless you sell the Acel here or the Shyvana.
Yeah, you sell the Acel, of course. What are you going to do with that Acel? 1 nothing. You could have also sold off the Shyvana, but Zyko decides to hold on to her, does not want to give that one over to Super Eagle as we go into what could be the final round of the final game of day 2.
The biggest difference maker has to be the Aoshin. That's 2-star on the side of Zyko, only a 1-star for Super Eagle. The augments are all good. There's combat augments on both sides, but I think right now Zyko's Aoshin is going to be that much more powerful. It's going to be an earlier cast with the Spear Shojin on the side of Super Eagle, but that allows the mana generation to come in on Zyko's side. Same story as the last fight, and once again, all of a sudden, the Aoshin survives on the side of Super Eagle. Could that be enough? The second cast might come through. It might be enough with less targets to hit here, but Zyko is going to survive the Aoshin cast for a 3rd time here in the fight here, and that will be the end of it. Super Eagle should be able to win it, get past the invulnerability on the Diamond's hand, and that will be the win for Zyko. The Italian player is trying his best to make it to day 3, gets 8 points in the final game of the day, but is now sitting at 48 points, which I think is just might not be enough, Guido.
Now, and again, we don't really know enough about the breakoffs with this phone, right? It is a newer one for us, and again, we've been talking about, like, is it going to be like 55 points, is it going to be 53 points, is it going to be 87 points, or is it going to, like, there are more scenarios than hairs on my face right now.
To be honest, we have to say something with Zyko making #1 in that final game. It's going to be a holy moly from our in-game caster desk. And I am just so happy to have seen that final round with Super Eagle taking a second place. I don't think it's going to be enough, but we're going to find out for you. For now, we're going to go into a break with an interview with Scipeos, and then we're going to see who qualified for day number 3.
Hi, I'm Skip. I'm 26 years old from Czechia and I am a professional TFT player. There is a story to it. When I was 9 years old, I was reading Roman history books, as 9-year-olds typically do. And I wanted something that sounded vaguely Roman, but also wasn't a name of anyone specific, because then it would seem like I think that specific historical person is better than me, which at 9 years old I definitely thought no one is. So I went with Scipeos, which is kind of like Scipio Africanus, but a bit wrong. Well, I had a good impression with one thing specifically, and that's rerolling augments. I think that was an amazing systemic change. The first impression of the units, though, I think it is a really bold choice by Mordog with a lot of things he's done, such as putting in 4 large AoE CC units at 4 and 5 cost, and putting no AP carries at 4 cost. I don't think we have really had a great patch so far, and I don't really see how Mordog is going to achieve one, but I'm looking forward to it. Maybe he will surprise me. I was definitely helped massively by both Frey and Kapaku. Without them, I definitely wouldn't have gotten to Worlds. This set is still cooperate a tiny bit, but there is definitely a lot more rivalry going on, rather than just straight cooperation.
It took all of my energy not to scream loud enough to be picked up by the microphones that last game. What an intense ending. The top 4 coming out of nowhere, really. If you ran your predictions just based on the placements, then I am so sorry for the results, because that game was really defined by a lot of players punching above their placements.
Oh, for sure. And I think it's, it really showed us the players, even if they did, they knew for certain they were not getting into day number 3. Of course, they can still increase their placement overall. If this is going to be the end of the line for them, they at least get the biggest prize they can walk away with. And of course, to get a strong finish here in the final game is no small thing, because of course the quality of player you're playing against is still amazingly strong.
I think it's one of those things that gets often forgotten by tournament viewers, including myself, is like there's a reason that everyone is here. There is a reason that everyone here is in finals. It's not as big a gulf as the numbers would suggest, but fantastic play from everyone, including our winner of that match, Zyko. Let's take a look at his composition. Of course, I gotta start it off, as is grand tradition. I gotta say congratulations in Italian so that all of my Italian friends can make fun of me. Congratulazioni, Italia. Zyko has made it all the way into the top 8, I believe, and I will get yelled at by production if that's not the case. In the meantime, this massive dragon board that was built off an incredible win streak. 2-1 was his first loss.
I mean, Clutter Mind, as you saw there on the summary sheet, enabled such an incredible run through. Just getting up to the very tail end of the game just so ridiculously quickly. I'm honestly surprised we haven't seen more of it.
Yeah, and I can't stress this enough. Zyko played an absolutely incredible game, full streaked all the way from 2-2 to 4-5. That is a massive 2.5 stage streak. It's no wonder he was able to turn that into such a powerful dragon composition by the end of it. Played the early game absolutely immaculately, allowing him to get that first place win.
Yeah, of course, there were still plenty of other very good comps there. Of course, you mentioned, Yale doing a pretty similar thing with their own pile of dragons and doing pretty damn well as a result of it. It's kind of interesting as well, because coming into this whole situation here, we were kind of like still looking at Graves as being the be-all and end-all, but having to settle for 3rd place there for Mark. Still a very strong showing, but not the world-endingly strong showing we see from them before.
And I really want to highlight Super Eagle coming into this game. I think their play throughout the entirety of the game was immaculate. Starting off with that carry, we were talking about it while we were in the green room watching these games. You start off with a Bloodthirster, Ginsu's Rageblade, Hand of Justice. You've got a lot of options from that point. Dragon's not the one that we came out predicting, but Super Eagle was able to leverage the Volibear carry during the early to mid game, get that extra economy from Shimmer Scale, and translate that into a massive late game board that almost took down Zyko.
I mean, I want to as well give some acknowledgement across to Revan, because, you heard the casters back there. They were absolutely behind Revan, despite being one of the players really far down the table and in a lobby with some truly exceptional talents, managing to ride the Lilia reroll all the way to 4th place as well. That dual Lotus, the double exiles with extra shield as well. I think there was a lot of belief going around. While it didn't ultimately close distance, we didn't have that base camp, which we would have loved to have seen to finish off the trifecta. I'm still glad to see Revan leaves on a high.
Yeah, and a lot of the players are going to have a ton of belief in from their fans. And as a result, after 5 full games of TFT, the knockout day has ended. Let's take a look at the standings one last time to see the 8 players that'll be making it into the grand finals of EMEA. First, we have to look at everyone who's fallen, and a strong RIP there to Kenobi. Just was not able to turn it around today.
No, it's been, I think, a very disappointing game for them. Again, I kind of hoped that Kenobi might be able to finish like Revan on a strong finish, but ultimately wasn't to be the case. Still though, we see there are at least a few strong finishes scattered amongst the lower players. Again, as we move up the table, we can see there's some big names we're going to have to say goodbye to. Travis, of course, picking up a massive amount of Golden Spatula points. Volta as well, one of favorite players I was really hoping would be able to seize this opportunity to thrust themselves into the limelight. Just doesn't happen. And the heartbreaker for me, Darkest, just outside of qualifying.
Darkest, Arrow, and Super Eagle so close to qualification. Let's take a look. 52 points here for Arrow and Darkest. I want to see how much they missed it by as we head into the top 8. Unfortunately, also, Zyko not able to make it off that first place. Oh!
Yep, it's a single
1 point. Good Lord.
It is an absolute heartbreaker to be at this point. I mean, the thing is, though, this is consistent with the rest of the day. It's been neck and neck the entire way up. These players are so damn good. And, something had to give here. And particularly, France managing to get these two players into the final day tomorrow. Yeah, we're not going to be seeing the 4 French players coming through and taking the 4 spots, but we might still see the 2.
And I think it's important to note, coming into today, our top 4 was Dasic, Double, Lakoko, and Brix. Coming out of it, our top 4 is Dasic, Double, Lakoko, and Salvi, but take a guess at who's number 5. It's Brix still. Incredibly consistent play coming into day 2. That's exactly what you're going to need going into the final day in order to qualify for the Dragonlance Championship coming up in 2 weeks.
Of course, it goes without saying here that we need to still keep alive the flame of the idea of having Double 61 punch through and get the Dragonlance Championship, become 2-time champion. Nobody else in the history of ever has done that, at least in TFT.
Yeah. So, it's so juicy. We've compared him before, and I'm not sure how well received it was last time because I was too afraid to look. I think it was the 2 of us as well. We compared him to the Faker of TFT, and I'm willing to drudge that one out of the closet and try and trot it out here. Can he establish that comparison for himself? Because players like Double 61, like our interview with Dasic, have that kind of dominance, have that kind of history within the TFT scene, especially here in EMEA. Dasic, are you here with us?
Have we got you?
There we go. We see the graphic behind us. It's perfect. It's coming.
He's coming. He's here.
I came way too fast in with that one. It's okay. It happens. Hey, Dasic.
There you are. Hello.
Hello.
How are you feeling after that set of games? We saw your Xayah 3 live, and I genuinely, coming into this day after yesterday, I was like, man, EMEA hates Xayah. But you came in with the Xayah 3 and absolutely crushed it. Are you feeling stronger on her than your peers, maybe?
Yeah, it's like I think Xayah is very hard comp to play, so it's and risky comp at the same time. So you will not see a lot of Xayah players, and tomorrow as well probably.
Dasic just coming in saying, yeah, I'm just better than everyone else.
To be fair, that was a one-step remove better than everybody else.
Yes, it was.
Dasic, I really want to hear about your process here. How did you prepare coming to the event?
It's basically I just played about 140 games in 9 days. I climb rank 1 and rank 2 on US ladder, so I look on both accounts and play some in houses as well with same people. So it was a long grid and it finally paid off.
So we've heard previously you've said something that, is a sentiment shared by your fellow top 8 finalists, Double 61, and that these finals are not the end-all, be-all for you. They're a stepping stone to the Dragonlance Championship, to the potential of taking home that world title. After having all of these days of competition so far, of course, you've still got 6 games to go tomorrow. How are you feeling about your chances? Are you feeling confident?
Yes, definitely, because out of 8 people, 5 people will make it to Worlds, and I can definitely say I will be one of them tomorrow.
Oh,
we'd love to hear it.
A lot of confidence. I guess, it gives us a good chance to try and get your thoughts on the other players who did make it through to the top 8. Are there, is there any particular one of them who's caught your attention the most?
No, I think all people I played very good today. It just last time I was in the finals, it was set 3 with solo and double again. So it's going to be a legendary match tomorrow. It will be fun to play.
Yeah, hopefully Solo's not going to come in and one trick a reroll composition again. But I'd really like to see it. Frankly, I'd like to see it. Of course, Dasic, thank you so much as ever for interviewing with us. It's always a pleasure to have you. I am kind of wondering, first off, is there anything you want to say to anyone of your fans or any of your friends, people who have helped prepare you for this, and tell us what you're looking forward to most about tomorrow?
I will say thanks to all people who still support me even I'm not streaming at the moment, and keep my community alive, and all people around it. So, and I will see you guys tomorrow, and I will try to show my best like performance and not only like make it to Worlds and even tomorrow as well.
All right, awesome. Dasik, thank you so much. Good luck tomorrow. Get some well-deserved rest, and we will see you in just a little bit when the dawn breaks and you are ready to hopefully take home that championship.
Oh boy. I mean, I really like hearing those words from Daisy, because I think certainly for me, TFT's community has been its strongest selling point. I think it's, it's the fact we're playing a game which is, at its heart, a social game. We're playing as a large group of people, so it does encourage you, to have those interactions which you maybe wouldn't have, in other sort of 1v1 games. It's always a group, and see, the group support can mean everything for a player.
As much as I love seeing the players who are like clearly freaking out about their victory, it is really inspiring to see Dasik so calm and collected during that interview. Just absolutely chill as hell, having a grand time, like, hey, what's up?
I think it's a matter of degree kind of thing, isn't it?
Oh,
I think I remember before we did detect a small smile out of Daisy before when he was winning. So it's like, okay, I can see he's happy. But Niberia, I believe we do have some business to attend to. I believe we have a list ready.
All right, let's take a look at our qualified players coming into tomorrow, the final day of the Rising Legends Finals. Peter, I'll let you take the first four, because every single one of these players deserves to hear their name shouted out.
All right, Noel will be the one coming in 8th. Solo Kasang in 7th. Lelouch, them of the anime terms, will be coming in number 6. And the Bricks, who of course has been chucking themselves through many windows indeed, in 5th.
4th place is going to be our Golden Spatula Cup winner, Salvi. Following him up in 3rd, Lecoco, our former world champion, double 61. And of course, our lovely interviewee, in his terms, likely world championship performer, Dasik.
I mean, it's just going to mean a huge amount to Dasik, as we were saying. Because Dasik, of course, remember back to the Superbrawl, came in, Day 2 and Day 3 dominated across both sides, but didn't win any of the Golden Spatula Cups themselves. So, it's hard to say, I'm a world champion material if you can't, dominate the local field. But I think today really vindicates Dasik's confidence.
I think this is one of the things that I love the most about having done this for so long. I've been part of the scene since set 3. Thank you, everyone, for having me for so long. Most people only tolerate me for a year, so this is great. But it's been really fantastic getting to follow along with these players and see the ebbs and flows, ups and downs of their careers, because like Dasik was saying, he's only previously been to the finals in set 3, but he's always been a player we know has the potential to make it there, has the potential to be that world contender player, and now 4 sets later, he's making it back to the finals. He's making his shot at the Dragonlance Championship, and I think he's looking better than ever.
No, I think it speaks tremendously to that kind of mentality. We talked about before in the broadcast, we've got so many players here who've been here for a long time. As you say, to go from a position where you haven't been able to play at the world stage for such a long time, to keep on iterating in your skill level, to keep on improving, when you don't know for certain it's going to pay off. I think it speaks incredibly well of that mentality of, just a growth mindset that if you keep working, you'll eventually get there.
Yeah, I mean, Solo Gasang, Salvi as well, just so many old faces here of the scene who have returned here to hopefully be victorious tomorrow. But let's break it down. Before we talk about where we're going, let's break down today one last time, give a quick summary. I think my if I could give a 2-word summary, Lilia reroll. I think is about where I'm at the moment.
Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, because we're coming into our last day, we are going to be seeing a very different kind of situation for tomorrow. We've got the same 8 players playing against each other 6 times. Again, it's worth reiterating, it is not checkmate. So there won't be that abrupt end which we would see otherwise, which again, our players specifically requested that not be the case, and they were accommodated in that respect. That will not be the case at Dragonlance Championship. We will be in checkmate territory, because that's where we end up with the global champion. But in this case, as Stacey was saying, there's a lot of spots on offer. We want to make sure our players get the best environment to thrive in.
And the 6th and 7th, of course, will make their way to the last chance qualifier in the following week. So if your favorite player falls out 6th or 7th, don't worry, they'll have another chance. But their first chance comes up tomorrow. We're going to be streaming here again, twitch.tv/Teamfight Tactics, or on LOL Esports if you want those juicy capsule drops at 3 p.m. CET tomorrow. Peter, if I'm sitting in the audience and I say, man, I don't use twitch.tv or YouTube or LOL Esports.
How are you watching this?
I don't know. But if I use Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, where can people find the stream? Where can people find Teamfight Tactics?
Well, Instagram and Facebook are going to be Play TFT, TFT Esports, EMEA over on the tweeting side of things. And of course, you can make sure you get your hashtags in there as well. Gosh, I'm hoping that we're going to have some really good content coming away. We've had some big promises made by our social media manager that they're going to be getting the casters to do all manner of silly things. So that's the only place you'll be able to see that. Hopefully they won't broadcast it on broadcast. That'd be terrible.
I'm just saying we've recorded a lot of things recently to the point where I've forgotten some of them. So we'll see what's coming out tomorrow on socials. And if you want to keep along with the casters, of course, you can follow Makes at Makes_Impetuous Panda at Impetuous Panda, me at Niberia, this lovely man at Counterfeit Cast, and Weta at Weta Casts. From all of us here, front and back of house, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow, 3 p.m. CET, to crown our EMEA Rising Legends champion. We'll see you there.